แล้วหน้าเราไม่เห็นขึ้นบนจอ
Okay, now I can see you people.
Hello, this is Sapon from Thailand. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Sapo.
Yeah, I don't find the button to show my face.
Could you please, Mr. Sapo, could you please rename as presenter session 1 underscore Sapol Punsam Suk?
I don't have that function. I don't know why.
Okay.
Only the microphone button, but the video button is absent.
Maybe you can try to log in again.
Okay, I try again.
Okay.
Hi everyone, Dr. Waimun. Just to check, I'm Didi from Indonesia.
Yes, Prof.
Yeah, it's good to see. Just to check my voice, is it okay?
Yeah,
This
perfect.
voice, yeah. Yeah, okay. It's good to see you.
Yeah, first time meeting you too. Nice.
Good morning, Hassan here from Singapore. Just to test that my sound is audible.
Yes, we can hear you, Cik Hassan.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Supon from Thailand. Is that okay for my picture and voice?
Yes, both. We can see you and hear you both now. Thank you.
Very much.
Good morning, everyone. Matmala Briga from the Philippines. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Prof. I think we are ready to start.
Okay, so I will start now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Dr. Ismail Haji Palan, Director General of Forest Research Institute Malaysia FRIM, Mr. Som Pichin, Vice Executive Director, AFoCO Secretariat, Dr. Nawati Muhammad, Deputy Director General Research FRIM, all the presenters, research officers, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to welcome all participants to regional webinar Ex-situ Conservation and Carbon Sequestration Potential of Red List Tree Species. On behalf of the committee, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude for your presence, and it is indeed a pleasure to have you all here today. To kick off this morning program, we would like to invite Dr. Nawati Muhammad, Deputy Director General Research FRIM, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Thank you, Ms. Afniza, our MC today. Dr. Ismail Parlan, Director General of the Forest Research Institute Malaysia. Mr. Ricardo Calderon, Executive Director of AFoCO Secretariat. Mr. Sunpil Jin, the Vice Executive Director of AFoCO Secretariat. Dr. Muhammad Zaki Abdullah, Director of the Forestry Biotechnology Division FRIM. Distinguished guests, speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. It is a pleasure and a great honor for me to welcome you to this event and thank you all our presenters and participants for your support and participation in this regional webinar of Ex-situ Conservation and Carbon Sequestration Potential of Red List Tree Species. Please allow me to give you some background information regarding this webinar. This regional webinar is part of the capacity building activities of an ongoing regional project which started since 2016 under the umbrella of the ASEAN ROK Forest Cooperation Project, or better known as AFoCO. This 6-year project aims to develop models on the domestication of endemic, endangered, and threatened species in disturbed areas in Malaysia and Thailand, such as mining areas. Since the inception of this project, FRIM has physically organized a total of 2 workshops and seminar involving 85 participants from ASEAN member states, which with themes from domestication of red list species in disturbed sites to rehabilitation of degraded areas. Ladies and gentlemen, in the challenging times like this current global pandemic, webinar is one of the best means for dissemination of information, which also plays an important role in empowering human capacity, particularly for our younger generations. We are honored to have distinguished speakers from ASEAN and the Republic of Korea, who are prominent figures with vast experiences and knowledge in conservation, especially for threatened species. Besides the 2 keynote papers, there are a total of 28 oral papers and 7 poster presentations that will be presented within these 2 days. Topics that will be presented and discussed on the first day are case studies from various countries across ASEAN, ex-situ conservation efforts, and production of planting materials for red list species, including a keynote paper by Mr. Ricardo Calderon, Executive Director of the AFoCO Secretariat. On the second day, we will begin with webinar with a second keynote speaker paper by Dr. Ang Lai Ho, who has been working on rehabilitation of problematic areas and conservation for over 25 years. His paper will be followed by topics which focus on the red list species in plantation and their carbon sequestration potential. I'm sure that all of us will benefit from their sharing and further improve on existing technologies and knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, conservation, both in situ and ex situ, needs to be supported by national policies and regulation beside mobilizing consolidated local efforts in inventories, propagation, planting, and many activities, including awareness promotion and education. Seminars and webinars are therefore avenues that not only support the promotion and sharing of the past as well as current effort in conservation, but also build pragmatic platforms for engaging and enhancing networking at national, regional, and international levels. Strategic collaborations will then form new perspective and significant direction in sustainable solution for conservation and restoration. Besides this, in 2021 alone, FRIM has actively organized and co-organized various webinars on a wide range of topics. Among these are mass flowering of the Malaysian rainforest, medicinal plants and their application, best of both worlds, lockdown environmental education in parks and the recreation in Malaysia, adapting to COVID-19 pandemics. In addition to these virtual seminars, FRIM has also actively engaged in many other information dissemination activities through social media like interviews with the Malaysian National News Agency, Facebook, and Twitter. FRIM also caters to the current needs for forestry in the country through consultancies, trainings, technical services, and product certification services. With that note, I wish all of you a fruitful deliberation and enjoyable webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nawati, for the welcome remarks. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Songpil Jin, Vice Executive Director, AFoCO Secretariat, to deliver his congratulatory remarks.
Honorable Dr. Ismail Parlan, Director General of Forest Research Institute, Malaysia, FRIM, Dr. Nurwati Muhammad, Deputy Director General on Research of FRIM, Mohd Zaki Abdullah, Director of Forest Hui, Project Leader of AFoCO in Malaysia, Dr. Ho Wai Moon, Project Co-Leader of AFoCO in Malaysia and Chairperson of Webinar Organizing Committee. Wassalamualaikum. Distinguished participants, congratulations to colleagues in FRIM, Malaysia to invite AFoCO to this valuable regional webinar, Ex-situ Conservation year of the UN Decades on Ecosystem Restoration 2030. I believe that this and rehabilitation under the era of climate change. As most of us are already aware, ex-situ conservation generally means a kind of process to protect an endangered species of plant or animal resources. When looking at the title of today's webinar, Ex-situ Conservation and Carbon by the message implied in it. Since this webinar is as part of the activities of the project Domestication of Endangered, Endemic, and Threatened Plant Species, EETS, in disturbed terrestrial ecosystem in Malaysia and Thailand. Together with the project teams of both countries, we have gone through quite a challenging time to select, develop, and applicable methodology to domesticate the EETS. The project selected ex-mining areas as a planting site. Usually, these ex-mining areas are remotely located from living areas, so it has very rare possibility to be considered for other land use purposes such as agriculture and business. Therefore, although the domestication methodology development was not easy, especially in this soil environment, we could expect its sustainable land security as an ex-situ conservation site of EETS beyond the project life. And now, the project team of Malaysia is looking beyond the domestication of EETS itself as exploring their prospective contribution to carbon sequestration. Together with Indonesia and the Philippines, Malaysia is globally renowned as one of 12 mega biodiversity countries in the world. I would like to see how this creative work can happen, and AFoCO would like to join hands together with our member countries to this work. If we could find one good solution of carbon sequestration by EETS, we may also find a way to save biodiversity hotspots across Asia. For this, I would also like to emphasize one thing critical. Without joint efforts, the ultimate goal of greener Asia will never be achieved. The forest restoration and rehabilitation activities needs to be tailored into local, subnational, and national decision-making to meet local needs and circumstances. Synergies should also be strengthened at all levels, including action taken under various multilateral environmental agreements. Finally, we need to expand our cooperation to take action on the ground. Last but not least, under the post-COVID-19 era, where the new normal is set in all sectors, we need to continuously pursue ourselves to explore what strategies we need to also think about financial instruments to boost forest restoration for pandemic recovery while dealing with the impacts of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I am also very thankful to all participants in this webinar. Thank you very much to the project colleagues. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to FRIM and congratulate all of you. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sompil, for the speech. And now, without further ado, we would like to invite Dr. Ismail Haji Palan, Director General of FRIM, to deliver his opening remarks.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to Mr. Ricardo Calderon, Executive Director of AFoCO Secretariat, Mr. Sunpil Jin, Vice Executive Director of AFoCO Secretariat, Dr. Nawati Muhammad, Deputy Director General of Research FRIM, Dr. Muhammad Zaki Abdullah, Director of Forestry Biotechnology Division FRIM, Dr. Ho Waiman, Chairperson of this webinar's advisory committees, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I pray all of you are in good health, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, increasing human population growth and unsustainable consumption patterns have some negative impacts or degrading our terrestrial, marine, and aquatic ecosystem. This had inevitably led to our exploitation of nature's resources, exacerbated climate change and threatened the existing of biological diversity among many others anthropogenic impacts. According to a report by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development of OECD in 2019, biodiversity loss had cost the world about $4 to 20 trillion per year, very big in ecosystem services due to land cover change, and USD 6 to 11 trillion per year from land degradation. Recognizing the severity of these impacts on the environment, protection of biodiversity and conservation are fundamental to bring transformative changes that will avert such losses and goal and help to achieve the sustainable development goal. Conservation defined as preserving or efficiently using resources has thus gained wide political recognition with the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, or UNCBD, being one of the most widely ratified treaties in the world. Such commitment pledged at global events through various mechanisms and programs need to be supported by complementing strategies and actions at national, regional, and international level. Integration of biodiversity conservation in national policies and frameworks are therefore an important cornerstone to prevent further declines in biodiversity and subsequently build more resilient ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia, we has committed to maintain at least 50% of our land mass under forest and tree covers at the Rio Earth Summit in 1992, and we have since honored this promise by conserving and sustainably managing our forests along with our flora and fauna. We understand that economic development and environmental conservation must go hands in hand and have thus taken numerous measures to achieve economic growth, while safeguarding our forests and promoting conservation. As one of the world megacity nation, as informed by Mr. Jun just now, it is our responsibility to conserve the heritage of our biological diversity. Malaysia has been listed by the State of the World's Tree Report, published in September 2021, as the 4th richest country in plant species, with an estimation of 15,000 species of vascular plants from 248 families and 1,651 genus. Forest Research Institute Malaysia, or FRIM, has just published the Malaysia Red List, Plants of Peninsular Malaysia, volume number 1, that lists 1,353 taxa from 90 families, providing analysis of the conservation status of all excess taxa and accumulation. Of the 1,292 taxa excess, 370 taxa, or 28.64%, are threatened, with 77 taxa, or 5.96%, are critically endangered, and 122 taxa are endangered, while 173 taxa are vulnerable. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, beside the Agency for Biodiversity Conservation, there is another impending crisis that has continued to tighten its grip on us: climate change. Climate change has exerted its effects on us, sometimes causing irreversible damages and economic losses. The World Bank has estimated that climate change may push 132 million people into poverty over the next 10 years if immediate actions are not taken. It is now, therefore, more critical to ensure that the preservation of nature and ecosystem services for economic growth even as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. In view of this, Malaysia remains committed to becoming a carbon neutral nation by as early as 2050. For your information, Malaysia contributes less than 0.7% of the total greenhouse gas emission in the world. Yeah, total. So, even as we are moving towards accelerating the growth green economy, Malaysia will take into account environmental, social, and governance principles in its decision-making process with economic instruments such as carbon pricing and carbon tax while reducing our carbon emission. Increasing carbon pool is one of the fastest and most economical ways to reduce carbon in the atmosphere. Having over 50% of the total land area under the forest, or more than 80 million hectares all over the country in Malaysia, the role of this forest as carbon reservoir are becoming more important than ever. The Turkap forests are protected and with different logging intensities in Malaysia can have an average carbon stock of about 238 megagrams per hectare. Ladies and gentlemen, it is undeniable that protecting nature while at the same time enhancing economic gain is imperative. Yet, there remain gaps in knowledge and capacity that are crucial to meet the challenges of balancing increased production with sustaining ecosystem services, or of mitigating the negative effect of climate change. In view of this, FRIM has initiated this webinar, this two-day webinar, in an effort to help close knowledge gaps and integrate conservation into national account and decision-making within the region. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee and all others who are involved for your efforts in putting this event together within a short period of time. I hope that this webinar will provide opportunities for strengthening continuous collaboration and for building a new partnership among the participants. FRIM, with our researchers in various fields, including biodiversity, biotechnology, forest and natural products, therefore welcomes cooperation with both public and private sector from Malaysia, as well as from other countries. On that note, it gives me great pleasure as Director General of FRIM to declare this two-day webinar open, and I wish you all a successful and pleasant event. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ismail, for the speech. Now, let's watch two video clips, one from FRIM and one from AFoCO. And right after the video presentation, please join for a group photograph session. Thank you.
Plants and animals alike. Lush with greenery with the steady lifeblood of a river flowing through. Through its rich history and years of successful administration, FRIM has earned many awards and the title as Natural Heritage Site and National Heritage. Also serving the people, FRIM offers guided nature walks through its many hiking trails, helping educate locals and foreigners alike on the flora and fauna that it has to offer and why it needs to be conserved. The pioneer in forest research and conservation, FRIM has initiatives to rehabilitate forests after logging. With over 9 research stations around Peninsular Malaysia, FRIM's conservation efforts also extend to limestone caves and mangroves across the country. Also, in support of the government's commitment to offset carbon emissions, FRIM has been working with corporate bodies to conduct tree planting initiatives. The institution also works with local orang asli folk to identify non-timber resources such as herbs and medicinal products for commercialization. FRIM is also the keeper of records and documentation and heavily involved in documenting the flora and fauna in the country. Like in any family, every tree within FRIM is accounted for through inventory, helping measure and monitor the growth of the robust giants within its forest reserve, ensuring that the unit trees are protected. A close count of the flora and fauna within FRIM is also kept through departments such as the Entomology Lab and Herbarium, so that no species goes undocumented for future generations. Tests such as eco-hydrology are also run to ensure a smooth running relationship between the elements. FRIM also has a DNA bank that can be used for plant breeding, biotechnology, biodiversity evaluation, and conservation of forest genetic resources. To stay relevant, there is a need for concurrent development in all aspects of FRIM's R&D, both upstream and downstream. Promising area for current R&D is in relation to non-timber attributes of the forest, such as environmental services and carbon sequestration. Through the research gallery, FRIM showcases its R&D, products and conservation initiatives. The Wood Anatomy Lab collects samples from foreign and local sources to catalogue. The development of the MyWood app by FRIM speeds up the identification process of the samples. It also includes R&D towards sustainability of the timber industry by researching methods of using wood shavings to create furniture and developing new technologies to improve the efficiency of wood curing in the industry. Also, FRIM's furniture testing lab guarantees the quality for the furniture produced with the different local wood, running the products through multiple vigorous tests before the product is certified and put out to market. Finally, FRIM's Tissue Culture Lab contributes in producing a superior quality, fast-growing, and consistent supply of planting material for forest rehabilitation and herbal plantation. 3 bark and herbs plants within FRIM are also distilled into essential oils to create health products to benefit the public. A place of history, discovery, conservation, and education.
Growing Greener Asia, bringing a better tomorrow. Asia Forest Cooperation Organization. As the world is facing global environmental challenges, the international communities have put much effort through joint actions like Sustainable Development Goals. The Asian region is laden with rich forest resources, yet currently very vulnerable to the threats of climate change and forest devastation due to socio-economic and environmental factors caused by pressure on economic growth and natural disasters. The international communities called upon Korea to take a role in sharing experiences in forest rehabilitation. In response, Korea has proposed the Asian Forest Cooperation Organization in 2009 to strengthen regional cooperation in the forest sector in Asia. As the initial phase towards AFoCO, the ASEAN-Korea Forest Cooperation started out in 2012. After rounds of dialogue meetings to broaden the regional scope Asia-wide, the AFoCO agreement was adopted, now involving 14 countries across Asia. With the collaborative efforts among Korea, the Philippines, Brunei Darussalam, Timor-Leste, Indonesia, Singapore, Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, Bhutan, Kazakhstan, and Mongolia. The grand journey of AFoCO began on April 27, 2018. For the past years, AFoCO has been implementing various forestry activities through the Landmark Program and 14 projects in 10 countries. These activities address different socio-environmental aspects unique to each region, setting a practical model for regional forest cooperation. Through regional education and training center built in Mobi, Myanmar, as well as training courses and scholarship program for graduate degree, AFoCO will continue fostering competent forest experts in the region. Aside from training and scholarship programs, officials from the member countries are dispatched to the Secretariat, contributing to creating institutional environment that mutually understands and respects various cultures. From now on, the AFoCO will continue member-driven activities to pursue partnership and sustainability, building upon competency, transparency, and equity. The new phase of AFoCO will contribute to the member countries in achieving the global goal of increasing forest cover, implementing Paris Agreement on climate change, particularly in forestry sector, and improving livelihood and income through forestry-related activities. AFoCO will establish customized afforestation and restoration models, support research and development in climate change adaptation approaches in the forestry sector, and introduce systematic management of forest disasters. AFoCO will also promote local livelihood improvement and community-based small enterprise development, generating multiple benefits for the forests and local people, and further strengthen institutional capabilities to identify common issues of member countries and promote common interests and positions at the global level, eventually building a strong foundation as a steadfast organization. For the coming years, AFoCO will put utmost efforts to realize healthier forests and greener Asia. Together, we will take on the challenge and plant new possibilities to reach new heights of greener Asia. Asian Forest Cooperation Organization.
Okay, thank you all. Now I believe we have a photo session. Please all the panelists to on your camera so that we can have this photo session. Kind of need help from the Secretariat for this photo session.
Okay. Tapi second page ada orang tak ada gambar. Dua gambarnya. Okay, done.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Ms. Faizah, for.
Okay, I think that's it for me. Now I would like to invite Dr. Hawaiman for to chair the next session.
Thank you, Ms. Afniza. Good morning, Dr. Ismail Palan, Director General of FRIM, Dr. Nawati, Deputy Director General of FRIM, Mr. Ricardo Calderon, Executive Director of AFoCO Secretariat, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm Waiman, Chairperson of the Organizing Committee for this webinar for Forest Research from Forest Research Institute Malaysia, and I'll also be your moderator for these 2 days. First of all, thank you for joining us today, and it is with great pleasure for me to introduce to you our first keynote speaker now, a prominent figure in the arena of forestry, Mr. Ricardo Calderon, Executive Director of the ASEAN Asian Forest Cooperation Organization Secretariat. But just to give you a brief background of Mr. Calderon, he holds a master's degree in forestry, majoring in forest resources management with a minor in silviculture and forest influences from University of the Philippines. He has served in the government of the Republic of the Philippines for 33 years with a pipeline of experiences, which include leading several important national programs as National Coordinator of the National Greening Program, as the Director of the Forest Management Bureau, Project Director of the JICA-funded Forest Management Program, ADB-funded Integrated Natural Resources and Environmental Management Project. Mr. Calderon has also headed the implementation of the USAID plus WISER program in the Philippines that led to the full implementation and adoption of the LAWIN or LAWIN forest protection and biodiversity monitoring system that are used by forest protection officers in the Philippines with full investment from the Philippine government. Today, Mr. Calderon will be speaking on restoration and reforestation initiatives by AFoCO. Now, let us hear from Mr. Calderon on how these efforts contribute to conservation and climate change adaptation. Mr. Calderon, you may please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for that very well introduction of me by Dr. Ho Wai-Mun, whom, if I remember it right, we worked together years ago with AFoCO, and when you were working with the Korea Forest Service then, I think we were younger then. Before I proceed with my presentation, I would like to recognize important persons currently in attendance. Of course, Honorable Dr. Ismail Parlan, the Director General of the Forest Research Institute Malaysia, who headed the implementation of this program. Dr. Norwati Muhammad, the Deputy Director General. Dr. Mod Saki Abdullah, the Director of Forest Biotechnology Division of the Forest Research Institute Malaysia. Of course, the project leader of AFoCO in Malaysia, Dr. Ang Lai Ho, the co-leader, Dr. Ho Wai-Mun, who is also the moderator in today's webinar. And I would like also to recognize, with due respect to others, former friends and colleague, current friends and colleague, of course, from Thailand, Mr. Sapul Boon Semsuk, who is also the Director of the Forestry Foreign Affairs of the Royal Forestry Department of Thailand, Director Hassan Ibrahim of the National Parks Board Singapore. Both of them are also presenters today and tomorrow. And of course, my colleague in the Philippines, Professor Pastor Malabrigo from my college days from the University of the Philippines in Los Baños. Thank you and good morning, everyone. I would like to greet also the participants and colleagues. I understand there are already 148 participants, so congratulations, Forest Research Institute Malaysia. I would like to present the paper on AFoCO restoration and afforestation initiative, its contribution to ex-situ conservation and climate change adaptation. I would be presenting, this will be the outline of my presentation. I have to update you on our organization, of which Malaysia is still an observer, but the ongoing internal procedures, our strategic priorities and portfolio investments, our status of programs and projects, the AFoCO project with ex-situ interventions, our projects in the pipeline with ex-situ intervention, new programs under development also with ex-situ intervention, and approaches common to all AFoCO programs and projects, and of course my closing statement. The Asian Forest Cooperation Organization recognized AFoCO as an intergovernmental organization and was granted observer status on the 75th session of the UN General Assembly last December 15, 2020. AFoCO was accredited as an ODA-eligible international organization under the OECD and authorized to receive donation by the Republic of Korea. The headquarters agreement between the Republic of Korea and the Asian Forest Cooperation Organization entered into force last July 2, 2021 under Treaty number 20481. And with that, AFoCO is now part of the diplomatic community with all privileges and being an international organization, including immunities. AFoCO promotes partnership with institutions and countries beyond Asia through joint programs. Under this is the Landscape Partnership Asia, wherein AFoCO plays a dual role as Secretariat and one of the founding partners together with C4 ICRAP and the Global Evergreening Alliance. The Landscape Partnership Asia's ambition is to contribute to the national and international targets on the restoration of forests, agricultural dryland, and drought-prone areas in Central Asia, East Asia, South and Southeast Asia, with an initial target of 10 million hectares brought under integrated dryland and drought management by 2032. Presently, AFoCO has 13 parties and 2 observers. Membership to AFoCO is open to countries which are geographically located in Asia. These are the geographic coverage as far as AFoCO is concerned. These are the countries that are currently members and observers of AFoCO, including Malaysia and Singapore. Our strategic priorities and portfolio investments. AFoCO implements its projects, programs, and activities revolving around its strategic priorities that covers year 2019 until 2023, initiating customized restoration and reforestation models through establishment of locally customized restoration and reforestation models in target communities, adoption and application of such model in a balanced and integrated approach of forest landscape restoration for the benefit of target communities, natural habitat, and forest ecosystem. Supporting research and development in climate change adaptation approaches through the implementation of scientific studies on forestry adaptation approaches, policy adoption of vulnerable member countries to apply relevant adaptation methodologies and approaches, introducing systematic management on forest-related disasters through the establishment of demonstration sites for control and management of forest-related disasters, application of technology-based perspective, and control measures where appropriate. Local livelihood improvement and community-based small enterprise development, which is basically an important package as far as Southeast Asia is concerned, through identification and implementation of best practices on payments for ecosystem services, ecotourism, community-based enterprise development in target areas, promoting relevant policy adoption in target areas. Strengthening institutional capabilities, diversifying resources, and promoting regional actions. Basically, this is the cross-cutting strategic priority that covers capacity development, strengthening institutional capabilities to address diverse socioeconomic settings among member parties, expanding collaboration with other organizations. This is our portfolio investment. Presently, this is we have a total project value of $62.7 million that covers both AFoCO funding and national contributions. These are invested in the 5 priority areas as mentioned earlier. In terms of status of programs and projects, we have so far 6 completed projects valued at $5.9 million, 20 ongoing projects valued at $24.8 million, 2 projects under project inception arrangement valued at $2.08 million. We have a multi-country project at the Mekong region with Cambodia, Laos, PDR, Myanmar, and Vietnam on forest fire resilience and community livelihood development. AFoCO shared $2 million, while AKCF will be providing $6 million, and we are still awaiting the AKCF funding approval this 2021, and we hope to launch it before the end of the year. We have projects in the pipeline. 6 projects are for approval on the 5th session of the Assembly this coming October 2021, and due for inception by 2022, valued at $7.78 million. This includes non-timber forest products investment for all member countries. 3 projects in the pipeline which are under further development. These are basically ex-situ interventions for future investments. The AFoCO projects with ex-situ intervention that I'll be presenting. Of course, the domestication of endangered, endemic, and threatened plant species in disturbed terrestrial ecosystems in Malaysia and Thailand, which is basically the sponsor of today's very important webinar. The project started in May 2016 and due for completion by May 2022. This has a total budget of $5.2 million. AFoCO provided the $1.2 million. Malaysia and Thailand provided co-funding of $0.6 million each. And of course, we value the in-kind contribution of Thailand and Malaysia in terms of expertise, areas, and labor contribution, including researchers and experts that conducted the research activities. Of course, the implementing agency is the Forest Research Institute of Malaysia, the Royal Forestry Department of Thailand, our project leader, Dr. Ai Lang Ho, and of course, Dr. Hu Waimun. As a brief background for the project, the endangered, endemic, and threatened species consist of species of IUCN, the International Union on the Conservation of Nature Red List species, and those acknowledged at the national level, both for Malaysia and Thailand. The 6-year project aims to develop and transfer domestication techniques of more than 20 endangered endemic tree species in disturbed terrestrial ecosystem and conserve biodiversity in Thailand and Malaysia, basically in former mining areas. And they address the issue on species site suitability, which is a major challenge as far as conservation and restoration activities. The domestication of EETS is known as one of the effective approaches to conserve the germplasm. It is also important to recover the ecological functions of mined-out areas. When you talk of mined-out areas, I think in the participants today, we have Energy Development Corporation based in Samar, and they're very familiar as far as the mined-out areas in the Philippines, the Burakai mining area. This has been the subject of restoration from way back. This is a former, I think it's a copper mine. And when we talk of copper, when there is copper, there is always gold. So you could imagine the impact as far as the forest and in the community, including the water. Ex-mining areas or former mining areas of both countries were used as ex-situ conservation areas for the selected EETS plantation. Both are former tin and lignite mining areas in Malaysia and Thailand. The purpose of this project is to disseminate the scientific findings. The two countries have been organizing the regional seminar and workshop, alternatively inviting ASEAN member states. The project was introduced as a study, as a case study in the ITTO guidelines on forest landscape restoration in the tropics. These guidelines were published recently by ITTO, or the International Tropical Timber Organization. The expected outputs and outcome: the enhanced capacities of Malaysia and Thailand, and reclamation, rehabilitation, and restoration of the degraded forest ecosystem, strengthen knowledge on the domestication of EETS in the ASEAN region to share domestication techniques for former mining areas, a technically sound FLR mechanism for abandoned mining sites, creative and scientific living laboratory for germplasm contributing to climate change adaptation in forestry and the forestry sector, with established plantation in Malaysia and Thailand. The establishment of Forest Genetic Research Center for restoration of major timber species in Cambodia and other ASEAN member parties that implemented ex-situ intervention. The project duration is 10 years. This is started in 2016 and due for completion by 2025. The total project budget is $2.1 million. AFoCO provided $1.5 million, while Cambodia contributed $685,000, both in cash and in-kind contribution. The project site is in Siem Reap, Cambodia. That includes seed orchards, progeny testing area, and silvicultural management area, and demonstration forest wherein these activities are applied. There is also a 15-hectare for duplication of seed orchard and progeny testing in another site in Chanhor. The implementing agency is the Institute of Forest and Wildlife Research and Development of the Forestry Administration of Cambodia, headed by Dr. Sok Heng, the director of IRD, and also our assembly member as far as AFoCO. The project covers forest rehabilitation under the landmark program. The project values developing a long-term national scheme in genetic resource management of timber species in Cambodia. It's in technical collaboration with the National Forest Research Institute, the National Institute of Forest Science, or NIPOS, which is the research arm of the Korea Forest Service of the Republic of Korea. The project team has been taking professional training in Cambodia and Korea on 3 genetic resource management, such as breeding technique, seed orchard management, data analysis, tree disease tests, among others. 2 major publications were developed: the Tree Improvement Guidelines, the +3 data book for Dalbergia conchinchiensis, the Pterocarpus intricatus, and Pterocarpus macrocarpus. These are very important publications that were generated by this project. The expected output and outcome, first is the nationally managed ex-situ conservation sites for the 3 species, Dalbergia conchinchiensis, Dipterocarpus intricatus, and Pterocarpus macrocarpus, by selection of 300+3 across the country, establishment of the 24-hectare progeny test plantation, establishment of a 6-hectare seed orchard, silvicultural management on the 20-hectare genetic resource conservation forest area, a model and research site for the first national clonal seed orchard for timber species. I think this is the first one that was developed in Cambodia. Strengthen capacities in forest genetic resource management for the Institute of Forest and Wildlife Research and Development of the Forestry Administration in Cambodia, an 18-hectare demonstration site that was utilized as a Reforestation living laboratory for addressing negative impact of climate change in forests and in the forestry sector. Another project is the research on forest enrichment using high-value native tree species in Hoa Binh province in Vietnam. The project started in April 2021 and due for completion by March 2023. This has a budget of $39,496 US, with AFoCO providing the funding, including national contribution. The project site is located in community forest area in Hoa Binh province in Vietnam. The implementing agency is the Forest Science Center of Northeastern Vietnam, Vietnam Academy of Forest Science, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Dr. Bui Trung Noi, the deputy director, is the project leader. In terms of project, the project is to improve degraded natural forests in Hoa Binh province using highly valuable native species. Based on the scientific approach, it is expected to actively consider enhancing community resilience as in terms of retaining the nature's value. Hoa Binh province is well known as the country's biggest hydroelectric plant. However, the province is facing a problem on sustainable source of water supply due to degraded watershed and natural forests. In addition, most people in the province are belonging to the 7 ethnic minorities. Their knowledge and cultivation techniques are very limited, more often than not affecting the surrounding forest communities, resulting into degradation and at the same time economic deprivation as far as the ethnic minorities is concerned. And it is necessary to consider improving degraded natural forests and livelihood of local people in a balanced way as far as Hoa Binh province is concerned. The expected output and outcome is the assessment report on degraded natural forests, forest enrichment models, including techniques, application, and related policies in Hoa Binh province. Technical guidelines to enrich degraded and natural forests using high-value native species in Hoa Binh, scientific research papers, and technical training curricular on enrichment methodology using high-value native species, community-enhanced capacities on sustainable forest management using high-value native tree species, and a 2-hectare demonstration site as a natural forest using high-value native species. The observation and findings, these are the initial observation and findings on the project. Ex-situ conservation is closely related to climate change adaptation by attributing to sustainable management. Particularly, there is a strong demand from the member countries to improve techniques on the operation of clonal seed orchards with the long-term tree breeding plan. For that, more comprehensive professional manpower is needed, not only for tree genetic resource management, but also forest disease and pest control, soil analysis, and laboratory works. The endangered endemic tree species plantation needs to be approached in a view of establishing biodiversity conservation rather than being regarded as a simple plantation project. In this regard, cost-benefit analysis on see that the restoration of abandoned areas with selected species of EETS has been providing considerable indication to replicate this intervention under similar conditions. The assessment on community resilience by sustainable forest management may also consider psychological well-being indicators, which would be a way to deliver the value of forests to our society in a practical manner as we are dealing with people and indigenous communities inside the forest. These are projects in the pipeline that I'll be sharing with you with Ex-situ conservation. Another one, this one is in Cambodia. It's a 5-year project. In Kazakhstan, in Kostanay region, in the Philippines, the creating opportunities on ecosystem services, piloting of forest healing and experimental learning model in Ninoy Aquino Parks and Wildlife Center. This is a very important park in the Philippines that is located in the middle of the city. It's a 25-hectare facility, and there was a Senate instruction to convert it into an arboretum of native tree species. So we're supporting this because previously, when I was still working with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, there were many things that has to be developed along this line, converting this area for forest healing and experiential learning model at the heart of the city. Next slide. The AFoCO Earth Garden, this is AFoCO Regional Project on Recreational Healing Forests. This is a project under development of which AFoCO member countries will be involved depending on the submission of their project proposal. And basically, this will be dealing on establishment of an arboretum, highlighting the native tree species in each member countries. Next slide. These are programs in the pipeline. I would skip the Green Earth Garden because Earth Garden is basically part of the AFoCO Green Partnership. This is our private sector engagement platform that is fully aligned with the 2030 agenda and the SDG, as well as international climate regime and collaborative initiative. This is through either AFoCO-led, private sector-led, or co-funding with the private sector, so that we could bring in private sector investment in forest restoration and biodiversity conservation with co-benefits to carbon enhancement. The combination of existing potential components of program includes, of course, Landscape Partnership Asia, the Earth Garden, the livelihood improvement through forest-based enterprise, because we have to provide livelihood to people in the upland, in the forest, saving Asian vulnerable ecosystems. The Climate Link, this is a RED Plus program that we are still developing. Hopefully, we would see investment from the private sector as we implement this project using the Warsaw framework on RED+. And the landmark program, because our current landmark program, we have so far 27 masteral and PhD graduate under the landmark program 1, but this only covers ASEAN member parties, but we are expanding. We have to cover scholarship program also for member parties beyond Southeast Asia. The GCF readiness program is still a work in progress, and hopefully we would be able to get accreditation to be able to become a national delivery partner as we are going to COP26 and the submission of the 2020-2030 nationally determined contribution. And these are areas for investment. There are approaches common to all AFoCO programs and projects. First, there is community participation in order to ensure project ownership, community buy-in, and sustainability. There is multi-stakeholder participation in project management and decision-making through the project steering committee created under the AFoCO project manual. And this is composed of representatives from the national focal point, the Secretariat, the environment and social safeguard expert, relevant ministry, and of course, very important is the project stakeholders. The integration of livelihood and community-based enterprise focus on forest-dependent communities in order to address socioeconomic needs and environmental concerns. Provide a platform of knowledge exchange, of technical expertise, and sharing of experiences through our annual technical meetings and annual thematic dialogue. And I think this webinar today is a very important platform in exchanging technical expertise in a very important topic on ex-situ conservation of endangered endemic tree species. The attainment of co-benefits in terms of forest carbon enhancement and biodiversity conservation. And I think as far as this program is concerned, is addressing this as we involve in the investment in endemic endangered tree species. The integration of capacity building of stakeholders, frontline forestry practitioners, forest researchers, policymakers through our regional education and training center. Of course, the regional education and training center is located in Myanmar. Despite the challenges in Myanmar, the RETC is still fully operational, and we have just implemented 5 training programs. The RETC also promote national rollout training programs in member countries so that we could reach out at the country level. We are developing the AFoCO capacity building roadmap aligned with the national latest declarations and global initiative, and guided by AFoCO environmental and social safeguard policy adopted in the 3rd session of the Assembly to ensure that programs, projects, and activities do not result in unnecessary environmental and social impairment. Promote transparency, predictability, and accountability in the decision-making process of environmental and social screening and impact assessment. Encourage project proponents and implementing agencies to have appropriate consideration for environmental and social impacts. In closing, I would like to share that our research program should be anchored on recent global declarations, the 2020-2030 UN Global Declaration on ecosystems restoration, the 2030 biodiversity framework that will have to be approved in Kunming, China under the COP15, the 2020-2030 nationally determined contribution submission of member countries and all countries in the world under the Paris Agreement, the P4G, the Global Net Zero Initiative of the member parties and many countries all over the country. Currently, there is no formal United Nations system-wide mechanism to enhance cooperation, coordination, and coherence on forest-related issues. However, there are formal and informal initiatives aimed at improving forest-related based action. The Asian Forest Cooperation Organization, or AFoCO, as a formal intergovernmental body, is committed to providing the bridge in order to enhance cross-sectoral cooperation and broaden coordination and coherence among member parties, partner countries, and organizations on the sustainable management of our forests for the continuous productions of economic goods and ecosystem services, biodiversity conservation, and climate change mitigation and adaptation. Thank you very much, but I want to plus this video for our upcoming annual thematic dialogue. This will be on Monday, October 25, in time for our upcoming session of the Assembly. Thank you.
COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
We are rapidly reaching the point of no return for the planet. We need to replant and protect our forests. We need to clean up our rivers and seas, and we need to green our cities.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Calderon, for the insightful sharing. It is just amazing to know how much AFoCO, both the big O and the small O, have contributed to the various efforts on rehabilitation and restoration, as well as enhancing of human capacity. So besides that, I would say that AFoCO has also greatly encouraged the building of strategic networks and partnerships across the Asian region. And I must say that Malaysia is one of the beneficiaries also from the collaborative AFoCO regional project with Thailand. And some of these highlights of this regional project will also be shared during our webinar in a keynote and some session papers. So since we have a little bit of time left, I hope Mr. Calderon is still with us, because we have a question from Mr. Abdul Rahman Abdul Rahim. he would like to know how AFoCO and JICA programs support ITTO goals.
We are working with ITTO currently on the development of forest landscape restoration program. We started with, we had just concluded our webinar and training on forest landscape restoration. And this was attended by 132 participants and 15 countries. This is very important because landscape restoration has to be properly communicated, and there has to be, there has to be cooperation or coherence as far as landscape restoration, as we focus on the forest with many conflicting uses, and this has to be approached at the landscape level so that we will be able to determine which are the areas that are needing protection, which are the areas that is for production, and where are the areas that could support the communities. So this is still building up of knowledge and capacities on landscape restoration should be invested by international communities through the development partners like ITTO and AFoCO, including JICA.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Calderon. I guess that's all the questions from our participants for today. Thank you for joining us, and we hope that you can stay throughout the webinar with us. And moving on, next on our program is our session 1 on Introduction to Ex-situ Conservation, Case Studies across ASEAN countries, which will be chaired by Dr. Nowati Muhammad. Before that, please allow me to introduce Dr. Nowati, who has risen to the position as Deputy Director General for Research in Forest Research Institute Malaysia this year. Dr. Nowati earned her PhD in Forest Genetics from University of Reading, United Kingdom in year 2000. Her expertise includes plant biotechnology research with specialization in forest genetics. She was responsible for the development of FRIM genetic research since 1990, as well as introduced and conducted preliminary forestry forensic studies. She also led the genetics laboratory in the effort of obtaining the BioNexus Partner Laboratory status recognition in year 2008. At the national level, Dr. Nowati directly involves in ensuring FRIM's participation in supporting the national biotechnology policy. She's also actively involved in biosafety field and has been a member of the Genetic Modification Advisory Committee since 2012. Dr. Nowati is a member of the MyGMO National Advisory Panel, committee member for the curriculum for the Faculty of Biotechnology and Biomolecular Sciences of University Putra Malaysia, as well as the national focal point for the International Treaty for Plant Genetic Resources and Agriculture and Forest Genetic Resources, FAO. Besides that, Dr. Nowati is also actively involved in international organizations such as IUFRO and has been a council member of the Genetics Society of Malaysia since 2002. If I may call upon Dr. Nowati now, the session is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Waiman, for a very kind introduction. Okay, welcome to the session 1 of the webinar, which will be focusing on the introduction of ex-situ conservation case studies across ASEAN. During this session, 8 papers will be presented, and each presentation is allocated 15 minutes. In the interest of time, to ensure that we have sufficient time for all the presentation, question and answer session will be deferred to the end of this session. And to all the participants, please note down your question and forward them during the question and answer session at the end of this session 1. Okay, without much ado, let me introduce you to the first presentation with the title Reforestation of Degraded Kerapah Forest, a case study from Brunei Darussalam. which will be delivered by Dr. Rahayu Sukra Maria Sukri. Dr. Rahayu is currently an associate professor at the Institute for Biodiversity and Environmental Research, University of Brunei, Darussalam. Her expertise is in the tropical forest ecology, and she obtained her PhD in plant sciences from the University of Aberdeen, United Kingdom in year 2000. She's involved in various projects on conservation and rehabilitation. Dr. Rahayu is also Brunei Country Coordinator for the Asean Korea Environment Cooperation Project. With that introduction, Dr. Rahayu, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Narwati. So thank you again to Dr. Narwati for your kind introductions, as well as to the organizers for kindly inviting myself to present today on behalf of Darussalam and also on behalf of University Darussalam. So I will be presenting a small case study from UBD on reforestation of degraded Karapa forest conducted by my research team. So first of all, to start off, sorry, I'm having a bit of a glitch with the PowerPoint slide. Let me just check on the slide. Sorry about that. Okay, there's a bit of a glitch on my end. So if I can ask perhaps the Secretariat to control the slides for me. Dr. Waimun or Dr. Narwati?
Yes, okay.
Sorry
Just
about that.
Okay, just a moment, Dr. Rahayu.
I will share.
It seems that we have a little technical glitch. Apologize for that. We're going to solve it as soon as possible. Okay, we can see. Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll continue. Apologies for the glitch. If I can get the Secretariat to change to the next slide, please. Okay, so as I stated, the project we are working on at University of Darussalam is focusing on reforestation of degraded Karapa forest. So first of all, as an introduction on Brunei's peat swamp and heath forest, so you can see the forest map of Brunei Darussalam on the top right-hand corner of your screen. So as you know, Brunei is a very small country, but we're quite blessed in that we have a variety of different forest types in Brunei. And two of the important forest types that we have are the peat swamp forest that you see in purple, and also to a smaller extent, the heath forest that you see in pink. So these are important forest types that we have. Our peat swamps are thought to be the least disturbed in Borneo itself, and they cover about 16% of our forests. Our heath forests, they are smaller in coverage, but they're no less important. So you can see the pictures on the bottom of the screen. On the left is an example of an intact peat swamp forest in the Ulu Mendaram area in Brunei, and on the right is an example of a heath forest. This is a dryland heath forest that we can see in Brunei. Our project focused on a type of heath forest which is found in waterlogged areas called Karapa forest. Next slide, please. Okay, so peat swamps and heath forests are high conservation value habitats. So you can see here, I've just extracted some examples of native flora that we can find in peat swamps and heath forests in Brunei to illustrate to you some of the valuable species that we have. So our heath forests and peat swamp forests have less tree diversity compared to the more dominant mixed dipterocarp forests, but they do have a lot more endemic species. Next slide. Okay, so moving on to rehabilitation and restoration programs in Brunei. We've had various attempts at rehabilitation of degraded land, either using exotic species. So you can see an example at the center of the screen, which is Acacia mendium, an exotic species that previously was used in reforestation and rehabilitation programs in Brunei. But increasingly, these programs are being focused on utilizing native species. A lot of these programs are conducted and spearheaded by the Brunei Forestry Department, and mostly these are conducted via tree planting programs. And you can see an example at the bottom of the screen, students conducting a tree planting program as part of their extracurricular activities, for example. So in Brunei Darussalam's national climate change policy, one of our key strategies is to increase carbon sink through afforestation and reforestation. And our key target is, national target is planting of 500,000 trees by the year 2035. Next slide. Okay, so in support of Brunei's national climate change policy and the government's initiatives on reforestation of degraded forests, Brunei University of Darussalam, with our key partners and supported by the ASEAN Korea Environmental Cooperation Project (AFoCO), has been working on a project in the Lumut area. So you can see the small inset map at the top with the location of the project site. We've been working on this project with key partners and collaborators from our forestry department, Brunei Liquefied Natural Gas Company, and Brunei Wetlands International. So for this project, we worked with Brunei LNG and Wetlands International to identify a study site in the Lumut area. So you can see at the bigger map that the site of our project is along the triangle area there, which is water pipeline supplying the Brunei LNG treatment plants in Lumut. And we've set up a series of plots, including 3 plots for our revegetation experiment. Next slide. Okay, so this is a picture of the project site before we started our reforestation project. So you can see in the top picture right at the left-hand corner of the screen, you can see the water pipeline that I was talking about. So this strip of land was cleared by BLNG, Brunei LNG, in 2012, and it was intentionally cleared in order to act as a fire corridor, in order to protect both mainly the water pipeline for the Brunei LNG. But unfortunately, because this area is mainly covered by peat swamps and heath forests, the substrate is actually peat, and therefore the fire corridor as a preventive measure to prevent the forest fires did not work. So realizing this, BLNG and Brunei Wetlands International brought in University of Darussalam and my team in order to work with them to aim to rehabilitate this area, this degraded area. So the small picture at the bottom, the inset inset picture, you can see an example of the pit area, the pit itself burned after a forest fire that occurred in the area previously. So next slide. Okay, so through this project, this was conducted and started off by my master student, my then master student, Miss Wardah, at the center in the purple headscarf there. She worked with my team from UBD in order to plant saplings of 5 native species in 2015, which were recommended by the Forestry Department. So in the picture on the left, you see from clockwise from top left to the bottom, the 5 species that we were working with. The first 4 species in the white borders are native species. All of these are native species. And the first 4 species are actually specialists of pit swamps and habitat, pit swamps and heath forests. So these are Darussalam, Agathis borneensis, Shorea albida, Anisoptera reticulata, and at the bottom is Shorea rubra. So Shorea rubra actually is a mixed dipterocarp specialist, and it was recommended to us by the Forestry Department because it was successful in their own reforestation programs in mixed dipterocarp forests. So when we started out the project, the saplings were supplied by the Brunei Forestry Department. They were about 1 to 1.5 meters high, as you can see at the bottom picture there. So next slide. Okay, so you can see in these 4 pictures, the condition of the study site at the start of our project. The top left-hand corner picture shows the study site in 2013 before we started, just after the area was logged. And the bottom right-hand corner of the picture shows the condition of the site in 2015 before we cleared the area. So as you can see, no natural regeneration was occurring in terms of the tree populations themselves. And instead, the site has become covered by ferns and grasses, which were preventing the native seedlings from regenerating. So we cleared 3 areas for the reforestation plots and planted in our saplings, which you can see in the remaining 2 pictures. The saplings are tagged with the pink flagging there. So as I said, they were about 1 to 1.5 meters in height. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so during the master's project conducted by Wardah, she monitored the survival and growth of these saplings over a 20-month period. And you can see here the survival percentage in the first 20 months of the project. And we actually initially planted just 4 species, and these were the species listed on the right, which is Anisoptera reticulata, Darussalam, Shorea albida, and Shorea rubra. And you can see between June to December 2015, Shorea rubra in the first 6 months of the project experienced 100% mortality. So obviously it was not suitable for the project. Can you move back to the previous slide? Okay, thank you. So upon advice from the Forestry Department, we replaced Shorea rubra with a non-dipterocarp species, which was Agathis borneensis. You can see in the red line at the top. And this, from 2015 to February 2017, we monitored the growth of the remaining 4 species. And as you can see from the survival graph here, Darussalam remained our most successful species and continued to have high survival throughout the 20 months. The other species initially experienced some mortality, but for the last year of this first 20 months were quite stable in terms of their survival. Next slide. So in addition to monitoring survival, we also monitored growth in terms of diameter, height, and number of leaves. And you can see here the species that had high survival also showed the high growth rates for these 3 parameters. Next slide. Okay, so this is what our saplings look like 2 years after planting. So you can see here at the bottom picture, a closer view of the water pipeline that I mentioned at the start. You can see the two of our species there, Darussalam and Sharia albida, and the difference in terms of growth for these two species, starting from just about 1 to 1.5 meters, they've now grown significantly in terms of height and also in terms of the number of leaves. Next slide. Okay, so we're actually continuing to monitor this project. So after the first 20 months of the study, Wardah continued to work as part of my research team at UBD, and she's been leading this project and continuing to monitor survival and growth for the 4 remaining species that we're working with. So you can see here, if you look at the graph on the right-hand side of the screen first, survival percentage. You can see for the period 2016 to 2020, the species Darussalam continued to maintain high survival. So between 2016 to 2019, survival for Darussalam was maintained at above 90%. Unfortunately, over the last year, in 2020, survival fell a bit, and this was primarily because we experienced some termite infestation in our plots. So that was heavily affected the species Darussalam, and also if you look at Agathis borneensis in purple at the bottom, also experienced high drop in survival in the last year. Similarly, the species was affected by termites, and these two, the other two species, Anisoptera reticulata in blue and Sharia albida, actually maintain good survival throughout the 5-year period. So looking at the two graphs on the left of your screen, RGR height and RGR diameter, there were some variations in the height and diameter for these 4 species over the 5 years period. And for Anisoptera reticulata, they've been slowly growing in height over the last year or so. But fairly constant for the remaining species. Similarly, for diameter, the 4 species had fairly constant diameter growth. We've been noticing that our Darussalam have been focusing less and less on growth, possibly because of the resources in dealing with the termite infestation. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is what our saplings looked like in June of last year. As you recall, at the start, the saplings were only about 1 to 1.5 meters in height. We're happy to say and share that these saplings are now small trees, reaching about 10 to 12 meters in height even. You can see here 2 of our best surviving species. On the left is Darussalam, which experienced above 80% survival over the 5 years period. And on the right is Sharia albida, which also experienced above 50% survival over the last 5 years. Next slide. Okay, so to conclude, I'd like to highlight some of the important findings from our study so far. So again, this was a 5-year study on a small pilot study on reforestation of a degraded Karapa area in Brunei Darussalam using 5 native species, 4 of which were Dipterocarps and 1 of which was a tropical conifer. We have found that over the 5 years period, Darussalam was our most successful species. This species maintained high survival and growth rates throughout the 5-year study, although it was unfortunately negatively affected by termites over the last year. We've since dealt with the termite infestation, so we're hopeful that the issue will now be resolved. Our second conclusion is that for the two species, Shorea rubra and Agathis borneensis, we've since recommended to our forestry department that these two species are not used for reforestation of degraded Karapa in Brunei. Although Shorea rubra has been successful for reforestation or rehabilitation programs in degraded mixed diprocap areas, they are not suitable for the small waterlogged forests. Similarly, with Agathis borneensis, although the species, this tropical conifer, has been successful for the rehabilitation and reforestation of degraded Karangas forests, the dryland forests, these have not been successful, in our case, at least for the degraded Karapa forests. It seems that Agathis borneensis is particularly susceptible to the termites as well. Shorea albida and Anisoptera reticulata, our two species, which are also high conservation value, these appear to maintain good survival and growth. And so this was important because we wanted to use these two species, which were high conservation value, and to attempt to use them in this native habitat. So we've been able to show that these can be used as reforestation species. One aspect that was crucial to highlight in terms of our experience in conducting the reforestation study is that regular monitoring and maintenance of these plots were crucial. So you can see the picture at the bottom of your screen. These are our colleagues from the BLNG who were helping us with watering of the saplings during the first year of the study when we were still conducting the initial planting. So that was crucial because the plots were quite dry at that time. We've not since conducted any watering programs. The trees are now able to self-sustain. However, we still continue to do regular weeding every 6 months. Based on our experience, these regular monitoring and maintenance schedules are quite crucial in helping these planted saplings to survive in the reforestation area. Okay, so last slide. Okay, so I'll conclude by thanking my team from University of Darussalam, as well as AFoCO for funding the project, and University of Darussalam as well for providing support, and also thank our collaborators from Forestry Department, Brunei LNG, and Wetlands International. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rahayu. May I ask you questions? What happened to this Shorea rubra? Why
Sorry,
this species die? Yes.
Dr. Ang, I was, my line has problem just now, so I'm in again. As I mentioned just now, our question and answer session will be put at the end of this. We have a little problem with my line now. So before I have another problem, let me just continue with the second speaker. Yeah. The second presentation will entitled Conserve. Okay, sorry, because of my line. Dr. Rahayu.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to thank Dr. Rahayu for a very enlightening and informative sharing on the reforestation project in Brunei. If there's any question for Dr. Rahayu, please note it down and you can forward it during the question and answer session. For that, I would like to introduce you to the second presentation entitled Conserving Indonesian Threatened Plants, a Role of Botanic Gardens, will be delivered by Professor Dr. Didik Widyatmoko. Professor Didik is a senior researcher at the Bogor Botanic Garden or Research Center for Plant Conservation, National Agency for Research and Innovation. His expertise is plant population ecology, threatened plant conservation management, ex-situ conservation. Prof. Didik obtained his PhD in tropical biodiversity conservation from Bogor Agriculture University, Indonesia in 2001. His current project includes conservation assessment of Indonesian tree species towards the global tree assessment, a collaboration between the Research Center for Plant Conservation, Bogor Botanic Garden, and Botanic Gardens Conservation International. With that introduction, I pass the floor to Prof. Didik.
Thank you, the Madam Chair, Dr. Nurwati. Good morning, everyone, dear friends and colleagues. It is my great pleasure to join this important regional webinar and to share information and experience. I thank the AFoCO Regional Webinar Organizing Committee, especially Dr. Hu Waimun and the team, to invite me to involve in this webinar. Today, I'd like to present a topic on conserving Indonesian threatened plants, a role of botanic gardens. Next slide, please. Indonesia is known as a mega diversity country due to its high richness and high endemicity on the biodiversity. But at the same time, the country is also known as a hotspot area due to the high threat space. Next, please. Why Indonesian plant is so diverse anyway? It is because the country is situated between two continents and between two oceans, as well as possessing a transition zone, namely Wallacea. This biogeographic constellation makes the country rich in biodiversity. If the sea and ocean biodiversity is included, we are convinced that Indonesia will even become the richest region in biodiversity. Next slide, please. Let's see on the species diversity and endemicity level of the taxa angiospermae of Indonesia, for an example. This is based on the described accepted species of angiospermae. Please note on the slide that the symbol of sigma A means the number of angiospermae species, while the symbol of sigma EA means the number of endemic angiospermae species. Nearly 10,000 species of angiospermae is found in Kalimantan, or Indonesian Borneo, in which nearly 40% of which are endemic angiospermae. Similarly, nearly 10,000 angiospermae species are occurred in Papua, in which 46% of which are endemic angiospermae. An interesting figure is shown by the Lesser Sunda Islands, where the endemicity is very high, reaching 55%. This is different from what we know so far as the common knowledge, in which Papua has been considered to have the highest endemic angiospermae species number. Next, please. What about the contribution of the Indonesian plant taxa to the world plant diversity? You could see here that the pterocarps, ferns, orchids, and palms contribute very high percentage. Yet, bamboos and bryophytes also support high contribution. Next, please. During the last 3 years, the number of Indonesian threatened plants are increasing significantly. This is due to the increasing conservation assessment activities conducted conducted during these times. Next slide, please. A total of 860 Indonesian plant species have been assessed and considered threatened in 2021, constituting nearly 4% of the world threatened plants. Next, please. Talking in more detail, Dipterocarpaceae, Lauraceae, Singabraceae, Myristicaceae, and Orchidaceae become the big 5 families possessing threatened species. Next, please. From the total of 860 Indonesian threatened plant species, 166 of which, or 19.3% of the Indonesia's total, have been collected in the Indonesian botanic gardens. Next, please. The slides show the distribution of threatened species collected in 10 different botanic gardens in Indonesia, where national botanic gardens manage the highest numbers of threatened species. And this is logical because national botanic gardens have been more established than local botanic gardens. Next, please. Next, please. One more. Yes. Yes, this is the extinct and the extinct in the wild of Indonesian plants. The extinct species is Etlingera hainiana of Zingiberacea, while the extinct in the wild are Mangifera rubropetala and Mangifera casturi from the family Anacardiaceae, and Amomum sumatranum from Zingiberacea. Next, please. Next, please. The pictures are not complete. Yes. As happened in many other parts of the world, the main causes of Indonesian, oh no, before this slide, please, before this slide. Before this slide, please. Yes, that's correct. As happened in many other parts of the world, the main causes of Indonesian plants rarity and extinction include habitat loss, environmental pollution, land conversion for agriculture in particular, climate change, introduction of invasive alien species, and species biological constraint, including low germination rate and survivorship, limited seed or fruit production, and reproductive system constraints. Next, please. In order to increase the number of collected threatened species in botanic gardens, we conduct plant exploration program throughout the Indonesian archipelago regularly. Indeed, we race against time as habitat loss, land degradation, and population decline continue. Yes, next please, next slide. This is an example of the importance of conducting plant exploration, especially that focuses on endemic and rare plants. Most of the endemic plants had been collected from Waigiu Islands in the northwest of the Vogelkop of Papua Island, and only one species, that is Rhododendron cornubovis, remains uncollected up to today, while most of the species from this island we are lucky because they have been collected in the gardens, especially in Bogor Botanic Gardens. So focusing on the small remote islands are really very important in order to collect more threatened, rare, and endemic species. This is a big challenge for Indonesia as a big archipelago consisting of more than 17,000 islands. That is very difficult task to cover the plant diversity in particular. Next, please. Next, again, one more. Yes, one more. Next, please, one more. Yes, that's correct. In order to conduct Ex-situ plant conservation effectively, we set priority species for conservation as resources limited, while the number of threatened species to conserve is very high to deal with. This is a collaboration with IUCN and BGCI as well. So this activity is really very important in order to assess the species. Unless we have described accepted species, then we don't know exactly how many species are threatened and how to set the priority for conservation. Yes, next please. In order to implement priority species conservation effectively, we need to develop strategy and action plan for conservation. And this is an example of developing the strategy and action plan for conserving the two flagship species of Indonesia, Rafflesia and Amorphophallus. Talking about Rafflesia, as Indonesia is the center of the diversity of this taxa. Yes, next please. A significant ex-situ conservation effort has been achieved by the Bogor Botanic Gardens, where Rafflesia horsfieldi has been successfully grown in the garden and has been flowering many times since 2010, after a long time of trial and treatments. Ms. Sophie Mursidawati and Dr. Irawati of Bogor Botanic Gardens involved in this effort. Yes, next slide, please. We use the grafting method using the host plant Tetrastigma leucosta phylum. It is a member of the family Vitaceae. And yes, as I mentioned before, this is not easy at all to graft this Rafflesia. And we try to, it is a unique phenomenon when we are successful for Rafflesia horsfieldi, but not yet for the Rafflesia arnoldii. The same method, but to implement to the different species is not working yet. However, it is a challenge, and we continue to work to the other Rafflesia as well. Next, please. The success of cultivating Rafflesia in the garden is indeed a prominent ex-situ conservation achievement. Such achievement would also make ex-situ conservation effort meaningful to everyone, becoming an effective conservation message to stakeholders and society. This is a picture of Rafflesia. Sorry, before this slide. Before this slide first. This is Rafflesia horsfieldi that has been successfully grown in Bogor Botanic Garden, and many people going to the garden to see and learn the species. Yes, next please. Bringing back threatened declined species into the wild is indeed a challenging task, and not many botanic gardens in the world doing so. I suppose botanic gardens have to be a leading institution in this program, as they have required resources, both the desired species, skill, knowledge, and scientific tools. Next, please. It is good to see the result of our introduction effort when the planted plants grow well and established in their natural habitat. But exactly, not all planted individuals would survive. This is an example of an introduction program we conducted for the endemic Javanese palm, Pinangga javana, in the Mount Halimun of West Java of Indonesia. Next, please. Next slide, please. In order to be successful, any conservation effort would need people, sorry, before this one. Yes, that's correct. In order to be successful, any conservation effort would need people participation and involvement. And this is an example of local people participating in our introduction program. Indeed, any conservation effort would need especially local people in order to be successful in any program of conservation. Yes, next please. Yes, correct. To end the presentation, I'd like to highlight the future challenge of plant ex-situ conservation. This would include, firstly, collecting threatened rare endemic species before they disappear and we are too late to act. Secondly, assessing plant extinction risk, especially for the native species. And thirdly, conducting priority species setting for conservation and sustainable usage. Sustainable usage is indeed a crucial dimension of ex-situ conservation. Next, please. Thank you very much for listening. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Prof. Didik, for a very informative and excellent presentation. You have shared with us an excellent work carried out in Indonesia in the emphasizing the role of KBG, the Botanic Garden for ex-situ conservation. So with that, I thank you very much. And then for those who have questions for Prof. Didik, let us bring it forward to the question and answer session. Thank you, Prof.
My pleasure.
So for the third presentation, it will be delivered by Ms. Wendy Yongzi Yi. Wendy is a research officer at the Forest Research Institute, Malaysia. So her expertise is conservation and monitoring of threatened plants, red list assessment, and plant phenology. Wendy obtained her MSc from the University Putra of Malaysia. Without much ado, I pass the floor to Wendy. Wendy, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind introduction, Madam Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wendy Yongzi Yi, Research Officer from FRIM. So it's an honor for me to participate in this webinar. My topic today is Malaysia red list conservation status of trees in Peninsular Malaysia. Okay. This is an outline of my presentations. I will start my presentation with a brief introduction on the Malaysia's plant diversity. Then I will explain a little bit on what is IUCN red list and why it is important. Then I will briefly explain the categories and criteria used in the red list. Then I will present a summary of the conservation assessment of the three taxa that we publish in the Malaysia red list. I will finish my presentation by highlighting some challenges in ex-situ conservation of threatened trees in Peninsular Malaysia. Malaysia is one of the mega diverse countries in the world with estimations of 15,000 taxa of vascular plants. In Peninsular Malaysia alone, we have at least 9,030 vascular plants taxa, comprising of 248 families and 1,651 genera. And it is estimated that 3,000 to 4,000 out of these 9,000 taxa are actually tree species. Thus, managing rich natural resources is indeed a challenging task for Malaysia, considering the needs to balance between the resource conservation and socio-economic developments. In addition, financial resources for conservation are usually scarce. Therefore, priority setting for conservation planning is crucial. Red listing is a great tool for these priority setting purposes. The main purpose of the red list assessment is to assess the extinction risk of a species. It estimates future extinction risk based on the past and expected future trends. Therefore, red listing provides a baseline information and serve a guidance towards setting a national priorities, not only for species-based conservation approach, but also for ecosystem-based conservation approach, such as important plant area IPA and key biodiversity area KBA. IUCN Red List evaluate extinction risks of taxa. Red List assessment evaluate extinction risks of a taxa in a smaller scale, for example, within a geographical boundary such as country or region. Malaysia Red List is a national red list assessment that assesses the extinction risks of the taxa within Malaysia. National red list status is more relevant in conservation planning at local and national level. This because a species listed as globally threatened in IUCN Red List not necessarily threatened in Malaysia Red List and vice versa. It is worth noting it doesn't mean the threatened species category is carved in stone. It's an alarm, a wake-up call, telling us that the species are in danger and urgent action is needed. If we do not do something, then the species will go extinct. This is the structure of the red list categories at the regional level. For regional level, there's two additional categories: regionally extinct and not applicable. There are 5 criteria used to evaluate whether a taxon is threatened. A taxon will be listed as threatened if it met at least one of the criterion. This is a summary of the sub-criteria and used in both global and national red list assessment. The first Malaysia's national red list for plant, the Peninsular Malaysian Triprocarpaceae, was published in 2010. A second national red list, Malaysia Red List Plants of Peninsular Malaysia Volume 1 is published this year. This latest publication listed conservation status for 1,292 indigenous plant taxa, which includes 706 tree taxa from 44 families and 123 genera. For today's presentation, I will be focusing on the assessment results for the 706 tree taxa assessed. For this publication, taxa assessed before 2016 in Peninsular Malaysia were reassessed based on the current information available on the population size, distribution, trends on habitat loss, and also degradation and conservation measures in place. As a result, 21 trees taxa were uplisted to a higher category due to increasing threats, downlisted to a lower category threats. They were less vulnerable than previously thought, as more collection made from the recent surveys. Out of the 706 tree taxa assessed, 207, about 29% of the tree taxa assessed are categorized as threatened, with 39 taxa listed as critically endangered, 68 taxa listed as endangered, and 100 taxa listed as vulnerable. Please take note that these results only represent the 706 tree taxa assessed in this publication, and it does not represent the overall tree status in Peninsular Malaysia. Here is a summary of the 10 largest tree families assessed for this volume 1. Triprocarpaceae is the largest tree families with 174 taxa assessed and included in this publication. 91 of 174 taxa of the Triprocarpaceae were listed as threatened. The main threats to the tree taxa assessed in Peninsular Malaysia are the habitat loss and habitat degradation, which is mainly caused by land use change. However, this land use conversion was occurred mainly between 1960s to 1980s. As of 2018, 43.59% of the land area in Peninsular Malaysia is remain forested. Of these, 32% are protected area, which includes the national parks, state parks, wildlife sanctuaries, and protection forests under the permanent forest reserve and other types of protected area. As for in-situ conservation, 85 threatened taxa listed occur in at least one protected area. Currently, there are at least 12 taxa of the 207 threatened tree taxa are conserved in the high conservation value forests established by the state forestry departments. As for the ex-situ conservation, at least 72 threatened taxa, which represent 34.7% of the total of the threatened species, are represented in the ex-situ collections in the networks of botanical garden, arboreta, and other collection centers. And the numbers are expected to increase as more ex-situ conservation efforts were put in place. So what is the next step? What we do, what we need to do with the rate list that we have generated. There's a few measures that we can take to actually for the tree conservations. First is to ensure population of the threatened taxa effectively conserved in situ. Expand the knowledge on the threatened taxa in terms of biological, biological, genetically, and etc. And third, enhance the ex-situ conservation of the threatened taxa. Increase the recovery, increase the data collection on the DD taxa, assessing the recovery of the threatened taxa, and also to increase the capacity building and awareness. For today's presentation, I will focus on the bullet number 3, enhance the ex-situ conservation of threatened plants. Ideally, all threatened taxa should be represented in the ex-situ germplasm collections, such as arboreta and botanical gardens. Ex-situ conservation measures, such as the establishment of the ex-situ germplasm collection, complement in the in-situ conservation measures to ensure long-term success of the threatened species conservation efforts. Ex-situ conservation strategies should be included in incorporate genetic diversity conservation to minimize the loss of genetic diversity in ex-situ conservations. There are few known challenges in the ex-situ conservation of the trees in Peninsular Malaysia. First is a lack of understanding of all information, restricted distribution, and low density, small populations of the threatened species. Thirdly, low of seed availability due to the irregular fruiting season and low fruit productions. And most of the seeds are recalcitrant seeds, which will gradually lose viability when the moisture content decrease. So recalcitrant, this kind of seeds cannot be stored for long term, for long period. Most of the critically endangered taxa has a very restricted distributions. For example, this figure shows endangered species only occur in 1 locations. Therefore, in the most very restricted distributions and threatened. Sorry. Recently, we can see the demand for the planting material of the threatened species for the ex-situ conservation. The ex-situ conservation's efforts, including rehabilitation and restoration program, has been increasing. Is this a good sign that more people are engaging in ex-situ conservation of threatened plants? But as wildings and seeds from the wild population are the main source of the planting material, at least at the moment in Peninsular Malaysia. Therefore, overharvesting of wildings and seeds can actually increase the pressure on the wild population, in particularly the critically endangered and the endangered taxa with a restricted distribution and small population. However, I believe there are many ongoing research on the mass propagation of the threatened trees, for example, planting stock productions. So eventually, we might not need to depend on the availability of the seeds and wildings from the wild population. However, in the meantime, we need to be cautious, and more importantly is to collect responsibly. We must make sure the collections for the ex-situ conservations will not become a new threat to the threatened trees populations. So, because we don't want to uplift a threatened taxa to extinct in the wild. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you very much, Wendy, for sharing and updating us on the status of conservation for our tree in Peninsular Malaysia. I guess FRIM has put a lot of effort in reviewing from time to time the Malaysia Red List, which is a very important process in terms of conservation. Yeah. So if there's anyone who has question for Wendy, probably we can forward that during the question and answer session, or you can type it also in the chat. The presenter can answer it right away in the chat box. Yeah. Right. I was informed by the Secretariat that our next presenter from Myanmar is not yet available. So maybe in the interest of time, we would proceed with the next speaker, who will deliver to us the presentation entitled Corporate-Led Conservation Program for Philippine Red List Tree Species. With that, I thank you very much, Wendy, for your presentation. So let me introduce you to the presenter. Next presenter is Professor Pastor L. Malabrigo Jr., who is an associate professor from the Department of Forest Biological Sciences, College of Forestry and Natural Resources, University of Los Baños, Philippines. Professor Pastor obtained her PhD in from the University of Los Baños in the marine science, yeah, marine biology. He is involved in various conservation projects at the moment, and the field of expertise of Professor Pastor is plant taxonomy, marine botany, biodiversity conservation, and forest restoration. Without much ado, I pass the floor to Professor Pastor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Norwati. Can you see now my slide?
Yes, we can see that very well.
Yeah. Again, thank you very much, and good day, everyone, and warm greetings from the Philippines. First of all, let me thank the organizers, especially Dr. Waimun Ho, for inviting me to become one of the speakers for this very celebrated webinar. And of course, congratulations to FRIM with the leadership of my dear friend, Director General Dr. Ismail Parlag. I also would like to greet and acknowledge one of the most valuable gems of Philippine forestry, and now the Executive Director of AFoCO, Director Rick Calderon. Good to see you again, sir, even virtually. So, okay, on behalf of my co-authors who are working with me in this program, I would like to share with you the success stories of a corporate social responsibility program that focuses on the conservation of Philippine redlist trees. So let me start with a short introduction. So the Philippines, despite its small land area, is one of the 17 mega-diverse countries in the world. And because of the high endemism in the country, it is considered by IUCN as one of the most important countries for conserving diversity of life on Earth. And its exceptional floristic richness makes it a land of innumerable tree species of economic and ecological significance. Based on our most recent database, we have around 3,283 native trees, of which 1,487 are Philippine endemic. However, with only 7% of its original forest cover remaining, Philippine trees, as well as the associated plants in the forest, are also the most threatened in the planet. The most updated plant red list for plants included 984 threatened taxa, including 153 premium tree species, and more than half of these tree species are endemic to the country. So, recognizing the urgency to save these remaining populations of these threatened trees, the Energy Development Corporation, it's the leading renewable energy company in the country, initiated a noble tree conservation program called Binhi. Binhi is actually the Filipino term for seedling. So it is the country's first comprehensive private sector-led conservation program that focuses on threatened trees. Using science-based criteria, primarily considering the species' ecological and economic importance, EDC came up with 96 priority threatened trees for conservation. We considered the economic value and the mechanical strength of the wood because these are innate characteristics of the trees that makes them endangered as they become the favorite for illegal logging and illegal poachers. So our priority tree species include the hardest and most premium wood, such as the Philippine ironwood trees or the Santostemon, the Dipterocarps, the Philippine Sanders from the Fabaceae, among others. Binhi followed 5 key steps in trying to prevent the extinction of Philippine threatened trees. It's a complete conservation value chain, starting from tree inventory and documentation, mass propagation, establishment of future mother trees, protection of natural habitat, and in all of these steps, we complement this with the most important task, which is advocacy and awareness campaign. Our inventory of the remaining natural populations of the priority species started in 2008. At the start of the project, we were not sure if all the 96 threatened trees are still existing in the wild. But to our delight, 8 years after this gargantuan task of exploring the mountains of the Philippines, we managed to document all the trees in 2016. Some of these were last documented more than a century ago. A typical example is this Palawan narig, Vatica mangachapuy, subspecies of Tussifolia. Its only documentation was the original publication by Foxworthy in 1911. And the locality is Mount Pulgar. So our search for this species best describes our Binhi rescue and documentation efforts. When we came to Palawan, when we first came to Palawan, we visited almost all of the environment offices in the island, but no one knew where Mount Pulgar is. Only to find out, after intensive literature review, that the name Mount Pulgar, given by the Spaniards, was changed to Mount Thumb Peak when the Americans ruled the Philippines. So, if finding the mountain is already a challenge, could you imagine how difficult it is to look for the species? It's really like finding a needle in the middle of a haystack. But anyway, with this documentation, we encountered or documented 80 mature trees in Mount Tan Peak. And since then, we are monitoring the population, including its phenology or the flowering and fruiting season. For the propagation, the EDC established state-of-the-art vegetative material recovery facilities purposely designed for those trees with limited seed source. It's an Israeli-based technology where everything, including moisture content, temperature, amount of water, can be automatically controlled. So our VMR facilities has already developed protocols for the mass propagation of 35 species, including some dipterocarps and ironwood, through cuttings, with survival rate ranging from 85 to 100%. So with the 4 VMR facilities and 5 pre-nurseries, and of course with the help of different organizations, Binhi was able to mainstream the planting of the previously unpopular threatened trees to urban landscaping. To date, with the help of 195 partner organizations, about 80% of which are in the academic institutions. So EDC has planted more than 10,000 threatened trees all over the 16 regions in the Philippines. And many of the planted seedlings among EDC's partner organizations are now mother trees, now source of seeds and other planting materials. Binhi also assisted the establishment of the Burakai Wetland Conservation Park, where we planted some of the beach adapted species in our threatened list, including Jospirus pirea, Insia bijuga, Apselia rhomboidea, and Vitex parviflora. So apart from ex-situ conservation, Binhi is also focused on the survey and protection of the remaining natural populations of the threatened species. Through its decade of exploration efforts, Binhi was able to determine the size and extent of the remaining natural populations of our target species. So of the 96 priority species, we selected 11 trees for the in-situ conservation. We consider this the most threatened among the red list trees. And most of these were known only from the type locality stated in the original publication of the species and were never documented for more than a century. This tree is what we consider the most threatened tree in the country and probably in the whole planet. Vatica elliptica, which we call Kaladesnari. It is only known to occur in Mount Calades in Zamboanga, Sibugay, island of Mindanao. Almost the whole mountain is already converted to rubber plantation, Hevea brasiliensis, as the local government encouraged rubber plantation as source of livelihood by the local people. In our 8 purposive and comprehensive surveys of the species, we documented only 11 trees in one small location along the river, which is a private land, the largest being 18 centimeters in diameter. And until to date, we haven't seen any signs of flowering and fruiting in any of the trees. Okay, the most important part of our in-situ conservation is the collaboration with the concerned stakeholders, because they are the best persons to protect their resources. In the case of Kaladesnari, we involved the Provincial Environment Office, the local government units, and other concerned organizations from day one of searching for the species. Hence, they are very much aware that the species is a national treasure and a province pride. And if these trees in their own yard will not be protected, then they could be blamed by our history for letting a precious gem get extinct. So in September 2020, Kaladesnari officially became a heritage tree in Zamboanga, Sibugay, with the passage of a provincial ordinance. Most importantly, it became the province's flagship species for conservation. At the barangay level, or at the site level, 11 forest guards were assigned to monitor the 11 trees, 1 guard for every tree. They were told that if the tree assigned to them is cut, then they will be cut as well. As earlier stated, advocacy and awareness campaign is the most important part of the Binhi strategies. Prior to pandemic, we regularly conduct hands-on and on-site trainings, fieldworks, pre-walks, and we have annual Binhi Youth Conference, eco camps, seminars, and conferences. However, the COVID pandemic somehow affected the implementation of some Binhi strategies. Nonetheless, we managed to adapt and find other ways to continue our efforts to conserve the few remaining mother trees and population of the most threatened trees. So we continue our advocacy and collaborations, and we still manage to have memorandum of agreements with key stakeholders through virtual conferences and even workshops and webinars. We also strengthen our outline platforms where we made our database and other popular publications available to the public. All botanical information gathered in the course of the program implementation, including new distributions, phenology, propagation technology, were published into a book we called Binhi, Tree for the Future, to disseminate the project learning and experience to a larger public. We also produce manuals on the propagation protocols of priority species. The efforts of Binhi have been recognized by many award-giving bodies in the field of environment. In 2016, it won the Lopez Achievement Award for the Corporate Social Responsibility Program. But what we considered a greater accomplishment is when one of our Binhi partners is a people's cooperative in Negros Island, we call Baslay, also won that award the following year. And also, in 2019, Binhi also won the Guild Awards, and as well as the equally prestigious Philippine Quill Awards. And just last year, Binhi received the very rated Anvil Award. Comprehensive population survey of the priority trees, many of which are endemic trees, the Botanic Gardens Conservation International, or BGCI, the Secretariat and coordinator of IUCN Global Pre-Assessment, initiated a partnership with EDC for the red listing of all the Philippine endemic trees. The partnership officially started through a MOA signing on May 23, 2019. And to date, the Global Pre-Assessment Philippines team, guided by IUCN Red List criteria, have already completed the Red List assessment of 8 Philippine endemic trees. Remarkably, our Red List assessment showed significant differences with that of the Philippine Red List. For instance, out of the 45 endemic priority species, we assess for of the 96 priority species. So 30 has been downgraded, meaning from critically endangered to endangered or vulnerable, and 8 has the same assessment, 7 were upgraded. So there's really a significant difference. And the trend is the same for the rest of the 800 endemic trees, where we assess 229 trees as critically endangered, while only 49 were assessed the same in the Philippine Red List. And even more surprising, 190 of the critically endangered species was categorized as other wildlife species, which is equivalent to least concern in the Philippine Red List. So it is important to note that the Philippine Red List is not just a list of species conservation status, but it is also a national policy, wherein all species categorized as threatened are banned for collection or trade. Therefore, nobody can utilize this species. So our assessments, which is based on the current date or the current population surveys of Philippine endemic trees, suggest the necessity for revision of Philippine red list to protect the true threatened species in the country. We are now in coordination with the Philippine Red List Committee to harmonize our assessments. With our output on the Global Tree Assessment Project, we now have a better understanding which among our red list trees are the most threatened. Hence, we now have a new priority species composed of 49 critically endangered trees that are island endemics, meaning they are only found in one of the islands of the country. So most of these have never been documented again since their publication. So it means that for the 49 new priority species, we will be conducting again the 5 key steps we performed with our first 96 priority species. So for my last slide, let me share you some of the most important lessons we learned from our 13-year experience with Binhi. Firstly, we learned that we only know very little about Philippine native trees. Our knowledge on our trees is based only on limited publication from limited plant survey. Hence, a lot of populations of our threatened trees are still undocumented. The sad reality is we basically lack knowledge on population of our threatened species, where all the criteria for red listing is based upon. So without the conduct of additional plant surveys, we cannot determine the true conservation status of our native trees. For our highly threatened trees not to go extinct, there is a need to strengthen the in-situ population protection. And we also learned that the key to conservation and protection of our red list trees is the people's awareness. As our old conservation saying goes, we cannot protect what we don't know. And last but not the least, our biggest lesson is that conservation success cannot be achieved single-handedly by a government or by a private institution. We need everyone's help to protect and conserve our dwindling biodiversity, including our native trees. Yeah, thank you all for listening, and I'm expecting some questions later during the Q&A portion. You can also contact me via email for some queries and questions, or perhaps for potential collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Malabrigo, for a very interesting and informative presentation, which I believe has enriched our knowledge on the corporate conservation program for the Philippines red list tree species. Yeah, as you mentioned just now, our question, those who have questions for Prof should write in the Q&A chat box, or that we can forward the question later in the Q&A session. So I think for the next, thank you, Prof. For the next speaker, I think our presenter from Myanmar is still not yet available. So for that, we are going to go to the next speaker from Singapore. I would like to inform the participant we have slight change in our program. Our topic is arranged by the alphabetical order. So our next speaker is going to be from the Singapore. Yeah. This is going to be the topic is the Species Recovery Program under Singapore City in Nature Vision. This presentation will be delivered by Mr. Hassan Ibrahim, who are the Deputy Director, International Biodiversity Conservation of the National Park Board, Singapore. So Mr. Hassan Ibrahim, field of expertise is forest and climate change, biodiversity conservation, and horticultural practices. Mr. Hassan also is a vocal person for matters related to AFoCO, ASOF, and FAO on the forest resources assessment. He's also involved in various projects in conservation in Singapore. So without much ado, I pass the floor to Mr. Hassan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nowati. Can I confirm that I can be heard?
Yes, yes.
And that, my presentation is visible as well.
Yes, yes,
okay.
We can see it very well.
Thank you very much. Then good morning to you, Dr. Norwati, and also a very good morning.
Hassan?
Yes.
Sorry, it's just that if you can change your slide presentation for the view, because now we can see 2 slides.
I see. Okay, let me just revert that back. Let me start sharing again. Hold on. Is it better now?
Your slide is not yet there. Okay. Now
Is it being shown?
Yes, it's being shown, but it's not in the slide view. Yes. Okay. Good.
It
now.
is? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry for that minor glitch. It's always an issue when we deal with webinars anyway. So yeah, I'm not an expert in this, but there's always something that we always look forward to, all this Murphy law that steps in anyway. So yeah, once again, thank you very much, Dr. Norwati, for that kind introduction. Hold on. And also good morning to the Director General of FRIM, Dr. Ismail Haji Parlan. And a special good morning also to colleagues from AFoCO, namely Mr. Ricardo Calderon, a good colleague whom I've known pretty well in the AFoCO circle, and he's the Executive Director now. Mr. Soon Pil Jin, the Vice Executive Director. I suppose we will see you next week during the 5th Assembly meeting of AFoCO anyway. Unfortunately, Dr. Taung Neng O from Myanmar is not here yet. That's also another special colleague that I'm familiar with in the AFoCO circle, and as well as Mr. Sapol Bumsem Sok, who will be presenting from Thailand. Not too sure whether Dr. Yongju Lee is here, but if he is, then a good morning. Otherwise, a good morning to others here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you also to Dr. Ho Wai Man and Dr. Ang Lai Ho for this invitation to speak on behalf of Singapore and this very lively webinar. I do know them also from AFoCO circle, and I see that in the Q&A chat, there's also an active questions from Mr. Abdurrahman Abdurrahim, and if I know him well, also from AFoCO circle, then good morning to him, and I hope there's no questions from him for Singapore then. My presentation is on the species recovery program under Singapore's City in Nature vision. I think for most who are familiar, Singapore, label ourselves in the past as as a garden city, and then we move forward into a new transformation called City in Garden, and in the next decade or so we wish to label ourselves and transform into what we call City in Nature, where we introduce a lot of biophilic design. And as a backbone to this City in Nature vision, the greenery is a very important element of it, and the species recovery program of our native plant is also equally important. The outline of my presentation here is just a short introduction, and this is a very brief overview. I do not work on this species recovery program, and as introduced by Dr. Norwati earlier, my current work deals more on international circle, dealing on climate change and forest-related issues. But at the start of my career with the National Parks Board, which is the agency I'm working with currently, I did work with the herbarium, the Singapore Herbarium, and with that also I dealt a little bit on taxonomy, and which is why then I'm familiar with with a little bit of the work from FRIM, because I did visit the herbarium in Kepong a few times. And that was a very nice time when I had to do with native plant conservation for Singapore, as well as the taxonomic work for Singapore. So aside from that, this outlined, I will deal with the Singapore Green Plan 2030 and talking about City in Garden to City in Nature, and talking about the Nature Conservation Master Plan, Species Recovery Program, and an end with an update on our Singapore Red Data Book, which is a bit similar to what Malaysia is doing on your red list. For most who are familiar, Singapore is very small. Dr. Rahayu mentioned much earlier in her Brunei presentation that Brunei is small. So here, this is the smallest brother or sister in the ASEAN circle. We are a very small island city-state, just over 700 square kilometers. And I think we are familiar that Singapore is has a very densely urban landscape with very high population density, with no hinterland and no natural resources, but we still enjoy relatively high native biodiversity, and we are happy to be sitting amidst our big brothers and sisters who are mega diverse countries in terms of biodiversity as well. Talking into the directly into the context of my presentation, I'll zero in on this latest plan in Singapore, the Singapore Green Plan 2030, which was basically released in March of this year. This is part and parcel of our journey towards the future and how we want to visualize ourselves as part and parcel of a national sustainability movement. And I think this is the Green Plan 2030 includes a lot of collective actions to tackle the current climate questions, to tackle climate change in terms of our mitigation and adaptation policies as well. This is a living plan, and we wish to also introduce include a lot of our residents in Singapore to co-create some of the solutions on sustainability issues and the platforms provided. There are 5 pillars under the Singapore Green Plan 2030. Of which then one equally important pillar is the city in nature. The other pillars like sustainable living, energy reset, green economy, and resilient future involves the participations of other agencies and ministries. The whole Singapore Green Plan 2030 is the work of whole of the government of Singapore, but is spearheaded by 5 leading ministries. Now, if we look at, say, green economy or resilient future and energy reset, then we are trying to see how we can reduce our carbon emissions in order to meet our NDC targets, our nationally determined contribution targets under the Paris Agreement. But what I'm going to focus on today is basically, and in line with the concept of this webinar, is on city in nature, which is spearheaded by the National Parks Board. Like I said, the agency which I work with, the National Parks Board, is an agency under the Ministry of National Development, and we are the leading agency that deals with greenery issues, where we manage parks and gardens. We look at issues on biodiversity conservation, as well as on animal and wildlife management. Now, under the city nature pillar, we want to create a green and livable country in city and a sustainable home for Singaporeans. One of the target work under this is to plant additional 1 million more trees by 2030, and to ensure that every household, every residence in Singapore is within a 10-minute walk to a park or a garden. And extension of a lot of green spaces as much as we can, despite our very limited land space that we have. As I mentioned before, the concept of greening Singapore started with the concept of garden city, and this we do thank our first Prime Minister, the late Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, who has the vision, and in most cases he's labeled as the chief gardener of Singapore. When he tried to build Singapore up, he understands the value of greenery, the value of trees, the value of parks and cities. And so labeling Singapore then as a garden city was much of the ethos of his work. It involves Singapore as a very young country, gaining independence since 1965. So we are just 55, 56 years old. But the greening concept was way back, all the way from the start, with 50 years of greening here. And we continue to intensify our tree planting and integrate it into our built environment. So from garden city, then in the 80s, we moved to the concept. In the 80s and 90s, we moved to the transformation of calling ourselves city in a garden. And here also then we do a lot of planting where, you know, we do not only focus on native species, we did a lot of introduction of non-native species as well. And I think that's basically just to wish to strengthen the connectivity of areas in Singapore, and also to build up a lot of greenery. But lately in the millennium, we understand the value of native species, and I think we are spearheading towards more of building up our greenery with a lot of native species. And we see that the value of our built environment greenery is very much part and parcel of Singapore. So we wish to transform ourselves into city nature, where under basically it's just an extension of the biophilic designs that we have included in City in a Garden. So it's just a relabeling of City in a Garden to city nature. Here then we note also that the value of the ecology and also greenery in Singapore into the urban landscape is important, not only for the biodiversity for the plants and animals, but also for the people living in Singapore. At the end of the day, it's a health issue, and this was notably significantly seen amid this pandemic currently that we are going through with COVID-19, that because Singapore being very small with 5.8 million people residing here, and there's no access out of the country, so where do people go? So the parks and gardens is one of the important areas that we would love to go, other than the shopping malls, of course, which in most cases also kind of like limited spaces for them to go. So the parks and gardens and our nature reserves are those areas that people wish to go in order to immerse themselves with the experience of nature. And also it's a way to improve health and the mental state. The idea behind this city nature obviously is where we try to apply a lot of what we call nature-based solutions in our building up. And this is in a way to also achieve climate resilience, ecological resilience, and social resilience. So this is part and parcel of a whole concept of how we are moving forward into the next decade, where we expect there'll be a lot of other challenges as well. And climate resilience or climate change, impacts of climate change is one of the important ones that we're looking at, with the twin effect of biodiversity loss. So with this whole concept of city nature, we hope then this will also be addressed. In order for us to become a city nature, there are basically key strategies. I'm listing 4. One is to extend our natural capital. We note the value of our natural capital, our greenery, as I mentioned again. And there is also a project where we also are looking into the valuation of natural capital as part of the ecosystem services that they provide. 2, a second strategy, number 2, to intensify the nature in our gardens and parks. 3, to restore nature into the urban landscape. 4, to strengthen connectivity between our green spaces. So at the same time, because of our limited space, then the use of digitalization, science and technology, IoT of things, and including the industry is also a very important horizontal stream that we are looking at here. If I were to just zero in on the key strategies and just a brief mention, what we intend to do with extending our natural capital here is just a small map of one of our 4 nature reserves. This is the largest nature reserve we have, the Central Catchment Nature Reserve. By introducing new nature parks surrounding this nature reserve, this is one way for us to actually extend, because there's a lot of encroachment of the space of this nature reserve. By having these nature parks mentioned here, like Thompson Nature Park, Windsor Nature Park, Dairy Farm Nature Park. So this will reduce a bit of the stress of people going into the main core of the nature reserve, and for us to open up this nature reserve on the fringe so that people can visit it. And by intensifying our nature in our parks and gardens, this is part and parcel of the plan. So in any part of park development and opening up of any new gardens, our design colleagues plays a very important role in ensuring that the intensification of nature is included part and parcel of it. of it. And just to mention briefly about this park, Bishan Ang Mo Kio Park, there used to be a canal, a canalized drain basically that crossed through the park. What we did then basically was to revamp the whole thing with the introduction of a very naturalized stream, and that works also as a way to reduce, as a floodplain to reduce any impact of floodings in our internal part of Singapore. Restoring nature into urban landscape, I think most people who have visited Singapore would have seen that a lot of our built environment, a lot of our skyrise apartment and residential areas are, packed with a lot of greenery as well. Here are just two pictures. One on the left is that of a hotel, and the one on the right is that of a residential area for mainly senior citizens, but with a sort of a clinic or hospital abutting it, and also other amenities related to that. And the value of the property, for example, or even here in the hotel, which is very highly visited, is increasing. And with the greenery, imbued within the built environment, the residents in these areas or the clientele in the hotel are appreciating that different landscape completely. Strengthening connectivity between our green spaces. This is just a picture of two nature reserves that were cut by an expressway. I think on hindsight, we realized that with this division of two nature reserves due to the building of this expressway, it actually cuts the connectivity and also the gene pool between these two nature reserves. So what we did then after that was to connect through what we call an eco-link, which is an eco-bridge across two these nature reserves. And over the years, this has been, in, I think, over 20, 30 years now, and there's been a very built greenery on the bridge. It's only passable to animals. It is not passable to humans, so there's no human traffic involved. And then from camera trappings that was placed there, they've seen a lot of animal movements between these two nature reserves. Now, the backbone to this, the City in Nature pillar is our Nature Conservation Master Plan. This was put in place for a number of years, for which then we look into key plans, of which include the conservation of key habitats, species recovery is one important element. And in order for us to do species recovery, then applied research and conservation biology and planning is pretty important, as well as the involvement of the community at large and also outreach. And as I mentioned before, the use of a lot of science and technology, a lot of data analytics, modeling is being put in place. So in order for us to substantiate all the research work that's been done. And the community stewardship here, we've involved a lot of citizen science. There's a whole department within the National Parks Board that looks into the extension of the biodiversity elements and biodiversity conservation with the community at large. We go to schools, we have corporate industries coming in, so part and parcel of sharing to ensure that everyone in Singapore shares the same context and plans that we want to put in place. Just a snapshot of Singapore's biodiversity. I hear, for example, from Ms. Wendy Young just now about the 15,000 native vascular plant species of Malaysia. Of course, proud to hear that we, being a very small country, we have only over 2,000 native vascular plant species. In total, we have actually close to 4,000, which includes then the other non-native species here. But just as a snapshot here for the relevant biodiversity, not just looking at plants, but looking at the other, looking at fauna species as well. And the numbers that we see now are actually increasing. So as more research is being done, as more applied research, as well as using technology, we do see that these numbers are increasing. Any number, even by one, is to us as effort generated and positive, effort shown. As part of the title of my presentation on species recovery program, so this plays a very important role, and I'm targeting this only now towards plants because the species recovery program is also targeting to fauna as well. The target species we have currently, we are looking at recovering 80 plant species and 23 animals, but increasing that to 100 plants and 60 animals by 2030. This is part of the program under the Nature Conservation Master Plan, which was introduced in 2015. The objectives of this species recovery program, as I think is clearly understood, we wish to intensify our biodiversity conservation efforts in Singapore and to conserve the native flora and fauna by targeting the endemic, rare, or threatened native species through reintroduction, in most cases also through ex-situ conservation, and to increase and to do enhancement, habitat enhancement, and also protection efforts. At the end of the day, we wish to see if we are able to increase the population to help any of these threatened species survive amidst the environmental changes in Singapore. Now, the last part of it is in a way kind of a strategic and pretty important, because we may be able to do ex-situ conservation, but whether when we release them back to the wild, to the pockets of forested areas that we have left in Singapore, if they're able to actually then reproduce and multiply themselves, then we see then there is some element of success in our conservation program. I just want to show here a snapshot of plant species here. I mentioned about endemic species. Being a very small country, like I said, just over 700 square kilometers, we happy to note that we do have endemic species found in Singapore. The first one there in the very top, Zingiber singapurensis, that was a species that's only known, was only in a way discovered, but I think it has been there all along, but it was overlooked. And colleagues from the Singapore Botanic Gardens, from the herbarium, Dr. Yana Skonchkova Leong, she is a ginger specialist, and she went out and actually did a bit more research and discovered that this Zingiber singapurensis was different from any other Zingiberaceae and any other Zingiber from the genus Zingiber. So she this was named as ginger that is only known in Singapore. So it was only found in 2013-2014. Dr. Yana Skonchkova Leong also worked on Hanguana species. And so the one on the bottom left, that's a species of Hanguana rubinia, which is only found also in Singapore. So we have two Hanguana species that are native and endemic to Singapore. And this one here is mentioned, is included, the picture of it. We have also one orchid species that is labeled as endemic, was only found in 2019, I believe, and that it's a saprophytic, parasitic orchid. So it was only discovered when it was flowering. So it was actually by chance that we noticed the orchid flowering. Some of the target species now, out of the 80 or 100 plant species by 2030, I'm just listing some here. The first one, Figres splendens. The second one, Omocarpum cochinchinensis. The third, Copsia singapurensis, and then Atlingera mengei. Just a snapshot of information here. They are all critically endangered, or if you look at Omocarpum cochinchinensis, it was presumed extinct, but was rediscovered in 1999 in our offshore islands. For those who are from the state of Johor, you may be familiar with these two offshore islands, Pulau Tekong and Pulau Ubin, which is on the northern shore of Singapore. Pulau Tekong, for example, is a military area, military zone. So I was happy to mention that it wasn't in 1999, but I did visit the island as part of a native plant conservation program, where we tried to look out for interesting plants for the purpose of salvaging. So, and we did notice this Omocarpum cochinchinensis there. And now seeds and seedlings from this Omocapum cochinchinaense have been collected as stock plants for propagation. And the next generation has been planted in some sites, and even has been trialed as a roadside tree. I mean, despite it, found on the fringe of a forest area, so we had trialed this as a roadside tree and seems to be promising. Copsia singapurensis, just a short note, critically endangered. It is not endemic to Singapore. It's also found in Malaysia, for example. But the unfortunate thing is it's only found in our nature reserves, a very small population in the nature reserve. We have seen it flowering freely in the wild, but rarely that we find any fruits develop. Possibly, I don't think so, but possibly it's aborted early, or maybe the fruits were eaten up by animals. Although I doubt so, because this is from Apocynaceae family. Nonetheless, we brought back stem cuttings and also through air layering, and they seem to be successful, although slow growing. But like I said, because it's difficult for us to get fruits from this species, so the genetic diversity is rather limited. And as far as efforts are known, currently we've only done propagation through vegetative reproduction, and we have released some in our parks and gardens. Seems to be doing well, and they are flowering as well. But I think, like I said, the next progress and the next real process in efforts as well as success of this conservation efforts is to see whether we're able to fruit and able to develop seeds and able to produce the next generation. We have a Singapore data book. The first one was the second one here that I'm mentioning is published in 2008, and we are in the next phase of publishing the third edition of the Singapore data book. Looking at this pie chart, if I were to avoid the green segment, which is the common species. Species in Singapore which are vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered, presumed extinct, that's almost like 90%. 89% of species, of the native species in Singapore, are labeled as vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered, and presumed extinct. So it is a very important project and important effort that we need to try and ensure that the biodiversity conservation, native biodiversity conservation for plants continues on and achieve success. I think to note that there are growing voices from the ground when there are development touching or abutting any green spaces in Singapore, any forested areas in Singapore. There is a growing voice saying that we need to ensure that the native biodiversity there is checked, and whether there's a lot of EIA processes is being put in place as well. This Singapore data book, the first edition was published in 1994, second edition in 2008, and we are targeting to release the third edition in 2022. We do have an online version of it published in 2009, but you see there's a big gap between each of these editions. And as mentioned before, from our effort, research, as well as conservation efforts to go out in the field in our forested areas, we do find a lot of new species, or there's a need for us to revise the conservation status of all the plants here. So a need for a revision to update information to improve the taxonomic group, obviously then to highlight any relevant species that will be important for conservation action. This current project on updating the Singapore data book is a tripartite group work with the academia, with the National University of Singapore and the Lee Kong Chian Natural History Museum, with the civil society, the Nature Society of Singapore, as well as with the government, which is the National Parks Board. We try to adhere as much as possible to IUCN principles, but as Wendy has mentioned earlier in her presentation, it also needs to look at the national assessment. So we adapt more or less IUCN, and we narrow that down to Singapore's context. Currently, we are on track to publish this, but at the same time, we try to release some progressively online. And this is my last slide, and just to showcase that in Singapore and some other countries as well, and this is pretty important as part of the conservation program here, where we have opened a Singapore Botanic Garden seed bank as part of the conservation research and education efforts for Singapore. This is to preserve seeds and germplasm of plants in Southeast Asia mainly. This facility can store up to 25,000 plant species. It's just really new, but the work is progressing pretty well. And with that, I thank you, and thank you once again to Dr. Ho, Dr. Ang, to FRIM colleagues for allowing me to do this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan, for a very interesting presentation, very colorful also. As we know that Singapore is always excellent in capitalizing the greenery and blending it into their city and also their way of life. So if any question, as I mentioned earlier, please keep it for a while until the question and answer session. Meanwhile, you can also type your question in the chat box, and then the presenter can answer it. Mr. Hassan also, I think, is no stranger here, because I see in the chat box you have people who are greeting you. Probably you can check it out. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Nawati.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hassan. So maybe we can move to our next presentation. That is Ex-situ conservation in disturbed terrestrial ecosystem in Thailand, which is going to be delivered by Mr. Bun Samsuk from the Royal Forest Department of Thailand. Mr. Bun Samsuk is the Director of Forest Foreign Affairs of the Royal Forest Department. He obtained his qualification in Master of Science in Biosystem from Tsukuba University, Japan, and also Master in Science in Forest Biology in Kasetsat University, Thailand. His field of expertise include forest biodiversity and silviculture, bamboo expertise, and also international cooperation. Among project that is Mr. Bun Samsuk involved is domestication of endangered, endemic, and threatened plant species in disturbed terrestrial ecosystem in Malaysia and Thailand. Without much ado, I pass the floor to our presenter.
Thank you, Dr. Nawati, and thank you, organizer, and also Dr. Ho Wyman for inviting me to this webinar program. And hello, everyone. My presentation today is Ex-situ conservation in disturbed terrestrial ecosystem in Thailand. Next slide, please. Actually, the target species for ex-situ conservation in Thailand is economic tree species. Since 1965, the first ex-situ conservation of forestry tree species in Thailand was established for Tectona grandis or teak, which is the most important economic species in Thailand. Until now, there is 87 species of ex-situ conservation planted in about 4,000 hectares in forest research stations all over the country, as shown in the slide. And in 2016, the project on domestication of endangered, endemic, and threatened plant species, or EETS, in disturbed terrestrial ecosystem in Malaysia and Thailand had been conducted. The project was supported by AFoCO organization, and the project had an objective to challenge whether it is possible to conserve the EETS species in disturbed ecosystem. And may I thank you, Mr. Ricardo, the Executive Director of AFoCO, for your introduction to the project during the keynote speech this morning. A number of 13 species, according to IUCN Red List, threatened plant species of Thailand and other Thailand reference had been selected for Thailand components. Next slide, please. And this slide shows you the 13 species that we selected and the status of each species. You can see the 13 species that we have Equilaria clasna, Equilaria malaxensis, Cotylobium lanceolatum, Darbergia cochinchanensis, Darbergia cartatra, Darbergia oliveri, Dillenia ovata, Magnolia rogeniana, Magnolia silintonidi, Militia leucantha, Neobaranocarpus, Parkia sumatrana, and Vatica diospyrodes. Next slide, please. We have two plot sites. First plot site located in the north of Thailand at Mae Mo coal ex-mining area, Lampang province. This plot site is in an arid environment. And the second plot site located in the south of Thailand, in the tin ex-mining area at the Karapa, Phang Nga province. This plot site is in the humid environment. Next slide, please. In this picture, you can see that each plot site contains two subplots, as you can see in the picture. Next slide, please. This slide shows you the site preparation, and you can see that the different color of soil in different plot sites in each location. The soil in plot site, the northern came from the land reclamation from coal mining soil, while the area of plot site in the south had been restored for a certain of time. Next slide, please. This slide shows you the watering system that we use in both plot sites. You can see we use both the tanks, water tank, and also the car with the water tank. Next slide, please. This is how we put the shade to the seedling. We use the nanny plant like banana, or we use the plastic silane to filter the sunlight. Next slide, please. This to show the shoveling, and we cover the base of the seedling with the rice straw to keep the moisture. Next slide, please. These are the species that we planted as ex-situ conservation. Next slide, please. Yeah, totally 13 species that we use. Next slide, please. This shows you the condition of this species that grown in the plot site. Some grow very well, and some were damaged from the pest and disease, or even the flood and drought. Next slide, please. Next slide. This slide shows you the high growth of EETS species planted in the first subplot in Memo plot site in the north. Some species selected came from upper region of Thailand, and some species came from the lower region of Thailand. And you can see that in this slide, the Darbergia cochinchanensis, or rosewood, in the yellow color, which came from upper region, grow very well in this plot site, while Cotylobium lanceolatum, which we brought from the humid area in the southern, grow very poor. Next slide, please. This slide shows you the high growth of ETS species planted in the second subplot in the same plot site as previous slide. But this chart is a bit different from the previous chart, as many seedlings in this plot site have a low survival rate. Therefore, the researcher would like to show the survival rate in this chart as well. From the chart, you can see that all Darbergia species, namely Darbergia cochinchanensis, Darbergia cartata, Darbergia oliveri, that came from the upper region show high survival rate with acceptable high growth. Next slide, please. This slide shows you the high growth of EETS species that planted in the first subplot in Karapa plot site in the southern part of Thailand. And all species planted were originated in the south, and we found that all species grow well in this plot site. And Vaticardiospirodes and Equilale krasna seem to grow very well and better than other two species. Next slide, please. This slide shows you how the high growth of ETS species that planted in the second subplot in the Karapa plot site, same plot site as the previous slide. And in this plot site, we found that Parkia sumatrana and Magnolia rajaniana that came from the upper region, not originate in the south, show better high growth than the other two species that is native to lower region. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, Magnolia rajaniana and Parkia sumatrana from upper region adapted well to the high humidity area in the plot located in the south, which is better than when we planted in the arid area in the north. And the Cotylobium lanceolatum and Neobaronocarpus hemii that originated in the south cannot adapt to the arid condition in the north, while Vaticardiospirodes from the south is the species that can adapt to both conditions, mean that can adapt to the dry condition or to the humid condition. And Darussalam cochinensis from mixed deciduous forest in the upper region is a species that found to grow well in the drought and disturbed condition. So next slide, please. Our lesson learned are the native species or species that grow in similar climatic condition as the planting area should be first screening and selected to plant in each plot site. And the nanny plant or supporting species such as banana that can provide the shade and humidity to the ETS seedling should be planted in advance and should be planted away from the ETS seedling at least 1 meter to avoid the extending of the clump, the nanny clump. And during the dry season, we found that water supply is the most important factor for the seedling to survive. The root of seedling should carefully cover with the rice straw to maintain the moisture and heat protected. And the shading net or siren, about 60%, at least 60% should be installed to reduce the intensity of the sunlight for the seedling. In the area, we found that in the area at risk of flooding, the area should be adjusted accordingly to be higher than normal and make the proper drainage channel to avoid the flooding. So, of course, it is a proof that the ex-mining area has the capacity to be used as ex-situ conservation area, and will become the challenge for the reclamation, rehabilitation, and restoration of the degraded forest ecosystem in the future. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bun Samsuk, for your very informative information. Yeah, sharing the Thailand experience. Okay, if any question for our Thailand presenter, please leave it to the question and answer session, or can write it in chat box as well. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bun Samsuk.
Thank you.
So I would like to invite our next speaker to deliver the topic of conservation journey of Sabah endemic Dipterocarps, Dipterocarpus ocarius. This is going to be delivered by Mr. Majapun, Mr. Richard Majapun from the Sabah Forest Department. Mr. Richard is a research officer at the Forest Research Center, Sabah Forestry Department. He obtained his BSc with honors in the biotechnology industry and life sciences. And his field of expertise is molecular biology, forest conservation, and tree plantation. So without much ado, I invite Mr. Richard.
Thank you, Dr. Nurwati. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, yes, can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nurwati. Okay, before to be ecological, please.
Mr. Richard, we cannot hear you very well.
For can you hear? Hello, hello. Can you hear me? I think I.
Yes, now we can hear you, but your slide is not there.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry for. I think the internet connection here is kind of unstable. Okay, I will share my slide again.
Okay, now your slide is. We can see your slide.
Okay, well. Okay, I will do this from the beginning. Sorry for the pause. Before I start with the main slide, I would like to share a cautionary tale on one of the endemic Dipterocarp in Sabah. As forestry related, I'm sure that many of us here are familiar with Dipterocarp, as they are known to be ecological and economically significant to Malaysia and foremost to the state of Sabah. However, sad story remains when overexploitation for commercial timber has caused severe depletion in forest resources in the past. As now present, Sabah is blessed with 182 of Dipterocarp species with 6 genera, and 6 of them are endemic to Sabah. One of the species, namely Hopia ovoidea, which is listed as critically endangered to possibly extinct due to no record was reported since it first discovered in 1941 and the latest in 1961 through the herbarium specimen. Should the possibility of it become extinct, Sabah has lost one of the stated species. Thus, continuous effort is needed to avoid a similar case that could be happen to Dipterocarpus ocarius. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, I present you the conservation journey of Sabah endemic Dipterocarp, a study case for Dipterocarpus ocarius, or locally known as Kuring Ranau. For information, Ranau is named after a district of Sabah that adjacent to Crocker Range, where the famous Mount Kinabalu is located. So here a bit of promotion. Okay, in this journey, we also would like to highlight our partner in crime, so the Sabah Parks and University Malaysia Sabah. The interest in the species characterized by the species rareness and endemism, and when only 5 specimens were previously collected from 1960 to 1967 at 4 localities within the Ranau district of Sabah. Since then, no individual species were reported nor recorded until the recent discovery in 2009. The species is characterized with the following attributes. It was restricted to additional band between 600 and 900 meters on ultrabasic and basic volcanic soils of the flank of Mount Kinabalu. It saw medium to large size tree reaching up to 40 meters tall and 1.2 meters in diameter. And previously, it was assessed using ecological niche modeling by study by Dr. Colin McCock as previously as critically endangered. And also, it is estimated to have lost about 68% of its original habitat. Identification of the species is kind of tricky because the leaf characteristic is similar to Dictyocarpus acutangulus and presumably segregated from a widespread Dictyocarpus ericeus, according to Meyer and Swington. And as the study by Mycock in 2012 added the discovery of 2 extremely rare and critically endangered Dictyocarp, namely Dictyocarpus lemulatus and Dictyocarpus ophrasius, using high resolution ecological niche modeling, as I previously mentioned just now. This study was a collaboration with the Sabah Forestry Department, University of Aberdeen, and ETZ Zurich. The new discovery was also reported in electronic news and blogs. Through the ecological niche modeling generated, only 3 known populations with the estimated number less than 100 mature individuals remain. Of the 3 localities of the recorded, 2 of them are located inside the totally protected area. This is also referred as Canpop and Kelpop, whereby another population located on state land referred as PLPop. The estimated of 68% lost to the original habitat by factoring in the potential threat to the population. As you can see here in this recorded Google Earth virtual tour, the Canpop is having an effect by forest fire. Some patches of the habitat is historically burned area because of the fire during prolonged El Nino and land conversion. Sorry. Sorry about that. And land conversion as well, settlements, oil palm plantation. As in another population for Kelpop, it also been heavily used by land conversion. You can see here as oil palm plantation is built around the population and also historically burned area. And for the third population, the anthropogenic activities was held here, mostly of shifting cultivation, land clearing, and also patches of oil palm. And this population is severely fragmented, and habitat are expected to be population in decline. As land use also uncertainty of the land planning of the third population. Here you can see the PLPOP recorded on state land. You can see the severe threat from anthropogenic activities, and this could change the landscape in the future due to the land use, but because it's on state land. Now, for the timeline of this study, in 2009, the ecological niche modeling recorded 3 new populations consist of 52 mature individuals. In 2010, various extensive surveys were conducted and an additional of 30 adult trees were recorded. In 2013, a record of the flowers is important, in addition to the species taxonomy in tracking down the remaining individual. In 2015, Ex-situ collection was conducted, and over than 5,000 seeds from 23 mother trees was successfully collected for ex-situ collection. And during the period of 2015 to 2019, a recorded new population in other areas in Ulu Sagama Malua, and 2 more in Ulu Tongod and Tawau. As for the taxonomic characteristic of the Diplodocus acresius is described by Meyer and Ashton. However, we would like to highlight the finding of the flower inflorescence of the specimen in 2013. As you can see in the picture here. As for population mapping, to track down the remaining individuals completed through exhaustive survey within the tree population resulted in 85 adults and 72 poles. Based on the elevation range, the occurrences of the individual from the lowest to the highest point of each population was less than 100 meters in elevation. In figure 2, demographic structure of each population was enumerated based on 6 classes DBH, suggested the spatial association among the life stages for Diplodocus acresius was shaped up by population size and the viability of reproductive adults. In addition, a 3D digital elevation model of the remnant population was constructed using dataset from STRM and generated by QGIS program. As part of the genetic study, population structure was determined using 9 de novo microsatellite markers, showed strong evidence of genetic differentiation by the progenies towards the genetic population. This may be due to the geographical barrier, in this case fragmentation, or the divergent natural selection between the environment. To sum up the result from the genetic study, it revealed that the species is severely affected by extreme inbreeding depression, since at the early generation of adult trees and continuously present in all life stages due to the narrow elevation range. Indication of biological bottleneck were recorded for all population, thus postulated in genetic drift and promotes higher self-healing rate among the progeny. And so far, some reporting and publication was being published for this species. And here, as you can see in the list here. And for about 900 seedlings of Diplodocus acresius was successfully raised in the Forest Research Center nursery during the period of 2010 to 2016. And more than 500 seedlings of the species have been sent out for restoration program in this listed area. Most of them in Ranau, Sanakan Ladatu, Buluran, and others agency. Now, here the interesting point I want to highlight. In 2017, a new population was recorded in Ulu Sagama Malua Lahadatu during the HOB scientific expedition. A total of 25 adult trees and 7 poles were recorded. With the recorded a new population, Diplodocus acresius was later listed as officially endangered in 2019. However, subsequently, 2 more populations were recorded in Tawau Hill Parks and Bukit Mongkobo in mid or end of the 2019. Therefore, we can expect the conservation status for this species will be further down reduced. With the next will be in the next assessment. As for synthesis of this presentation, the reassessment initiative subsequently generates 4 keys for this study. Number 1, since the discovery of the new population in 2009, it has increased the awareness among the researchers, staff, academicians, and also relevant community to join effort in understanding and learn out more of this rare species. With the continuous effort in surveying the species, it enhanced skills in fieldwork and resulting in the finding of new information on flower of the specimen, and subsequently be able to broken the enigma of hyperendemic population by tracking down new recorded population in other areas. Number 3, this has sustained the species conservation status from critically endangered to endangered at the moment, and could be further downgraded in the next assessment due to the incoming new population being recorded. Indeed, the key success in sustainability by initiation of conservation practice and its related program. Finally, may look impossible at first, but with collaboration, it proven to be easier to achieve the end. Thereafter, fostering a long-term interdepartmental and institutional in the conservation journey of Sabah endemic Ditrocap. Along this journey, we would like to acknowledge the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources through the funding of RMK 10, 11, and 12 through the Heart of Borneo funding. Secondly, to the Sabah State RMK 9 and RMK 10 funding, and especially to Sabah Forestry Department, and also to Sabah Parks and UC Malaysia Sabah. With this, I ended my presentation in native Kadazan speaking. Ketohadan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard, for a very enlightening and informative presentation. Mr. Richard has shared with us their journey on the conservation effort at the species level, on the Ditrocaps species. So any question, we will bring it forward to the question and answer session. With that, I thank you, Mr. Richard, again.
Thank you.
Now we are moving to the last but not least presentation. This is going to be presented by our friend from Myanmar on the ex-situ conservation of teak and carbon sequestration of different forest type in Myanmar. This presentation will be delivered by Dr. Mu Aung from the Forest Research Institute of Myanmar. Dr. Aung, the floor is yours.
The Secretariat will share the slide for Myanmar.
Okay, while waiting for the slide, this is just to inform you that originally this presentation is going to be delivered by Dr. Tong Naing U, but he's not going to be with us. He's not able to be with us today. So Dr. Mumu is going to be presenting on his behalf. Dr. Mumu, we cannot hear you. Mhm. Can our ICT member assist Dr. Aung?
I think Dr. Aung is already unmuted from our side. He just maybe he just need to work on his speaker or microphone.
Yeah, maybe we can guide him on doing that. I think while waiting for Dr. Aung, maybe we can open for the question and answer session. So it can be answered by our presenter. So one of the question in the chat box is, what is the success rate at the nursery for Dipterocarpus ocraceus and Dipterocarpus lamillatus? This one, I think, is the question is for Mr. Richard. Mr. Richard would like to answer that question.
Okay, sure can. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
At this stage, for lamillatus and ocraceus, because the concern of the selfing and also cause of inbreeding depression, we achieve a very low germination percentage of the successful germination for the nursery seedlings for both species. I think for lamillatus we only achieve 4%, and also 90% with the ocraceus. So this is and also coupled by seed predation as well during the seed collection, and also the effect the viability of the seed with the fertilization. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Richard. I hope that answered the question from Mr. Elango from the Botanic Garden of Singapore. Is there any progress from Dr. Aung?
Not yet, apparently. I think they are trying very hard to connect to us. Yeah, they are already unmuted.
Okay.
So we'll just wait for a while, probably.
Maybe I continue with the question and answer session while waiting for Dr. Aung.
Yes,
Just
please,
now, Dr. Aung Laiho, you were trying to post question
just now
the presentation. May I
yes,
invite you with your question?
Sure, thank you very much, Dr. Nowati. Basically, I have two questions. One is for the first presenter from Brunei. Ask doctor, what is the reason why Soria rubra, it is a complete failure in her trial, and then what are the reasons why the other two species eventually also been removed from recommendation? Yeah, could you kindly answer?
I hope Dr. Rahayu is here with us still.
Yes, I'm here, Dr. Narwati.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Rahayu. Please, yeah. kindly
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Ang, for the
Yeah.
question. So you had two questions for me. The first one was what was the reason for the failure for Shorea rubra?
Yes.
And the other was what was the reason for the other two species, Shorea, not Shorea, let me think, Agathis borneensis, and was the other one that was removed from the recommendation. Actually, there was only two that we eventually recommended to Forestry Department not to be used for the Shorea rubra and Agathis borneensis.
Hello.
Yeah, so the first answer for Shorea rubra is we think it's because Shorea rubra is a specialist of mixed dipterocarp forest. It's not suitable to be used for the waterlogged areas. So although it was successful in the plantings conducted by Forestry Department separately, it was not successful for the for our plots, and we think it's because it's not adapted to the habitat. Similarly, for Agathis borneensis, that was also the reason. So although it was successful for the Karangas forest, the dryland Karangas forest, it was growing well in the dryland Karangas, degraded Karangas forest, but it was not successful for our waterlogged Karapa forest, again because of the waterlogging. So I think one of the bigger recommendations from our study to the Forestry Department was that in similar situations with reforestation projects, the specificity of the species in terms of their habitats, where they are naturally found. So it's not just a matter of using native species, but also making sure that you're using the right native species for the right forest type that you're trying to reforest and rehabilitate.
Is it possible, let's say we improve the site, like sort of provide drainage and then raise up the planting plot?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. If we wanted to do some modifications, but actually that will harm the site further because the area is a pit swamp, mainly waterlogged, naturally waterlogged, pit swamp and degraded Karapa. So actually before we did our planting, one of the things that I didn't mention was that the canals in the area, which was where the water pipeline was located, was actually blocked, specifically to raise the water levels in the area, and we needed to do that before we conducted any reforestation projects because the area, as a result of drainage and the lowering of the water table due to the canal, was experiencing forest fires, which was destroying the area. But secondly, we would not have been able to conduct the project successfully if the water levels remained low. So it was crucial for us to ensure that the water levels were raised. So I think in moving forward, we would recommend for similar projects in waterlogged swampy areas would need to ensure that water levels are raised and also to plant species that are suitable for these waterlogged areas.
Okay. Maybe if you, all right, thank you. In view of the diversity in conservation, and then if that Shorea rubra was actually not found in your locality, and then also you know very well that they won't be able to survive, then the best is to avoid them from the ecological trait from the start.
Yes,
so that is save money and time. But then the Agathis borneensis is interesting because you say that it's from the dry big swamp forest. Yeah.
Dry grounds, yeah.
So when the area is quite a lot of times is submerged, then also it should not be introduced in the first place.
Yes, correct.
Right. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ang and Dr. Rahayu. It seems that the problem now with the Myanmar presenter is already being resolved. So may I invite Dr. Ang to present the paper? The floor is yours.
Hello?
You have to unmute.
Hello, everybody, good morning.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, yes. Thank you so much. So our certified program. So I would like to introduce myself. I am Mr. Ong Zomo from Forest Research Institute, Myanmar. So let's be our presentation. Our presentation is In-Situ Conservation of tree species and carbon sequestration of different forest types in Myanmar. I would like to please next slide. Next slide, please. Get on here. Hello. This slide show our introduction of our presentation. And so according to the work, we are emphasized to the conservation of teak. So I would like to highlight the teak are mostly grow in high hilly area below the 900 meter in elevation in Myanmar. So within the country, the teak is the most common in the mixed deciduous forest, as well as the evergreen and semi-evergreen forest. Our forest, our Myanmar is categorized the main forest type are 8 forest types. Among them, the mixed deciduous forests are very common on the teak tree species. Please next slide. Please next slide. This is our country program. According to our 2015 census, the total population about the 53.9 million. Among them, 70% of the people live in rural area. They are dependent on our forest resource. So our forest department is the mainly concerned our forest conservation activities. So please next slide. So this table show our forest cover status in Myanmar according to the FRA 2020. So we have the forest cover about the 42.19% in Myanmar. So our forest department is added the framework relating to the sustainable forest management. These are the master plan and also the action plan. So to support the sustainable forest management. So we are going to the sustainable development goal 15. So to reach our target, the government ensure the conservation, restoration, and sustainable use of terrestrial and inland fresh water ecosystem and their services, in particular forest, wetland, mountain, and dry land, in line with the obligation under the international agreements. So we have the protection and extension of existing reserve forest and the protected public forest. The reserve forest and protected public forest is the main conservation of our tree species. So destination of protected area system and establishing the protected area system is especially to the In-Situ Conservation of our native species. So conservation increasingly and naturally habitat for the wildlife, and not only the flora but also the fauna. So they will show our protected area system. So we have the now 6.08% of total country area are already established. So we are target to the 4,150 hectare. So our target is to reach the 10% of the total land area for the protected area system. Now we have the only 6.08 already demarcated for the protected area system. So national target for the reserve forest and public forest type, we are the 428,570 acres are already finished. So the total land area, about the 25.61 is the natural target to our reserve forest. So this table show the area header to the accumulation of the reserve forest and public forest. So I already mentioned about our forest type. Among them, the 26% are the deciduous or inline forest and temporary evergreen forest, and also the 34% is the main forest type in Myanmar. This is the mixed deciduous forest, and then we are follow the categorized. This is the mixed urban mixed forest, lower mixed forest, and dry urban mixed forest, etc. So according to the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species, we have adopted the National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan 2015 to 2020. According to the NBSET 2015-20, we have categorized the conservation status for especially for digital garbage, literacy, and magnoliaceae, fabaceae. Altogether, about the 42 species we classify to the IUCN Red List threatened species in Myanmar. So we have to grow the teak native region in its natural estate on the wall. So as you know, the natural habitat of teak is only the 4 countries of the world: India, Myanmar, Laos, and Thailand. Among them, our belonging to the teak forests are very big in Myanmar. About 59.13% of the teak natural teak forest in the world. So this table show the different types of forests. Among them, the main forest types are the dry deciduous forest, deciduous forest, dry forest, semi-evergreen forest. This table show the carbon sequestration of the 10 per hectare, especially for this forest type. So according to our management of the teak forest, we adopted the Myanmar selection system has been applied in managing the sustainable harvest and use of plant resources of the natural forest. This is 30 annual cubes and 30-year felling cycles. Felling cycles of 30 years is too long from the silviculture perspective. So the selected removal of target diameter tree is about the breast height, about the 4.5 feet. So exploitation diameter about the 63 centimeter about the DBH. So according to the impact of the selecting logging, so the selection against the desirable phenotype, this may be reduce the genetic diversity. So the genetic diversity are lost, so they increase the inbreeding in the inbreeding system. So the forest management system need to be divided to bring conservation silviculture to harmonize. To the modify the MSS. So this called the modified Myanmar selection system. Be based on the unit of the regulation length of the felling cycle, the residual growing stock, assessment of growing stock, obligatory extraction, method of yield regulation, and cultural operation, something like that. So the current genetic structure of Myanmar teak for the sustainable management of the forest in Myanmar through balancing the conservation and production, and to figure out the clear geographic genetic structure of Myanmar teak, to detect the population of conservation of teak in Myanmar, to propose the designation of breeding zone, seed zone, and also the planting zone. So to provide the genetic information for increasing the production of teak. So regarding with the conservation of teak in Myanmar, so the long-term storage of genetic material for further tree improvement program and sustainable development of species. So we have for the reasons, some levels of Ex-situ conservation become the important. The following Ex-situ conservation activities are being conducted by our forest department. And number one is the selection of plus tree in the national forest, and also the aging the old plantation, and also the establishment of teak province trial is assessed to their variation by the locality. And number three is the establishment of teak clonal sea orchards, CSO, teak sealing sea orchards, and to conserve the superior genetic germplasm. So number four is the establishment of teak hedge garden to collect the superior materials, and they are propagated from the shoot cutting method. So number five is the planting of medicinal plant in the plant garden, in the medicinal plant garden, and also tissue culture. Also, we are conducting this Ex-situ conservation activities. So this slide shows the geographic study, the structure of the teak in Myanmar. According to this evidence, so we have the three zones for the teak species breeding zone, planting zone. As we are, you can see the color of the genetic structure. So yellow, blue, and red. So we can demarcated the zone for based on the genetic structure of the teak. So we have the three zones are already concern the development of genetic diversity of teak in Myanmar. So breeding of teak in Myanmar. So we are classify the zone for breeding and planting zone for the teak. So based on that, due to the high genetic diversity of teak in Myanmar, so strong genetic basis for breeding program. So the existing breeding activities are selection of plus tree, vegetative propagation from hedge garden, and also the tissue culture, colonial seed orchard, seedling seed orchard, and seed production area. In case of seed production area, we choose the 15-year-old teak plantation, and also we have the demarcated this for seed production area about at least 12 acres for the seed production area, and this plantation should be the regular thinning activities. Silviculture thinning activities are already finished, so we have this plantation are choose for seed production area. So according to our breeding zone, so the two breeding zone and one seed production zone, we recognize the selection of plus tree and progeny tests in each breeding zone are we initiated for the long-term genetic conservation. So colonial sea orchard is drier region for the better production of seed because of the some more rainy season is the effect of the flowering and fruiting of our colonial sea orchard. So the seed production area should be the drier regions and then the moist regions. So recurrent selection of the colonial sea orchards. So this is the tree improvement program. The now our forest department initiated the tree improvement program in 1980s, but not advanced. Now we have to try to improve the tree improvement program. Accordingly, we have the implement our Myanmar Reforestation and Rehabilitation program. 10-year program started in 1960 and 1970. So the objective of tree improvement program is to increase the volume production per unit area of the plantation through the diameter and height growth to establish the long-term breeding population of the breed accumulated genetic gains. And also this graph show our step of the tree improvement program. Firstly, we have selected the +3 selection, and we have we carry out in the natural teak forest and also the OT plantation. And also after we select the +3, and from this +3, we have to collect the same scion for the vegetative propagation by means of grafting and vegetative propagation. And also we collected the grafted planting materials. We use the establishment of hedge garden and colonial sea orchards. So according to our MRRP program, Myanmar Rehabilitation and Reforestation program. So this slide shows the numbers of T+3 have been identified so far. About the 150 feet, 55 +3 are before the MRRP program. Also 375 are under the MRRP program. We selected our natural deep forest. So especially in the deep genetic diversity area. So not only the deep tree species, but also we have collected the SAM +3 in the natural forest, Derukapa, Magrukapa, Thalia, Xylocapa, and Lina arborea. These species are not only for the genetic conservation, but also their genetic conservation, also the threatened species for our long-term genetic conservation. So this table shows the numbers of seed production area already established there for in case of the teak. So we have the 191 seed production area already established. About the area is 3,256 hectares. Something like that. We have the seed production area for the 6 species are mainly established in the different ecological zones of the Myanmar. So and also the teak province try to know the genetic variation.
Mr. Ong,
Yes.
Can we get the presentation concluded?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah. This table show the teak hedge garden. This slide show the related to our genetic conservation research already established, and also we have concluded the Myanmar with the resource plant diversity. So we have the important for in-situ and in-situ conservation, coordination and collaboration in the regional program for sustainable management, tree improvement program to support quality seed, and also strengthen protected area management priority site for our valuable tree species, and also conservation and breeding region in northern and southern Myanmar. They establish a seed production area has garden, something like that. The problem is the alienation of the transport to the sea and sea lane. So thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aung, for a very informative presentation, sharing with us on the ex-situ conservation of teak and carbon sequestration of different forest type in Myanmar. Thank you. Now we are in the question and answer session, but on top of that, we are quite behind time. We are about 40 minutes behind time. So I see the chat box of this question and answer. We have received many questions and it has been answered by our presenters. But we have two questions that need to be addressed. It's from Mr. Edja Castanares. He just want to know to inquire on some governance activity generated in the project implementation. I'm not sure to whom, to which presenter that this question is addressed to. Some governance activities. Can we get some clarification on the question?
From Myanmar?
Sorry, I was asking Mr. Edja Castanares, you're still in the audience. Can you clarify a bit on the question? If not, then maybe we can go to the next question. That is, what kind of method did you use for the carbon assessment in your study? Maybe this one is for the last presenter, Mr. Aung.
Hello?
You have a question that is, what kind of methods did you use for carbon assessment in your study?
So in kind of the accounting for forest carbon stock, we use the Brown equation, because that one is the case study is in the Popa Mountain Park, and they have a full forest type. We are not representing all of the forest type in Myanmar, just in one district, they have a full forest type, and then we use the allometric equation of the Brown 1997. Yeah, because we don't have a site-specific equation in Myanmar.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, Mrs. Aung. Yeah. So I hope this answered the question of Mrs. Titinan Poto. For the previous question, I think Dr. Ho Aiman is trying to help. So I think we cannot prolong this session because the next session will be started at 2 o'clock, and now we are already at almost 1:20. I think any question we still can forward it, because you have you still have tomorrow, and then the Secretariat will help you to post the question to the presenter to be answered. So I think I have to conclude the session now. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to all the distinguished speakers of this session 1. You have enlightened, updated, and enriched our knowledge and R&D activities on the program on ex-situ conservation, which is, when you put together, can reflect a holistic approaches on ex-situ conservation efforts which have been carried out around this region, including reforestation of degraded forests, ex-situ conservation in disturbed terrestrial ecosystem, the role of botanic gardens in ex-situ conservation, national assessment of trees for red list, involvement of community and corporate in conservation effort, and incorporating conservation into city planning and ex-situ conservation at species level, in this case, using biotechnology. I personally have gained a lot. Special thanks also are due to the AFoCO for making many of these efforts possible. I would also like to apologize for any shortcomings during this session. With this note, I pass back the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Dr. Nowati, for your time to chair the first session of our webinar, and also a big thank you to all our presenters this morning. So with this, we'll now take a very short break, and please join us again at in session 2 at 2 p.m. Malaysia time. I repeat, we will resume our session 2 at 2 p.m. Malaysia time. With this, I thank you, and I'll see you all later. Just another minute and we will start our session 2. Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the webinar on Ex-situ conservation and carbon sequestration potential of red list tree species. We shall resume our webinar today with 2 more sessions this afternoon. Our session 2 will be chaired by Dr. Noor Hasnida Hassan. Dr. Hasnida is the head of the Biotechnology Program in Forest Research Institute, Malaysia, with 26 years of working experience. She obtained her PhD in botany and has developed interest in the studies of plant genetic transformation, tissue culture, and bioreactor technology. Dr. Hasnida is currently involved in several research projects, which include development of tissue culture and bioreactor technology for forest and herbal species, as well as genetic transformation for hairywood production of herbal species. Without much ado, Dr. Hasnida, the session is now yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Waiman, for the introduction. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope all of you have already have a great lunch. This morning, we heard about introduction to ex-situ conservation, case studies across Asean. In this first afternoon session, we are focusing on ex-situ conservation of red list species. This session will bring together 4 presentations on conservation of endangered species. Each presenter will be given 15 minutes for their presentation, and a Q&A session will begin after the first presentation at the end of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker of this session. Welcome Dr. Jong Hwan Lim from National Institute of Forest Science, Korea. Dr. Jong Hwan Lim currently is the Director of Forest Ecology Division, Korea. And he obtained his PhD from Seoul National University. His expertise is on forest biodiversity conservation, climate change, impacts on forest ecosystem science, and long-term ecological research. His current project is impacts and vulnerability assessment of climate change on forest ecosystem and forestry climate change adaptation of evergreen conifers in Korea. So without further ado, please welcome Dr. Jong Hwan Lim to present his paper entitled Conservation of Abies Koreana and Endangered Tree Species Declining Due to Climate Change in Korea. The floor is yours, Dr. Jong.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon. My topic is focused on in-situ conservation of Korean fir on endangered endemic species in Korea. Next, please. Next slide, please. Abies koreana, Korean fir trees are distributed only on the mountain tops in southern part of Korean peninsula. The tree form is beautiful and ornamentally useful, and planting in gardens and also used as Christmas trees. Korean fir has various beautiful cone colors. Thank you. My topic has two parts. The one is about the reason of Korean fir mass mortality and relationship with climate change. And the other is how to conserve Korean fir forests faced with uncertain future situations. Next. According to the recently conducted national survey on subalpine conifer forests of 7 species, the area of Korean fir forest is about 7,000 hectares on 6 mountains. The biggest population is on Mountain Jiri and followed by Mountain Halla in Jeju Island. Next, please. We analyzed 20 years change of subalpine conifer forest using Landsat satellite images. Then it was decreased about 25%, but differently by mountains. Next. This photo shows a 10-year change of Korean fir forest in Mountain Halla. You can see only Korean fir trees were dead selectively. Next, please. This photo comparatively shows the difference between healthy and stressed trees. The stressed one has fewer and shorter leaves, and longevity of leaves is short, about 2 to 5 years, while healthy trees have 7 to 8 year old leaves and have thick crown. Next, please. Many of the trees are dying by chronic stress of drought and warmth. Next. But sometimes some trees die abruptly in spring season when severe stress event occurs. Next. You can see the dramatic changes of the Korean fir forest decline in Mountain Halla. Next. Direct mechanism by drought stress suggested as follows. First, carbon starvation. Second, hydraulic failure, in other words, embolism. And the third, insect pest and disease. Why evergreen conifers are dying and became the first victim of climate change in Korea. It is the result of the combination of characteristics of Korean climate, trend of climate change, and species trait. Korean climate has 4 distinct seasons. In summer, it is very hot and lots of rain, while winter is very dry and chilly. Next. Korean climate has been changed differently by seasons. Temperature increased more rapidly in winter than other seasons without any increase of precipitation. So we are experiencing very warm and dry winters frequently in last 20 years. Climate change scenario projects similar pattern for the future climate of Korea. In case of warm and dry conditions, it is very dangerous to the evergreen conifers, which have leaves, because leaves consumes lots of carbohydrates for respiration in warm condition. Next, please. Symbiotic fungi, mycorrhizae, provide water to trees and take carbohydrates from trees. We tested what's the minimum temperature for mycorrhizal fungi to grow for 10 species, 13 strains. Then we found that all of them grow at an over 8 Celsius degree. This means mycorrhizal fungi is not helpful when soil temperature is below 8 Celsius degree. Next. Soil temperature changes slowly, and it reaches to 8 Celsius degree in March in the south, April in the middle, and May in Gangwon province. Next. We tested physiological responses by temperature increase in the field. We concluded that warmer temperature was stressful to Korean forest trees. Next, please. In the experiments in controlled system, Korean fir responded similarly, while pine and oaks didn't. This means Korean fir is sensitive to temperature increase. Next. In summary, due to climate change, warm winter and early spring with drought occurs more frequently and severe. For evergreen conifers, maintenance respiration increase by warm temperature and consume stored carbohydrates, I mean non-structural carbon, even in winter. Available soil water is very poor because of drought, less snow cover or soil freeze, and there is no help from mycorrhizae. Trees close stomata because of water stress, and photosynthesis decrease and can't produce carbohydrates. If this situation is continued a long time, the tree dies by carbon starvation. Next, please. Next, please. Due to global warming, drought and heat-induced mortality of trees has been increased globally in every continent. And if the climate is warmer and drier, tree mortality will increase. Next, please. The paper was cited in the IPCC AR5 report in 2014. You can find the dot on the mountain Halla for Korean fir decline. Next, please. We held several workshops and symposia, and the decline was reported many times in mass media. Then Korea Forest Service established subalpine evergreen conifer conservation strategy and plan in 2016. Next, please. According to survey data, much bigger problem for Korean fir than mass mortality is poor regeneration. Inverse J-shaped distribution of tree size, tree size is ideal for maintaining the population, but it has a left skewed bell shape. There can be many hypotheses on poor regeneration. We didn't figure out which stage is critical yet. Next, please. In Mountain Jiri, decline index of trees and seedling density are different by area, and western part has declined severely in last 2 years. Seedling density has been decreased about 38%. Next, please. it is uncertain which stresses or disturbances will threaten in the future. Until 10 years ago, finding any insect pest and disease attacking Korean fir trees was not easy. But now, insects attacking fruits or leaves are common. It is well known that insect pest and disease increase as temperature increase. Next. How we can conserve and what should be priority actions? There can be in-situ and ex-situ conservation activities. I suggest two priority actions for in-situ conservation. First one is enhancing natural regeneration, and second is restoration or reintroduction of the population to increase genetic diversity, maintaining genetic identity. Next. To enhance or help natural regeneration, I'm sorry, previous slide. To enhance or help natural regeneration, we just established experiment sites, including opening canopy by eliminating competing trees and eliminating shrub layer competitors such as dwarf bamboo. These are aiming at enhancing available light and soil moisture conditions for seedlings. Next, please. Restoration or reintroduction of the population, increasing genetic diversity as well as maintaining genetic identity is effective measure to enhance natural regeneration and to resist to present and future stresses. These books are useful to achieve knowledge about the theory and methodology. Next, please. We analyzed genetic diversity of 3 major populations, and fortunately, the diversity was relatively high. Among the populations, mountain hala population is identical to inland populations. So, restoration materials from inland populations can be used in any inland area. However, in Jeju Island, we have to use restoration materials only from Jeju to maintain genetic identity. Next. When we collect restoration materials seeds, we have to consider genetic diversity. We can calculate minimal distance of individuals for seed collection by analysis of spatial pattern of genetic diversity. In mountain Jiri, it is about 30 meters, and in mountain Hala, 15 meters. Next. As a pioneer project, we selected Korean fir population in mountain Kumon because it is in the risk of local extirpation. The population is very small and genetic diversity is low, and the probability of inbreeding is high because genetic fixation index is high, about 0.3. And we selected mountain Jiri population as genetic materials to apply here because genetic identity is similar and genetic diversity is high in mountain Jiri population. Next, please. We propagated seedlings from seeds collected in mountain Jiri and planted about 1,350 seedlings of 5-year-old seedlings on 0.3 hectare in last year. And most of them were successfully established. Next, please. Let me conclude. Korean fir forests are declining very fast recently due to climate change. Besides ex-situ conservation, we need to do in-situ conservation activities, including helping natural regeneration and restoring, considering genetic identity and diversity. Because ecosystems are complex and not much time remained to conserve Korean fir. We need to do tests and take actions urgently and learn by doing. Thank you very much for your listening.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jong Huang Lim, for your enlightening presentation. And then we proceed to the second presenter. From Korea, we came back to Malaysia. Our next speaker is Dr. Lee Sun Leong from Genetic Laboratory, FRIM. Currently, he is the head of genetic lab in FRIM. Dr. Lee experts in molecular ecology, population genomics, transcriptomics, DNA profiling, DNA barcoding, phylogenetic, phylogeography, conservation genetics, plant molecular breeding, and gene isolation. And his current projects is application of DNA technology for conservation, management, and utilization of forest genetic resources. Also, project he is involved in molecular breeding and genomic of plant resources. So, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Lee Sun Leong to present his paper entitled Conservation Management of an agarwood producing and CITES listed species Aquila malacensis. The floor is yours, Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee. Secretariat, please. Please, Dr. Wyman. Okay. Okay. Mr. So, can we? Since
I think his line is unstable because he keep
on come up from the room. Okay, so we proceed can we proceed to the third speaker? Hope the third speaker is here. The third speaker is Mr. Shahrul Nizam bin Abu Bakar, postgraduate student from University of Science Malaysia. He has a Bachelor in Science, majoring in Botany from University of Science Malaysia. And his current project is on the limestone orchid flora in Kedah. So, the title of Mr. Shahrul's presentation today is the limestone orchid flora of the Northern Peninsula Malaysia. The floor is yours, Mr. Shahrul.
Thank you, Dr. Hasida, for the introduction. Okay, today I will be presenting my master's research, which is on the limestone orchid flora in the Northern Peninsula Malaysia. And before that, I am grateful to be sharing my findings with the many greats named here, and also to clarify that I'm still in the process of doing my research, and there would be not much of a result that have been obtained, but still I'm hoping that it would give some benefits or information in this sharing session. Okay, so basically this is the outline of my presentation this evening, sorry. And before we start, allow me to talk a little bit on the introduction of orchids. orchids have been studied for many years ago with various kinds of experiments. And being known one of the largest flowering plant family among the others, orchids have about 30,000 species in total. And in Malaysia, we have about close to 3,000 species located both in Peninsular Malaysia and Sabah and Sarawak. And even though it was studied for hundreds and hundreds years ago, orchids are still being actively recorded for new species and new records on distributions from all around the world. And from that, it is safe to say that orchids still have not been fully discovered. So one of the purpose of my study is to gain as much as information on the distributions and the diversity of limestone orchid flora, focusing only on the mainland state of Kedah, on some selected limestone hills, and also to achieve the objective of my study, I will be using geographic information system in order to conduct important plant area on those selected limestone hills, and also to use a software called GeoCat to assess the conservation status. So it has come to the next question, why limestone? Limestone generally can be classified as the art of biodiversity. The unique formation of the limestone hills resulted from the compression of dead marine organisms from hundreds and thousands years ago, houses so many kinds of endemic and rare species. And this is due to the harsh topography of the limestone hills that creates no disturbance on the habitat of the species by having edaphic solid condition, as well as by having several microhabitats in a single limestone hills, which then creates diverse species adapting to those microhabitats. And a recent publication by Liu et al. In 2021, they have found that in Malaysia, we have about 1,939 outcrops of limestone hills that are scattered throughout Malaysia. And in the mainland state of Kedah, there are 13 limestone outcrops and 160 outcrops are located in Pulau Langkawi. Also stated in the findings, they have said that in some of the limestone hills are still lacking of biodiversity information. And this only resulted for the limestone hills to be vulnerable to threats, even though it was classified as an environmentally sensitive areas, but still more and more of anthropogenic activities are being held in our limestone hills in Malaysia. And these are some of the new records on distributions that we have found in Gunung Pelai Baling last year. For the first and the second picture is a terrestrial orchid, which is Chirostylis goldsmithiana. It was said to be endemic in Pulau Pinang. It was last found in the year of 1992 and then was not been collected in Penang since then, but was found in Gunung Pelai Baling based on our exploration last year in September 2020, growing on the bedrock of limestone hills in Gunung Pelai. And also for the third picture is Pathococtis handigiana, also said to be endemic in Pulau Timun in Langkawi, but also was found in Gunung Pelai Baling. So this shows how much of the limestone hills in the mainland state of Kedah are really understudied, and there were no two checklists of limestone orchid species in the mainland state of Kedah. And one of the objectives of my study is to provide an updated checklist on the limestone orchids that are in Kedah to act as a references for future conservation work or any other kinds of project or research. And what most concerning about this part is that, as you can see up north of Gunung Baling, there is still an active coring site that have been operating since 2014. And the picture above the coring site, which is Porphyropedilum niveum, it is classified as an endangered species by the IUCN Red List, and it is facing threats due to the overpollution of this species by the locals to sell them to the public. And it makes it easier to find because this species is restricted growing only on the limestone hills in an open area. And in this case, this species is found near the coring site and at the topmost of the Gunung Baling. And we have done several explorations on Gunung Baling and Gunung Pelai. Gunung Pelai is the smaller hills next to Gunung Baling. And we have identified some certain threats that are being faced by these two hills, which is the coring activities, deforestation, and also Gunung Baling is famous for its recreational activities, such as hiking or cave exploring or many other kinds of activities. And if no actions will be taken, more and more of these species or the species in this family would become more threats, as well as be extinct in the future. And what we have discussed to save these threatened species is by integrating various kinds of biological approach, such as by using GIS in order to conduct an important plant area to identify the hotspots for the most diverse spot or the most threatened species. In this area, and then to proceed with in-situ conservation, as well as also to use the integration on the ex-situ conservation, which is tissue culture or germplasm collection, involving with many kinds of stakeholders such as the local communities, the NGOs or researchers that are in Kedah or around Kedah, and use the product of the tissue culture to reintroduce them back into the wild once the habitat is stable. Okay. Based on our exploration on Gunung Baling last year, we have found 40 orchid species, and 11 of them were said to be new records on distributions to Kedah as compared to 1995, recorded only on Gunung Baling alone. And we believe that if more explorations or more areas are needed to be covered, we would find more of rare and endemic species in that site based on our result on the past exploration. So this slide is only to show how much of the values of orchid. And in the year of 2012, orchids contributed about 38% to the Malaysian floriculture industry, with the production value of $39.1 million, in which 12.6% was the export market. And also Malaysia is one of the main sources for imports by Singapore, along with Taiwan and Thailand, of fresh orchids, amounted to $5.4 million in the year of 2007, and the rate of export increased by 45.2% in the year of 2009 to 2017. And these are the 5 limestone hills, the selected limestone hills that are chosen for my research. And the reasons for the 5 limestone hills chosen is because we have done a field survey on these 5 limestone hills, and we have found out in these 5 limestone hills, it contained a diverse and rare species. And currently, I'm in the process of data collection, and only of those 2 limestone hills have been explored, which is Gunung Baling and Gunung Pulai, and the rest of the limestone hills would be explored, or the process of data collection will be done on the next month. And for the assessment for the conservation status of the orchid species found, I will be using a software called GeoCat, and only selected limestone hills or limestone orchids will be used that are restricted growing on the North Peninsula Malaysia to assess for their conservation status, and the rest of the limestone orchids will act as a baseline data for future conservation assessment that would involve more geographical distribution, and also to use a geographic information system to identify the important plant areas on the 5 selected limestone hills to know where is the concentrated or hotspot for diverse of rare or endemic or threatened species, and prioritizing on those 5 limestone hills in which to conserve more. So for the methods on data collection, I will be using 2 methods, which is a physical fieldwork and also to use the herbarium records that are available in all of the repository that are available in Malaysia, and to use the data to compute into the software of GeoCat and also the GIS. So in conclusion, by using GIS and GeoCat, it can help in both conservation efforts, whether in situ or ex-situ, to assess their conservation status or to identify the most diverse of rare or endemic or threatened species in much faster way. And in my belief that in order to achieve a successful long-term conservation efforts, various type of biological approach are really in need in order to make the conservation efforts more sustainable. And that's it for my presentation today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shahrul, for your interesting presentation. So let's move to the Next presenter, Dr. Lee Sun Leong from Genetic Laboratory FRIM. The floor is yours, Dr. Lee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just okay, I think first of all, sorry for the hiccup just now. Okay, I think good afternoon.
Dr. Lee, can you change the mode to presentation mode? The slide.
Actually, I already share is in presentation mode. Is it in presentation mode?
No, not yet.
Yeah,
Probably Dr. Lee can unshare first and then go out and share again.
In presentation mode?
Not yet, Doctor.
Not yet.
Oh, no, already in presentation mode. Will it be okay?
Um,
I'm sorry.
Dr. Lee, do you?
Wait, sorry, I'm sorry. How about now in the presentation mode?
Not yet, Dr. Lee.
Not yet, huh? So, okay.
Dr. Lee, are you good
Yeah.
to using two monitor?
Yes. I'm using two monitors.
Okay, so that's why. Can you just use one monitor, one display?
One display. Still not in presentation mode.
Not yet, Dr. Lee.
Not yet, no. How about now? Still the same?
Still the same.
Still the same. So what should I do?
Okay. Maybe Secretariat will share your slide, Dr. Lee.
Okay, just go ahead.
If there's no changes from Dr. Lee's previous slide, then the Secretariat shall share. Okay?
Yeah, you can just share my slide.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Lee, you can proceed.
Okay, sorry for all the hiccup. I think unstable this internet connection. So I think good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon. So many thanks for the organizing committee for us, to share some of our research activities, towards conservation and management of one of these cited listed species. That is Aquilania malacensis. Next slide, please. So I think before I go further, some background on this Aquilania malacensis. I think most of us, we know that this is one of the main source of high-grade agarwood, main source of high-grade agarwood or gaharu in Malaysia. I think in Malaysia. So it's been, I think, listed in Appendix 2, in the CITES Appendix 2. Then also under the IUCN red list, it's been, I think, identified as threatened plants under critically endangered. So why, we need all these conservation management of these particular species? I think the first one, I think, will be the aggressive collection and trade activities over the past 20 years. All these actually affect the survival potential of these species in a natural stance. So that's the reason why conservation management guidelines are urgently required to prevent it from extinction and to ensure sustainable utilization. Next. So these activities are aimed to first, I think, to assess the genetic diversity. And the second one on the phylogeography on these particular species. And also, I think we have some this group also. This group also we conduct some hot ecological studies on this particular species, just to elucidate, specific requirement for the species existence, and subsequently to develop conservation and management guidelines. So here, I think we will highlight also, normally we can conduct the conservation research, then it's still got a gap, once, you got the outputs from the research activity, how are we going to translate it, into a guidelines, in the guidelines, in terms of conservation guidelines. Another one is the management, how are we going to manage the species, or even though how to utilize the species. So here, our conservation and management guidelines for this particular presentation, our focus, on the gap to this fill the gap on how are you going to utilize, the output from the research activity for in-situ conservation of these species, ex-situ conservation. Also, in terms of management and utilization, for example, how are we going to identify the species using this DNA method? Also, for the tracking of these wood species, like for example, to track them into their original origins. So next, please. So in order to do that, the first step, we need to know actually where we can find these species in the natural habitat. Like, we need to know in order to conserve.
we need to know their status in the natural habitat. So in order to do that, we conducted a comprehensive, population survey of this particular species throughout this Peninsular Malaysia. In total, actually, we have a survey, on 48 forest reserve. Then from this forest reserve, we managed, to collect samples, from 35 these forest reserve forested area. We consider as 35 populations. Altogether is 942 these sample throughout this Peninsular Malaysia. Next. So these are some of the photos during our population survey and also the sample collections in the various state and the forest reserve. Then you can see from this photo, actually, we got help. It's not only us. Then the forest departments, various these state forest departments assist us, in order to assess the forest and also, to collect the samples. Next. So based on this detailed population survey, we have identified two major threats of these the surviving of these species in the natural habitat. The first one, I think, will be on the illegal harvesting. So it's quite rampant in certain these forested area or in the forest reserve. Then the illegal harvesting, and the second one next. Encroachment. The second one is encroachment, and also I think the slashing, of these the Aquariaria americansis. I think to check for their these resin. So injury. This is also, I think, quite common in certain these forest reserve. Very serious type of injury to all these. Some of these you can assume that it is the mother tree. The last tree. Next. So what we did actually is all the samples, collected samples. The first thing, I think, we extract the DNA. Next. Then based on, I think, a single population also, we develop the marker. So the marker will be used, for this research will be a microsatellite marker. We have developed altogether 17 microsatellite these markers. Next. So subsequently, with this marker, then we conduct these microsatellite analysis. So this one basically will involve the PCR reaction, the fragment analysis. Then after that, we do the genotypings. Next. So beside that also, we are using these the chloroplast DNA region also. Then all these, then we get the sequence, through this DNA sequencing. DNA sequencing using these chloroplast these DNA regions. Next. So once we got all the data, then we conduct various type of data. We conducted various type of data analysis. Those are, I think, the basic these population genetics type of analysis. Like for example, estimate the level of genetic diversity of each of the populations in terms of these population genetic structure. Also, we got mating system, spatial genetic structure. Okay, next. Okay, these are some of the results. Just highlight some of the results. I got it. The first one, I think, in terms of level of genetic diversity. So basically, I think based on this table, you can see that these species, still maintain high level of genetic diversity, and high level within a population, but low among populations. Then the low actually is 8.1%. It's less than 10%. So a majority of these genetic diversity will partition, actually within population rather than among the populations. Next. Okay. In terms of genetic, the previous slide, please. Okay. In terms of genetic structure, then I think the analysis, clearly show that the population in Peninsular Malaysia, basically can be partitioned, into two main genetic clusters. Next, please. Then is one, I think, is the cluster of this Kerapah and Perak, and the other one, I think, is more, I think, to northern population of this Peninsular Malaysia. Then the other one, I think, is on the cluster Kelantan and Johor. That would include, the population in the central of this Peninsular Malaysia, east coast and southern of this Peninsular Malaysia. So basically, I think the genetic structure analysis clearly show that the population in Peninsular Malaysia basically can be divided into two these genetic clusters. Next, please. So similarly, when we use, actually the CP, the chloroplast, these what we call that, the DNA regions, chloroplast. These I think haplotype distribution map, that will use, to infer phylogeography of this particular species in Peninsular Malaysia. Also, I think clearly divided the peninsula into, to these main cluster, similar to the STL marker or the microsatellite markers. Next. So also we, I think, interested also on the optimum size, population size. So what we did, actually, we conduct some simulation study using computerized this algorithm to estimate, actually the minimum population size, actually to maintain, 95% of the total genetic diversity. Based on this simulation study, it's shown that it is 390 these individual. Okay, next one. So with this result plus other result, this one, I think, we will come out, now we go back to how I'm going to translate into guidelines, especially, I think, conservation guidelines. So the approach, actually, you are using, life history trait approach. So that means actually we are referring, to our studies, on other species that have a similar type of life history trait. So I think basically, I think for in-situ conservation guideline of these Aquilella manspensis, since, actually the Peninsular Malaysia can be divided into two main these cluster. So for each cluster, actually we need to have at least 5 populations. 5 population, since, actually there are these, the population differentiation, these coefficient, actually is less than 10%. So each of these cluster, we have five population, at least 5 population. So we got the 2 main cluster, then you'll be total 10. For each of these population, they should have at least, more than 200 hectare, within these 200 hectare, they might should consist, at least 390 trees, more than 5 cm DPH to maintain maximum level of genetic diversity. This one, I think, is a withstand, loss due to drift, genetic drift, random these loss of genetic diversity. Also, within these 390 trees should include 69 trees more than 20 cm. That means the adult trees to contain minimum number of reproductive individuals to prevent inbreeding. So we can design, in such a way that 200 hectares will be the core, then surrounding by a buffer zone, that will protect the core. Then subsequently, got one transition zone that it can be used, for this sustainable utilization. This, I think, the design for the in-situ conservation this area for each of these populations, each of the population of the 4 reserve, altogether 10. Next one. So for ex-situ conservation, so similarly, I think based on the result, the 2 main cluster. So by setting, these some criteria, for example, the number of these allele must be more than 5. The heterozygosity should be more than 0.5. Then also based on the population survey, the dust tree must be more than 10. Then the forest will be healthy. Then from there, actually, we have identified, actually 6, for reserve in these Kedah Perak region that can be used, actually to collect, actually material to stand up the ex-situ conservation area. So similarly, I think we apply the same criteria to the this Kelantan Johor this region. So we have identified 10 these population that can be used, to collect, actually the germplasm or these genetic material to set up these what they call that, the ex-situ conservation area. So in fact, I think this line through this guideline, so these activities have been carried out by our colleagues. Now I think we are in processing, actually to plan to set up the ex-situ conservation area in various parts of this Peninsular Malaysia. Okay, next. So I think focus on the conservation. Now, how about in terms of this management and utilization? So for this one, I think management and utilization, I think using the same data set, I think the first one, we developed the DNA database for species identification. Then the second part is the DNA database for population identification. And the third one will be DNA database for individual ID. This one I think is a very important. If let's say you want to track the origin or of the woods, tracking of these the Aquilaria malacensis wood that consists of the haru. So next one. So for the DNA database for species identification, so we managed to develop these ID database for 7 these Aquilaria species. Beside these malacensis, we got Hilta, Microcarpa, Beccariana, Krasna, Sinensis, and Rostrata. Using actually 3 chloroplast region, not 4, sorry, it's a 3. RBCL, the MACK, and the ITS2. The next one. So based on the haplotype distribution map, also we developed the cpDNA database. This one basically I think is for the original population identification. In this case, I think more towards regional, the cluster identification of these species. Next. So besides also, I think we developed the STR database, the microsatellite database. This one, I think the first, I think the usage will be on population identification. Using this assignment test, you can see, I think the first table on your left-hand side is how actually when you do a simulation this study. So basically, I think by using the microsatellite database, you'll be able to identify samples into their original for reserve is more than 90%. More than 90%, you'll be able to trace them back into their original forest reserve. Besides that, also I think we developed the individual identification database. This one basically I think is really on to match the wood match back into their original stump. The table on your right hand side basically is the allele frequency that we consider as an individual identification database that will be used actually to estimate or to calculate the random match probability or the profile frequency once unknown this wood of Aquilaria is a match to their original stump. Next. So this one I think is before we use the microsatellite database for any investigation, we need to characterize it. We need to check their conservativeness. Also I think we need to also know actually what type of formula or model we can be used actually to estimate this profile frequency. So basically, I think this one for plants, actually, we can use the subpopulation inbreeding this model to estimate the profile frequency, actually the genotype frequency, profile frequency, or at the end, these what they call that, the random match probability or likelihood ratio. We have to collect it with all these the theta. Theta actually is the coefficient of co-ancestry, or even though these are the inbreeding these coefficient. Okay, next one. Next slide, please. So how in terms of applications, application of the various type of databases. So the first one, I think this one happened in 2020. So that means I got some these Karaswood have been confiscated from one of these factory in somewhere in southern region of this Johor. So these enforcement officer just sent to us, some of the samples. Then they would like to know, the origin of these the wood samples. Based on these microsatellite database, by using the assignment test, actually we'll be able to trace them back to their original population or the forest reserve. Like for example, for K1, one of the sample, then we managed to trace them back actually into one of the forest reserve in Malacca. Actually, it's more like in the central of Peninsular Malaysia. So similarly, I think for K4 in Pahang, of course, with the probability of assignments, we will not be able to say that these are 100% sure, but we have a probability of assignment. For example, K1, if you go back, assign back to their original population in Paya Rumput, the probability of assignment actually is at 98.772%. So next. Similarly, I think next. Similarly, I think we receive also before application to previous slide. Okay, these requests also. I think this also in 2020. Yeah. So also I think the enforcement officer, they confiscated some of these agarwood. They want to know, actually is from where. Actually, I think they confiscated the wood. Actually, is one of the state in the east coast, that is the northern side of east coast of. So by using these the database, DNA databases that we have developed, we managed to assign them back actually to their original population. Of course, with the probability of assignment 80.97%. So next. So in terms of this sustainable utilization or helping, actually for this the plantation of these karas of this aquaria. So in 2017 also we received a request. Actually got one these the planter. They are trying to plant these aquaria species, but before that they will not. They would like to know, actually what species actually they are going to plant. So they send the samples to us. By using the DNA database for species identification, we are helping actually the planters to identify actually their planting material actually is Aquaria sinensis. Okay, next. So I think in summary, so based on these studies, actually we manage to come out, I think, with various type of these the conservation guideline in terms of in-situ and ex-situ this guideline. Also, I think we developed, actually various type of these DNA database, that can be used, to manage and utilize, these species. So our ultimate goal actually is to prevent it from the extinction, to ensure that sustainable utilization. So the ultimate goal actually is to preserve it for the benefit of our future generations. So with this little effort, then I just thank you for your attention. Next slide. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Lee.
for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee, for your presentation. Now let's move to our final speaker, the one and only female presenter for this session. She is currently head of SIG Technology Laboratory in FRIM with 25 years experience in SIG Technology and Cryopreservation. And she obtained her master's degree from Y College, University of London. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Nashatul Zaimah Nur Azman to deliver her paper entitled Low Temperature Seed Storage of Malaysian Forest Tree Species. The floor is yours, Ms. Nashatul.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hasmida. Perhaps the Secretariat can share the slide. Okay. All right. Okay, good. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the beginning of this year, many forest trees in Peninsular Malaysia and FRIM in particular have flowered heavily. This phenomenon that is known as mass flowering was followed by mass fruiting for 50 to 60% of the diplocarps at the FRIM campus in Kapong. After collecting, these seeds need to be quickly stored and they must be stored in a way which maintains their viability. The purpose of seed storage is actually to maintain the seed in good physical and physiological condition from the time they are collected until the time they are planted. It also plays a complementary role in germplasm conservation as temporary means until ex-situ stands are established. It also acts as a safety measures against disastrous losses. During the next 50 minutes, I'd like to present and share our findings related to seed storage studies where we focus on diplocarps and non-diplocarp seeds of forest tree species. Next. Next, please. Okay, thank you. Second slide. Second slide, please. Yes, thank you. It is undeniable that ex-situ preservation of plant genetic resources is important. To ensure its successfulness, ex-situ preservation protocols are required. We have been conducting various research activities in relation to seed storage towards supporting the ex-situ conservation of tropical forest tree species. Storage of seeds at low temperatures allow for the reduction of cell metabolic activity, and medium and even long-term preservation are possible. For low temperature storage, several applications are available. Next. For short-term storage of orthodox seeds, they can be stored at 5 degrees Celsius. Medium-term storage of seeds can be performed at freezing temperatures, that is -20 degrees Celsius. Here, seeds should be dried to 3 to 7% moisture content and placed in airtight containers. This is actually also the condition used in many seed banks where orthodox seeds are kept. Other alternative is deep freezing in -80 degrees Celsius, but this technique requires special laboratory freezers. As for long-term storage, cryopreservation in liquid nitrogen is also effective. After proper optimization, the survival of any plant material at cryogenic temperature is possible, since the metabolic and physiological activity of the cells is greatly reduced. Moreover, in cryopreservation, the plant materials are protected from contamination. It also requires only limited maintenance, that is, only the controlling of the liquid nitrogen level from time to time. Cryogenic storage of orthodox seeds can be considered as an alternative to the conventional storage at -20 degrees Celsius, but it is not suitable for recalcitrant seeds. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, seeds should be handled carefully and should be stored under suitable conditions in order to maintain its initial quality, such as germination, physical purity, and vigor. It is a fact that seeds remain the most popular and common source of reproductive propagules in large-scale afforestation and reforestation activities. Therefore, it is important to only use high-quality planting materials in order to ensure and increase the success of such programs. Now, next slide. This slide shows how the seed storage studies were conducted at our laboratory, where freshly collected and matured seeds were used. In the first part of the study, the orthodox seeds were subjected to either storage in deep freezer at -20 degrees Celsius or direct plunging into liquid nitrogen. No desiccation procedures were carried out because of the wide variation in seed moisture content. Thus, the seeds with their original moisture content without cryoprotectant treatments were placed in aluminium foil laminated bags and immersed directly in liquid nitrogen. Seeds were then thawed slowly for 30 minutes at room temperature. Viability of whole seeds was tested by germinating them on paper at 28 to 30 degrees Celsius. Meanwhile, in the second part, seeds of diplocarps was thawed at 20 degrees Celsius cold room. Enough number of seeds were withdrawn weekly for germination percentage and also for moisture content determination. Next. Right. This table shows the germination of several non-diplocarp species as they were kept in a -20 degrees Celsius freezer for a year. At this storage temperature, most species survive by maintaining relatively high germination percentage, except for 3 species, Dialium platycephalum, Legistrumia speciosa, and Milia azadira, where we observed less than 50% seeds germinated. And it is also noted that the moisture content for these seeds are quite high. There is more than 10%. Therefore, it is recommended to desiccate these seeds further to lower moisture content to less than 10%. Preferably between 3 to 7% before storing at this temperature to increase the survival rate. Next, please. Okay. What we can see in this table is the success of direct plunging in liquid nitrogen for some of the forestry seeds. All seeds highlighted in the table were tolerant towards direct immersion in liquid nitrogen, where germination exceeds 50%, except in the case of a bamboo of Dendrocalamus rendicei. It is a type of bamboo where germination was lower than 50%. Our findings shows that orthodox seeds can be successfully cryopreserved without any pretreatment. And it is important to remember that the basic principles for orthodox seed storage are low moisture content and low temperature. Next slide, please. Okay. Application of cryopreservation for long-term seed banking of orthodox seeds has many advantages. This includes extension in seed longevity, reduced viability loss, and also reduce the frequency of regeneration. In addition, for some species, they gain benefit from exposure to liquid nitrogen, and this is especially for seeds with hard seed coat, mostly from the legume family. In this table, germination percentage increased after nitrogen exposure for these 5 species in comparison to the fresh or control seeds. Moisture content for these species are maintained at less than 10%, It has been reported that liquid nitrogen removes a physical dormancy, inducing disruption or a network of cracks in the structures that surround the seeds, such as the endocarp, or immediately surround the embryo, such as the seed coat. And this leads to the improvement of germination and seedlings emergence. Next. Okay. And this slide shows the characteristic of orthodox and recalcitrant seeds. They are different in terms of their sizes, shedding moisture content, and tolerance to low temperature storage. The nature characteristic of orthodox seeds, as listed above, as enable them to survive storage at freezing temperatures. However, seeds having recalcitrant storage behavior are co-sensitive and they cannot be stored at these temperatures. Next. Okay, the next 2 slides show the longevity of 13 dictrocarp seeds stored at 20 degrees Celsius cold room in our laboratory. We found that seeds of Shorea argentifolia, Shorea glauca, Shorea parvifolia, and Shorea materialis only survived for 2 weeks. With germination of Shorea argentifolia and Shorea materialis were less than 40% compared to Shorea glauca and Shorea parvifolia, which shows more than 60% seed germination. Shorea petersii, on the other hand, lost viability after 3 weeks in storage, but reduction of germination was drastic compared to other species. Seeds of Hopia nervosa and Shorea dasyphylia can be stored for 3 weeks with reasonably high germination. Next. Right. On the other hand, Hopia odorata and Hopia helferi seeds show 100% germination after 7 weeks in storage. And we expect that these seeds are able to survive longer. Further storage duration will be explored when more seeds are available in the future. Another species of Hopia, that is Hopia subulata, however, shows lower germination percentage, that is only 73% after 4 weeks of storage. Meanwhile, Shorea ovalis and Shorea roxburghii survived only 1 month in storage, but with more than 85% seeds germinated. Next, Shorea leprosula having similar okay, we go back to the previous slide. Yes, Shorea leprosula having similar germination percentage, that is 85%, survived longer, up to 6 weeks in cold storage. So what can we see from this research? We found that the seed longevity of dictrocarp varies from species to species, although they are provided with similar storage conditions. In this case, all seeds were kept at 20 degrees Celsius cold room. And it is known that the maintenance of viability for recalcitrant seed storage behavior is very much challenging. If long-term storage is possible for orthodox seeds, as shown earlier in previous slides, this is not the case for diplocarp seeds with recalcitrant storage behavior. For this type of seeds, short-term storage is usually the best that can be achieved. Next slide. Right. Before that, okay. To sum up, there are several points that need to be highlighted. Forests, especially from tropical regions, produce recalcitrant seeds, and most of them are from the diplocarp family. This type of seeds are damaged by desiccation, sensitive to low temperatures, and have short storage life. For orthodox and most intermediate species, seed banking at -20 degrees Celsius, including cryopreservation, are effective and efficient methods for long-term conservation of plant diversity. However, these methods are not applicable to some, and for this species, alternative methods for long-term ex-situ germplasm conservation, for example, cryopreservation of embryos and embryonic axis of recalcitrant seeds using other cryopreservation techniques such as encapsulation, dehydration, and vitrification should be explored further. Next. Right. As a final point, I'd like to mention that in 2016, we started a research on cryopreservation of Daira costulata seeds. A direct plunge method was used where the seeds were kept in liquid nitrogen for up to 8 weeks and seeds were thawed rapidly at room temperature. 2 years after that, in 2018, a research plot in FRIM was established where the seedlings raised from cryopreserved seeds were planted. Currently, we have planted 2 species, Daira costulata and Kaya ivorensis. And this research plot is actually set up for the use of future cryopreservation related studies. For example, the evaluation of genetic stability of the cryopreserved plants. Okay, next. I believe that covers about everything I wanted to say about our research on temperature, on low temperature seed storage of forestry seeds. And thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nashatul, for your interesting presentation on seed storage. So now we move to Q&A session. There is one question from Mr. Elango to Dr. Lee Sun Leong, I think. How do we know that the northern cluster divergence variation that resulted in the separate clustering is not due to events such as hybridization as opposed to a pure pool of Acromalacensis diversifying due to extensive outcrossing? Please, Dr. Lee.
Okay, thank you, Erango. So in fact, I think already typed in the answer. So I think from my understanding, you want to know why, I think the Peninsular Malaysia can be divided to northern and another one, I think more towards center and southern region. So in terms of hybridization, actually from our result, most probably it's not due to the hybridization. Because the phylogeographical result, actually I think presented during this one, just now the presentation, show that, they might be, have two different refugia of these Aquilaria in Peninsular Malaysia. Then through the time, I think these species will recolonize. Then form, shape, the current these two genetic structure, these two genetic cluster. So I think for your answer, is it due to the hybridization? Most probably no, but it might due to actually the present of these the two different type of refugia that corresponding to these two main genetic clusters. Hope
Okay,
I think I answer your question, Elango.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee. I will pass the floor to moderator, Dr. Ho Waiman, for the next session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hasnida, for graciously chairing the second session and keeping to the near excellent timing. Coming up next in our session is our session 3, and let me briefly introduce our chair for session 3. She is Dr. Farah Faswa Muhammad Arif, head of the Tree Improvement Program in Forest Research Institute, Malaysia. She holds a bachelor degree in forestry with master's and PhD degrees in genetics. Dr. Farah has received numerous recognitions at both national and international levels, which include the prestigious Japan International Award for Young Agricultural Researchers in 2018. She has deep interest in tree and herbs improvement, selection of high-quality plants, plant propagation, and agronomy. She's currently involved in projects producing high-quality planting materials for forests as well as herbal species. May I now invite Dr. Farah to chair the session 3, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator, Dr. Huwaiman. Okay, hello, hi, Assalamualaikum, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the committee, the organizing committee, for inviting me to chair this session. This session entitled Production of Quality Planting Materials of Red List Species. This session is very important as quality planting material is one of the key elements that needs a very serious consideration for the success of forest plantation as well as for conservation of some important indigenous species. Okay, for this session, we're going to have a total of 4 speakers from FRIM, and please be reminded to all the presenters that you have only 15 minutes to present your papers. Now, without much ado, I would like to invite our first speaker for this session, which is our second session chair, Dr. Nur Hasnida Hassan, to present her paper entitled Tissue Culture as an Alternative Solution to Production of Planting Materials for Red List Threatened Species. Sorry. Dr. Hasnida, currently, again, I introduced Dr. Hasnida, currently a head of biotechnology program of FRIM. She got her PhD in botany from the University of Kebangsaan Malaysia in 2008. She has about more than 20 years experience in R&D, especially on the plant genetic transformation, tissue culture, and bioreactor technology. With that introduction, Dr. Hasnida, the screen is yours.
Okay,
thank you. You have only 50 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Farah, for your kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, title of my presentation today is Tissue Culture as an Alternative Solution to Production of Planting Material for Red List Threatened Species. Next, please. As we know, planting material is very important for the plantation and also for the conservation. And we can get planting material from seeds, cutting, wildings, and tissue culture. Next, please. What is plant tissue culture? Plant tissue culture is where we culture the plants, part of the plants, in a nutrient medium and put under lights and under control condition. Shoots were multiplied in sterile condition, and this is an alternative method for production of planting material. So tissue culture bank, we can use it for the plant conservation as well as for germ plasma storage and also for the production of high quality planting material. Next, please. So for the culture media that we use in our tissue culture contain macronutrients, micronutrients, vitamin, sugars such as sucrose and maltose, acid amino such as arginine and asparagine. And we also need to add on plant growth regulators such as BAP, IBA, and 2,4-D for the shoot production and also for the in vitro rooting to produce complete plantlets. And for gelling agents, normally we use gerite and B2 agar. Next, please. So for the lab basic needs, we need a washing room for the tissue culture laboratory, media preparation area where we prepare the media in this area, autoclave room, media storage room, transfer area, and the culture room to store our cultures. Next, please. Basic instrument for tissue culture laboratory, we need to have a balance, pH meter, water system, autoclave, laminar flow, and culture racks. Next, please. For the tissue culture nursery, the basic requirements is a weaning chamber where we acclimatize the plantlets after we take out from the laboratory, pots, polybags, trays, and jiffy. Next, please. So why plant tissue culture? Plant tissue culture is used for the production of planting material free from disease. That we call it clean cultures. Next, please. So for the why plant tissue culture? Because we can produce uniform growth of planting material. At your left hand side is seed root plantation, and the right is from the tissue culture. Next, please. Why plant tissue culture? Because we can mass produce desirable genotypes or clones. Next, please. And also, plant tissue culture is needed to facilitate genetic transformation work. Next, please. And also for the in vitro conservation of germplasm. And other than that, we use tissue culture and bioreactor technology for the production of planting material in large scale, and also for the production of secondary metabolites for herbal and medicinal species. Next, please. So the advantages of micropropagation or tissue culture, because it can produce plantlets faster than other techniques, and we can multiply the plants in controlled condition and continuously, and it is potential to produce plantlets free from disease, and it is cheap after propagation methods develop, and we can produce the plantlets systematically. And we need only less area for plantlet stock. And tissue culture is important for the germplasm storage for long-term purposes. And we can produce species that difficult to grow in tissue culture. Next, please. So for the tissue culture techniques, there are several techniques involved in tissue culture, which is axillary shoot multiplication technique, somatic embryogenesis technique, and adventitious shoot multiplication. For the commercial production, normally we use axillary shoot multiplication technique. The easiest way to propagate using this method, where the axillary buds are treated with hormones to break off dormancy, and then the shoots were separated and rooted to get complete plantlets, and the shoots are used further for propagation. Next, please. So the stages involved in the development of tissue culture protocol, there are 5 stages involved. The first stage is the selection of mother plants. and sample collection. And then second stage involve surface sterilization using decontamination, chemicals, and shoot induction. And the third one is shoot multiplication and elongation using cytokinin hormone. Normally we use BAP or carnitine. And the fourth stage is in vitro routing or ex vitro routing using auxin hormone. And the final one is acclimatization of the complete plantlets in the nursery. So the main objective is the production of planting material. Next, please. So in this presentation, we focus on the Aquila malacensis and Aquila hirta that are commonly found species in Peninsular Malaysia, and Aquila malacensis locally known as karas, and Aquila hirta known as candan or candan bulu. So these species can produce gaharu, but agarwood from karas and candan are difficult to differentiate. There is also an increasing interest to plant karas and related gaharu producing species. Next slide, please. So a rapid propagation method is essential to meet the increasing demand for planting materials as well as for conservation purposes. And for commercial production, usually we use early shoot multiplication technique because of its simplicity. And in FRIM, we have developed successfully developed tissue culture protocol for Aquila malacensis and Aquila hirta for the conservation as well as for commercial production. And other red list species that we currently research is cengal, Neobalanocarpus hemi, Shorea roxburghii, and also what we call it nyirih pasir. Other than these species, we also develop a tissue culture protocol for timber, herbal, and medicinal species such as Tectona grandis, Endospermum malacans, Eurycoma longifolia, Labicia fumila, and Nepenthes species. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the seeds and leaf of Aquila malacensis. Next slide, please. This shows the slide of Aquila hirta flower and leaf. You can see the hairy leaf and hairy flower for Aquila hirta. This is the basic characteristics of Aquila hirta. Next, please. So for this slide shows tissue culture protocol for Aquila malacensis that we developed in our lab. For the shoot multiplication, we use MS medium plus 1 milligram per liter BAP. And then for the in vitro routing, we use MS plus 1 milligram per liter IBA. And after we produce the complete plantlets, plantlets were acclimatized in the nursery. And after that, we transfer it to the field. This slide showed the tissue culture protocol for Aquila hirta or candan. For the shoot multiplication for candan, we use MS medium plus 0.1 milligram per liter BAP. And for the in vitro routing, we use half MS basal medium containing 1 milligram per liter IBA. And the complete plantlets were acclimatized in the nursery. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, different Aquila species requires a different medium for tissue culture process. And Tissue culture protocols for Achlomycosis and Achlorhita have been successfully developed, and these protocols are currently used for mass production of both species in tissue culture laboratory frame for commercialization and also for conservation purposes. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nur Hasida, for a very informative presentation on the plant tissue culture of selected red list threatened species. Okay, to all the presenters, to all the participants, please be informed if you have questions to any of the speakers of this session. Could you please write your question in the question box, and please introduce yourself and to whom you would like to dedicate the question. Okay, and the question and answer session will be held at the end of this session after all the speakers has presented their papers. Okay, now we move to the second. Thank you very much, Dr. Sida. Okay, now we move to the second speaker of this session, Dr. Siti Salwana binti Hashim, also from Forest Research Institute Malaysia, FRIM. Dr. Siti Salwana is a head of main nursery branch and has been served FRIM more than 26 years. She got her PhD from the University of Kebangsaan Malaysia in 2009. Her expertise is on forest nursery practices. Currently, Dr. Siti is actively involved in planting of 1 million trees campaign organized by the government of Malaysia. For the next 15 minutes, Dr. Siti Salwana will present her paper entitled Good Nursery Practices, a Simple Guide for Production of High Quality Planting Materials. So Dr. Siti, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Farah. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear you, Doctor. Okay.
Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon to all of you. My presentation today is to share about a good nursery practice, a simple guide of production of quality planting materials. Next. Okay. There are 4 subtopics that will be discussed today. Firstly, about the high quality planting material. Secondly, good nursery practice. And case study about the effect on container type and potting mixture on growth performance of seedlings. And the last but not least is the summary of the presentation. Okay, next. So how to obtain high quality planting material? So there are 5 practices to produce good and healthy planting stock. First, can use suitable planting containers. Second, provide adequate fertilizer. Use mixed media according to the needs of the seedlings. Appropriate placement according to light requirements. And also using quality planting material sources with germination percentage exceeding 80%. Next. Okay, what is the criteria of high quality planting materials? Soil must be healthy, vigorous, and disease-free, good phenotypic characteristic, better emergence more than 70%, vigorous root and large root column diameter, and also strong and uniform plants and high growth rates. Okay, next. Okay, sorry. Okay, for the next. Why high quality planting material is important? So to ensure a better establishment and higher survival rate after field planting. So especially if the seedlings is planted in degraded land. And also next, high quality planting. Next. High quality plantings material also important for establishment forest plantation to produce strong and uniform plant. And also apart from forest plantation, it is also important for urban forestry to avoid the tree collapse due to poor root structure. Okay, to get good quality planting material, we need to follow good nursery practices. Okay, what is the good nursery practices? So it can include a wide range of activities in relation to planting material quality and management, seedling production and maintenance, and other seedling production methods. So next, it is very important to follow the standard operation procedure of good nursery practice to establish good nurseries. Therefore, it is very crucial for manager or entrepreneur to understand the basic information of the establishment and the way how to manage facilities at nurseries. So, there are 4 stages in good nursery practice, which are establishing a 3 nurseries, nursery site preparation, nursery operation, and also seedling protection. Okay, in the process of establishing a 3 nursery, some important factor is selection of location. So the location should have reliable supply of water, easily accessible, suitable space, good facilities for raising seed, medium preparation for hardening process, and others. Meanwhile, for nursery site preparation, it is important to consider the time for raising seedling and also the soil preparation. For the next slide, I will elaborate the details under the 3rd factor, which is nursery operation. Okay. For nursery operation, it involves in 2 stages, which are stage 1. Let's go back. The next slide before. Okay, thank you. Stage 1 involves in 6 main activities, namely seed processing, pre-treatment, also seed bed preparation, sowing seed, shading, and also maintenance. The process usually takes several weeks, depend on the species. For example, the Procat species takes between 4 to 8 weeks to be ready for transplanting. Okay, for stage 2, after the potting process, the seedling need to go through a hardening process under the 80 to 90% of the shading for 4 weeks before being placed under 50 to 70% of shade. So during the hardening process, watering, weeding, root pruning, and also application of additional fertilizer must be carried out until the seedling are ready to be planted in the field. Normally until the height around 50 cm, we can transplant to the field. Okay, next. Okay, next. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the potting, the process for potting, under procedure, we must prepare for the container and potting media. Then the container content including polybag and also can use the root trainer. While the potting media consists of these different ratios of topsoil, organic substance, and sand, depend on the species. Okay, next. Okay, most nurseries, particularly in Malaysia, have been experiencing a shortage of high-quality planting material, which causes seedling to have retarded growth with small root system, so resulting in a high mortality rate when outplanting due to poor nursery practices. So now I would like to present a case study titled Effect of Container Type and Potting Mixture on Growth Performance of Seedlings. The objective of the study is to determine suitable container types and media and potting media ratios. So for the species selection, we choose Hopia heferi because to increase the species population in Malaysia as currently, the species had been classified in a vulnerable on the Malaysia red list. So this species selection might be able to conserve the species from listed in IUCN. So this study is using two aspects of GMP or good nursery practice, which are using suitable plant container and different ratio of mixed media. This study also compared the effect between polybag and root trainer on growth performance of seedling. There are 4 different potting media ratio we use, and we call M1, M2, M3, and M4. So then the media mixture are using the topsoil, organic substrate, and also sand. So okay, next. Next, please. Okay, our finding here. Our finding shows a hotel helpery seedling grew in root trainers with potting media at a M2 ratio. That's this back. This is a back slide.
Secretariat, please move to the previous slide. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and the finding shows the hotel helpery seedling grew in root trainers with potting media.
Next slide. Next slide.
Please, next slide.
Secretariat, please move to the next slide. Okay. Yeah, correct. Dr. Salwana, you can continue.
Not yet. Not yet.
Is this the slide you want, or other slide?
Okay, yes. Now correct. Oh, okay. This slide. Okay, I repeat semula. The finding show and hotel helpery seedling grew in root trainers with potting media at M2 ratio significantly improved compared to other treatments. So as you can see on the presented picture, M2 potting media using root trainer has better growth performance parameter in terms of height and leaf number compared to seedling planted in polybag. This was due to M2 ratio provide the highest nutrient availability for root uptake, hence promoting seedling growth. So besides, root trainer is seedling a better alternative to polybag as they alter the ability of the root to absorb water and nutrients, which in turn allow them to support better root growth pattern, and also might be greater survival rate when field planting rather than in polybags. Okay, now next. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
This is a summary slide, Dr. Salwana. Is it the slide that you want?
No. Yes.
Okay.
Our finding root structure.
Previous slide.
Okay. Now okay, I can see. Okay, now okay, Dr. Farah. Our finding root structure.
Okay.
Maybe line not okay. Okay, as we can see here, is it okay? Sorry. The finding for the roots, for the root structure. Okay, that's right. Yes. Okay, as we can see here, the root structure of seedling planted in root trainer had better growth performance compared to polybag, even though it has same ratio of potting media with an M2. So this was due to root trainer preventing root spiraling and was the growth of root pattern of seedlings.
Okay.
From this figure also you can see
Dan nak balik aku 4:30 hari lah malam.
Excuse
Excuse me, please mute your screen. Okay, continue, Dr. Wana.
Voice. Okay, thanks. From this figure also, we can see clearly that the seedling planted in polybag, the right, yours, okay, showed slow growth performance and a weak root system. This was because of an inappropriate container type that led to root balling and circle affected by rounded polybag's bottom space. Okay, so okay, next. Okay, the last slide. Some for the summary. Okay, the use of root trainer with proper potting ratio M2 significantly produce high quality planting materials of Hopia haveri, and this show a good nursery practice is very important to ensure the species survival rate and sustain the population in the field. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Siti Salwana, for a very interesting presentation on the good nursery practices. Okay, and again, to all the participants, if you have any questions to any speakers of this session, please write your question in the Q&A box, okay, and we will discuss at the end of the session. Okay, thank you, Dr. Salwana. Okay, now we come to the third speaker, which is Ms. Nur Fadilah Wok, also from FRIM. Ms. Nur Fadilah is a research officer from Plant Improvement Program of FRIM.
Dr. Farah cannot hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I forgot to unmute my screen. Okay, I repeat again. Thank you very much, Dr. Salwana, for the interesting presentation. Now we move to the third speaker, which is Ms. Nur Fadilah Wok from FRIM. She is a research officer from Plant Improvement Program of FRIM. She got her master degree in the field of plant breeding from the University of Technology Mara with 9 years working experience in her field. Currently, she is conducting research in breeding program of tropical forest species. She will present a paper entitled Improvement Program and Ex-situ Conservation of Selected Shorea Species. Ms. Nur Fadilah, the floor is yours.
So is my presentation in slideshow?
Yeah, we can see your screen, and please turn it into slideshow mode. Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good day to everyone. My name is Nur Fadilah from Forestry Biotechnology Division of FRIM. I will be presenting our research entitled Improvement Program and Ex-situ Conservation of Selected Shorea Species. Okay, before I begin, this is the outline of my presentation. I will talk a little bit on the introduction of why we need tree improvement program. And then the three species that we are currently focusing on are Shorea leprosula, Shorea roxburghii, and Shorea parvifolia. And then by the end of my presentation, I will highlight a little on our research output and finally the acknowledgements. Okay. Currently in Malaysia, exports of timber and additional timber products increased by almost 23.3 billion in 2018 and then 23 billion MYR in 2019. If we take a look at MTIB data in 2019, woods import values for Asia countries dominating up to 73%. That is 432.7 million. This one is in MYR. Therefore, we believe that the supply of timber needs to be produced through an efficient farming system using quality and accredited breeds. We need effective planting material production system that are to be mainstream in order to ensure a continuous supply of high quality planting materials. Okay, before I begin with the improvement programs that we have conducted on the 3 Shoria species, I will brief a little on the general concepts or terms that are used in 3 improvement programs. First, in this paper, the term family does not refer to a taxonomic category. Family refer to the individuals that are more closely related to each other or groups of individuals who have one or both parents in common. And then half-seed family refer to the group of related individuals when we only know one parent is common. And then plus 3 is defined as the selected tree that has been graded for the sources on production for further breeding study. Okay, next, progeny trial. I will talk a lot about progeny trial in this paper because our improvement programs on the 3 Shoria species are using the progeny trial approach. Progeny refer to the trees produced from seed of a parent tree, while progeny tests are established in order to determine the genetic worth of the parent trees or for determination of other genetic characteristics. Conceptually, in progeny trials, the seedlings are planted in replicated field trial, and then we collect the growth data regularly. Okay, finally, the seed orchard. Seed orchard is an area where superior phenotypes or genotypes are established and managed intensively for seed production. All right, these are the 3 Shoria species that our department currently focusing on. First, Shoria leprosula, second, Shoria roxburghii, and third, Shoria parvifolia. Leprosula and parvifolia widely known as light red meranti, whereas Shoria roxburghii widely known as white meranti. We Malays call leprosula as meranti tembaga, Shoria roxburghii as meranti temak nipis, and Shoria parvifolia as meranti sarang punai. Leprosula and parvifolia under Malaysia Plant Red List is classed under least concern, whereby roxburghii is classed under near threatened. But then IUCN Red List class leprosula under near threatened, roxburghii under vulnerable, and parvifolia under least concern. Okay. For the research on Shoria leprosula actually has started way back in 1996. But then it was funded by the 7 Malaysian Plan, and for roxburghii, it was funded by the 11 Malaysian Plan, and Shoria parvifolia is basically relatively new study, only started in 2019. It is funded by Forestry Department of Peninsular Malaysia. These 3 species are categorized under high value timber. Okay. Fortunately in Malaysia, these 3 species are still widely accessible and they are mainly used for timber and resin. Okay, especially for Shoria roxburghii, our early findings find they are fast growing as compared to other indigenous species, and they are also very robust. Okay. Now I will begin, I will brief on our improvement program for Shoria leprosula. Currently, we have already, we have a seedling seed orchard located in Ulu Sedeli Forest Reserve, Johor. We expect from the SSO, we could get good quality seed sources for the production of quality planting materials. Planting using high quality planting materials consequently will lead to increasing yield per hectare. Okay, for Meranti Tembaga or Shoria leprosula, we got 40 half-seed families from 5 populations located in Peninsular Malaysia. Basically, methodology for the study, we started with the progeny trial. In progeny trial, first we identify the clustering, and then we collect the seeds from the selected clusters. Upon the maturity of the seedlings, we established the progeny trial plot. This one was established in Ulu Sedili Forest Reserve, located in Johor. Johor is located at the south of Peninsular Malaysia. And then we collect the growth data. And for the purpose of establishment of DSSO, we also assess the genetic diversity and relationships among the 40 half-seed families. Okay. Okay, these are some photos way back in 1996 where we first started the progeny trial, selection of the mother trees. And then there was a very old photos. Maintenance and data collection were taken annually after 2 years old. And then this is current photos of the research plot of the Shoria leprosula. These are some photos where we collect leaf samples for the DNA extraction. The DNA profiling and genetic diversity were done by genetic lab FRIM. Okay, I would like to stress this part because I found that we find that the genetic diversity of the trial plot is very high. The heterozygosity values range from 0.6 to 0.7. That is considered as very high. Even among the 40 half-seed families, the heterozygosity values still range from 0.5 to 0.7. Okay, in short, for the establishment of the seedling seed orchard, we have selected 144 superior plus trees. And then, to the best of our knowledge, this is the first SSO for Meranti Tembaga in Malaysia. And we have a pool of chimbang of, we now have a pool of chimbang with high genetic diversity of Shoria leprosula in one place. Therefore, this will allow for the reducing the dependency on natural forests. Okay. These are the examples of the selected clusters that are remain in the SSO. All right. Okay, now I will be moving to our improvement program on Shoria Road Burakai. This is also approached by a progeny trial. We have already established 3 progeny trial plots. I'll just go through the next slide. Okay, for Shoria Road Burakai, we managed to get 27 plus trees, and we have already established the plot at SPF Jeli in Kelantan, Mata Air and In-Situ Terengganu. Jeli and In-Situ are located at the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia, while Mata Air is located at the northern part of Peninsular Malaysia. Okay, here are some photos on the research activities during the preparation of the planting materials. Okay, these are some research activities on the establishment of the progeny trial plots. And then we are currently collecting the growth data. Okay, now we already have established 3 progeny trial plots, as I mentioned earlier, but the different among the 3 locations are the at Ex-situ Terengganu, we have breeze soil there, while at Jeli Kelantan, we have hilly areas there. Whereas SPF Mata Air is actually SPF mata air is Shoria roxbugai is in Malaysia is endemic to northern part of Malaysia. Currently, survival rates of the plot are very promising, more than 85%. Actually, at the two places, at Jeli and also Situ, we have more than 90% survival rate. Only in Jeli, Kelantan, we have around 86%. And then current findings, earlier findings show that the variations among the 27 half-seed families are very high. Okay, for the improvement program for Shoria parvifolia, as I mentioned earlier, this project is relatively new. We got the project in 2019, but then started the COVID-19. We have challenges in preparation or collecting the seeds from selected plus trees. But now we have already around 3,000 seedlings collected from 18 mother trees, and we expect to establish the progeny trial plots by next week. By next year. Okay. Again, these are just some photos from the research activities. Sampling activities were collected throughout Peninsular Malaysia. Preparation of the planting materials. Okay, before I end my presentation, I would like to highlight again the research output. Currently, we have established DSSO. This is long-term ex-situ conservation plots where we could get good quality seed sources, and we have already established 3 progeny trial plots for Shoria roxbugai, and then we are currently still preparing the planting materials in order to establish the progeny trial plots for Shoria parvifolia. Before I end, I would like to thank Forest Research Institute Malaysia, Forestry Department of Peninsular Malaysia, all states Forestry Department in Peninsular Malaysia, Genetic Lab FRIM, all staff of SPF Mata Air, SPF Situ, and SPF Jeli Kelantan. Thank you very much. With that, I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Nur Fadila, for the interesting presentation on the improvement program that currently FRIM conducting on the 3 Shoria species. Okay, again to all the presenters, if you have any questions to the speakers, please write your question in the question and answer box. Okay, now thank you, Fadila. Now we come to the final paper of this session. I would like to invite Dr. Suresh Kumar to present his paper entitled Vegetative Propagation of Some Selected Threatened Tree Species Indigenous to Malaysia for Conservation Purposes. It is actually a review paper. Dr. Suresh currently attached with a plant improvement program of FRIM. He got his PhD in plant biotechnology from University Putra Malaysia in 2016. His field of expertise is on tree improvement, tree genetics, and plant breeding. Dr. Suresh, like other speakers, you have 50 minutes to present your paper. The screen is yours. Dr. Suresh, are you there? Okay, we can see you now.
Dr. Farah, my voice is clear? Okay, thank you, Dr. Farah, for the introduction. So the title of today's presentation is Vegetative Propagation of Some Selected Threatened Tree Species Indigenous to Malaysia for Conservation Purpose. This presentation will be a short review of some of the vegetative propagation conducted in the past year at FRIM. Okay, this will mainly focus on threatened tree species, but for the purpose of comparison, some other related species will be discussed there. Okay, next. Threatened tree species. Endemic range with few remaining reproductive individuals. These species suffer from many threats such as illegal logging, habitat destruction, invasive species, pollution, and climate change. Many of the remnant populations and natural regenerating capability have been impaired. This one occurs only in a small and isolated remnant of secondary forest and is threatened on the basis of IUC and versus categories. Three categories, which is critically endangered, endangered, and vulnerable. Conservation of these species often requires the rebuilding of the depleting population and development of commercial plantation forests. The ability to propagate and successfully reintroduce the threatened species into its natural habitat is one of the most important of conservation efforts. The main question is whether if we can supply huge amount of planting stock for replanting and conservation, but how this can be done. Next. Okay, next. Okay. This is because majority of the threatened species are in the Dipterocarp family, where standard seed storage technique for long-term storage conservation and maintenance of genetic diversity is not possible due to the recalcitrant nature of the seeds. The flowering pattern of the Dipterocarp trees are usually irregular and unpredictable, which make it difficult to collect sufficient seeds for raising the seedlings. In addition, there is a lack of reliable knowledge of basic nursery operation and appropriate propagation technique specific for particular tree species. Next. Plant propagation can be done through seeds, which is sexually, or through vegetative propagation, which is asexually. In this context, the adoption of alternative method for vegetative propagation from stem cuttings might be a viable solution. If we need to produce planting materials with superior traits, then we may focus mainly on vegetative propagation. However, vegetative propagation using hardwood stem cutting is hampered by factors such as age of the mother tree, collection time of the cuttings, phytohormones concentration, or other exogenous factors. Next. Stem cuttings are more preferred because it's simple, fast, and cheap, and mass production of planting stock is possible. However, this technique is not possible for some species, and the tree propagated from stem cuttings are not strong because of weak root system like other vegetative propagation techniques. Some of the work conducted in FRIM were predominantly focused on some of the important factors influencing the rooting ability of woody stem cutting, such as rooting facilities, rooting media, source of cutting material, type and treatments of cuttings. Okay, these are some of the common techniques that practice at nursery for plant propagation that will be discussed later. Okay, one of the main factors influencing the rooting ability of stem cutting, especially for hardwood cutting, is species. Okay, Dipterocarp species are more difficult from these categories. You can see that Dipterocarp species are more difficult to be propagated by stem cutting methods. Next. These are some of the examples of species that can be propagated by stem cuttings and their classification according to their rooting ability. Okay, next. We can see that the rooting ability of stem cutting is also affected by genotypes of a species. In this case, different stock plan of Oppia odorata responded differently to IDA treatment. Okay, copy shoots were obtained from prune stock plan of 10-year-old. A rejuvenated coppice material responded very well to the treatment, and almost all stock plants recorded high rooting percentage. Next. Age can be another influencing factor in affecting the rooting ability of the cuttings. Young and rejuvenated cuttings can be easily rooted compared to the cuttings obtained directly from other adult mature trees. Okay. In this example, we can see that the rooting ability of young cuttings are better compared to the mature cuttings. The reason for the differences will be further discussed later, because it is related to the source of the material, which will be discussed later as well. Okay, next. The third factor will be the presence of leaf. Okay, the presence of leaf on stem cutting can affect the rooting ability of cutting as well. The leaves are needed for photosynthesis. However, the size and the number of leaves on each cutting should be reduced to minimize the moisture loss through transpiration. In this example, stem cutting taken from 9-month-old seedlings of Oppia odorata produced highest rooting percentage with 1 leaf followed by 2 leaves per cuttings. This can be related to the nutritional effect and influence of leaves on auxin production. So it is recommended to retain a single whole leaf for optimum rooting of Oppia odorata. And next. Okay, this will be another example of recommended leaf number of stem cutting of 7 Dipterocarp species. Most species require at least 1 to 2 leaves per cutting for optimum growth and development. Okay, most of these listed species are under threatened species as well. Next. The number of roots produced from each cutting was positively correlated to the cutting size, where longer and bigger cuttings can produce greater number of roots. Effect of cutting length on mean rooting percentage and mean number of roots can be seen on Shoria pauciflora stem cuttings. Okay, again, to reduce the effect of age on rooting ability, stem cuttings were obtained from coppice shoots of 6-year-old plants. Half of a leaf was retained and treated with 0.8% of IBA. The assessment showed a high success of rooting ranging from 80 to 90%. Okay, next. Okay, this one same goes to the cutting diameter. This one is related to the size as well. So thicker diameter cuttings rooted better in terms of mean number of roots per cuttings. This result implies that rooting of cuttings depends on the stored carbohydrates. Okay, next. The next factor is the root setting hormones. Application of rooting hormones can enhance the rooting ability of stem cutting for certain species. However, some species can be easily rooted without any application of rooting hormones. The application of rooting hormones can be done with different techniques as listed below, and then with some modification on mixing solutions. Okay, next. Okay, the table summarizes the effect of hormone concentration on rooting ability of 4-month-old Shoria parvifolia stem cuttings. Okay, the base of the cuttings were treated with IBA of varying concentration of 2000 to 10,000 ppm. IBA, okay, the highest rooting of 63% was obtained with 8,000 ppm compared with only 32% with control without any IBA treatment. However, thicker cuttings did not produce greater number of roots as suggested below. Okay, in this experiment, thicker cuttings produced less root compared to the cuttings less than 4.5 mm. Okay, it was reported that poor rooting from bigger cuttings may be due to the secondary growth and thickening of lignin layer, which may create physical barrier to root formation. Next. Rooting media will be another influencing factor. Rooting media is another important factor to be considered for propagation through stem cutting. Okay, the media should have good water holding capacity, not too porous, contain adequate atmospheric humidity, not too acidic or alkaline. Okay, next. Okay, this is the optimum moisture content should be around 70 to 90% and pH near to neutral is recommended for better rooting of stem cuttings. Misting frequency can enhance the rooting ability of stem cutting. In some cases where automated misting system is not available, propagation bed can be covered with plastic bag netting to maintain the humidity. Next. Okay, this is an example of a simple and low technology non-mist propagator. Source of material is more related to rejuvenation. Okay, we have discussed this in previous slide, and then the juvenile material which we have discussed before, so we will skip this slide. Next. Okay, the table summarizes some of the modifications that can be done on stem cutting propagation on hardwood and softwood. Okay, this is just for a comparison purpose. Okay, next. Rooting ability of stem cutting can be influenced by the position of the cutting taken from the branch of the mother tree. Okay, top, middle, bottom part of the cutting can respond differently, depend to the species. Next. Okay, in this experiment, we can see that the node taken from the middle section responded better than the top and the basal part of 6-month-old Shoria bracteolata stem cuttings. Okay, next. Okay, this is just an example to show the single node cutting taken from tree section, which is top, middle, and bottom part of the cutting. Okay, next. The table summarizes the source of cutting material taken from some certain tree species and their rooting percentage. Their rooting percentage as low as 20 to 40 been recorded for species such as Pterocarpus and Shoria pauciflora, and we can see there they recorded the highest rooting percentage from 80 to 95%. Next. Okay, this one is also the same, just to show the rooting percentage and example of the species that have been used in the experiment. This is the rooting ability of stem cutting of some selected threatened tree species under nursery condition, and then they are from 3 different categories. Okay, next. The table summarizes all the propagation work that has been discussed. Just now, we mainly focus on 5 important threatened species, which are Shoria bracteolata, Copia odorata, Neobranacarpus henni, Shoria parifolia, and Shoria pauciflora. Okay, age, treatment, and size of the cuttings are the most commonly manipulated factor for most species to enhance the rooting ability. Okay, we can see that some of the species can produce root even without application of rooting hormone, even though all these species fall under difficult to root category. Next. Okay, based on the review, it can be concluded that all species responded differently to hormone treatments. Application of rooting hormone, which is IVA, aided the rooting ability of stem cutting. Opiodorata and Soria bracteolata able to produce vigorous, healthy root without any application of rooting hormone, but with controlled nursery condition. Longer and bigger cutting produce a greater number of roots. Next. Cutting from juvenile material gives better rooting and survival percentage for all tested species. Generally, copious material collected from 7-year-old plant of Shorea posiflora responded better in terms of survival rate, growth, and rooting percentage. Result indicated that through vegetative propagation of stem cutting, the continuous supply of planting stock of threatened species can be made available for planting progress. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Suresh Kumar, for the comprehensive review on the propagation technique on several threatened species in Malaysia that conducted by FRIM. Okay, now we move to the end of the session, which is question and answer. Okay, from this for this session, I will select the question from the question box. Okay, there are two questions actually from the question box. The first one is to the third speaker, Ms. Nur Fadila. Do you have conclusive reason in selecting 4x4, 4 meter times 4 meter of planting space? And Ms. Nur Fadila has already answered the question. In tree breeding, we mostly follow guidelines by silviculturists. There are also guidelines from Forestry Department of Peninsular Malaysia in the forest plantation. Thank you for the answer, Ms. Nur Fadila. And the next question is from Ilengo. Okay, I think this question goes to Dr. Suresh. The question is, how are we able to conclude that rooting systems of trees from cuttings have weak anchorage versus trees with taproot have better anchorage? What tree species were tested for this? Maybe Dr. Suresh can answer the question from Mr. Ilengo.
Okay, this is actually not tested on any species. This is basically just an assumption through a theory developed because normally vegetative propagation could not produce any taproot. Normally, trees with taproot they are better encouraged and they are more strong compared to the vegetative propagation, which they do not have any taproot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answer. I hope that the question is already captured by Mr. Ilengo. Okay, since there is no more question in the chat box, I'm going to ask the speaker a few questions. Okay, the first, I want to ask for the first speaker, Dr. Nur Hasnida. I hope you are still here, Dr. Hasnida.
Okay, Dr. Farah.
Okay, our first speaker. Okay, what or which technique of tissue culture usually your laboratory use for commercial production?
Okay, for your information, from our laboratory, we use aeration multiplication technique for the commercial production of species in our lab.
Okay. Okay, how about the other than Equilera species that you mentioned before? Is there any other species that have been developed in your lab?
Okay, since 1984, we have developed about 70 species of medicinal plants, timber species, and also ornamental, such as Tectona grandis, Eurycoma longifolia, Nepenthes, and orchid species.
Okay, that means not only focus on the timber trees, but also
Yes.
for ornamental and medicinal plant species.
Herbal plants, yes.
Yeah, herbal plants. Thank you, Dr. Sida, for the answer.
Okay,
And
thank you, Dr. Farah.
okay, now I want to put a question to the second speaker, which is Dr. Siti Salwana. Are you here, Dr. Siti? Oh, okay, you're still here. Okay, is root trainer suitable for all forest species? The usage of root trainer in your nursery practices, is that suitable for all forest species? And the second one, how do you determine the good planting medium? Okay, that's my question. Yeah. I can hear you, Dr. Wana. Can you please unmute your speaker? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Farah, for the first question. I try answer. More research needed. Based on the current study using root trainer on the forest species, the outcome shows there are no significant outcome. And sometimes polybag much better than root trainer. So we not conclude then the root trainer better for the all species.
We have to test before we make a conclusion.
Yes.
Which planting
specific species
medium
for
that's suitable. Yeah. How about the second question?
No, root trainer.
Okay. How about the second question?
So for the good planting medium, based on our study, the growth performance such as diameter, height, leaf or number, and root formation. So based on the characteristic too, we can use as a good media for that species, also for specific species. Actually, based on our study, also we found the different species, different the requirement for the medium ratio.
Okay, that means we have to evaluate the growth performance as well, right? To measure whether in terms of their diameter, height, and so on, right? Okay, in order to identify which planting medium is the best for the each particular species, right? Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Salwana. And before that, I also have one question to our third speaker, Ms. Fadila. Okay, all right. The question is, what are the challenges, or what we call it as the cabaran? We call it challenges that you face during the selection of plus trees and the preparation of the planting materials. Maybe you can share with us.
Okay, it is actually easy to find the plus trees. That one is not difficult.
Okay.
But then the collection of the seeds from the plus trees, that is the trickier part.
Yeah. Maybe you can share with us what is the challenges in collecting the seed of the plastic. What is the problem that you're facing?
As we know that Shoria species, the seeds are recalcitrant. We need to be very fast, or else we cannot use the seeds. And then in tree improvement, for example, for Shoria roxburghi, for Shoria leprosina, Shoria palmifolia, the distribution of the species in Peninsular Malaysia is very wide. We have to cater the whole Peninsular Malaysia, not only. But then with Shoria roxburghi, they are just endemic to northern part of Malaysia. So for during the seed collection, they are not very difficult. We are actually the main issue here is time constraint.
Okay, thank you for the answer. I think we are going to end the session. There's another question, is it? Okay, still from Mr. Ilengo. Maybe the respective speaker can answer directly to the question, to the Ilengo's question. Ms. Dr. Suresh, please respond to the question. Okay, now we come to the end of the session. where I want to conclude the session for about 1.5 hours, where we have a very interesting session under the theme of production of quality planting materials, where the first speaker has celebrated on the tissue culture as an alternative solution to production of quality planting materials of rarely threatened species. And the second speaker has alerted us on the importance of good nursery practices for production of high quality planting materials. With these two combinations, which are tissue culture and good nursery practices, we will be able to come out with a good quality planting materials. Whereas the third speaker has highlighted us on a research program undertaken by FRIM on breeding strategy of 3 important Shorea species. And these 3 species have a great potential to be planted in forest plantation program for Malaysia in the future. Last but not least, the final speaker has provided us with a comprehensive review on the technique of vegetative propagation of several threatened species in Malaysia, which is very important to ensure the existence and the sustainability of these threatened species. With this short summary, I would like to end the session. Thank you very much for your kind interest and participation during the session. I also want to apologize for any shortcomings. With that, I would like to hand over to the MC, I think to the moderator. Thank you and Assalamualaikum. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Farah, for conducting a truly insightful session and keeping to a perfect timing. So with that, session 3 ends our program for today. I would like to thank all our presenters today for your generous sharing, and to all our participants, thank you for staying with us. Before we call it a day, please bear with me for a couple of seconds. There are just a few housekeeping announcements. For your information, the judges of the webinar will select the best oral and poster presenters. The winners will be announced tomorrow. And there will be a link for certificate of attendance, which will be given in the chat box by the before the webinar ends tomorrow. So stay tuned with us. Last but not least, our webinar will resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Malaysia time. I repeat, 9 a.m. Malaysia time, with 2 more keynote papers and 2 more sessions on plantation development and carbon sequestration. So log in again with us tomorrow at 9 a.m. Malaysia time. Thank you and have a pleasant day for all of you.